Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. This is the last day of the entire tournament. What a tournament it has been. What a journey it has been for the players, for us as casters, for the analysts, for the production team, and for everyone that has been involved into making this event successful. But yeah, talking about the event and your host at the moment. So I am Aziz, and with me is I am Holler.
Yep, definitely. All the games that we've casted in the past have been really amazing, and I am just as excited as I was yesterday and in the semifinals as well. And it has been really a pleasure to be casting this all around. And today we're finally approaching the final day on which we're going to be casting the final games of this entire tournament. We are finally in the grand, like you'd actually call this the grand final, the actual grand final stage. And yeah, I am really looking forward to cast this and entertain you all as well.
Yeah, and it really is the grand finals when we talk about, a grand final because it's going to be the last day. We're going to have five games being played with all of the teams that we have here, and what a competition it has been. These teams, their journey has not at all been easy by any standard of the word, right? They've grinded their way, they're hauled, they've crashed and fought their way through the group stages. They got into the semifinals. In the semifinals, there were other teams that they were competing against, and then finally, the top nine teams from the semifinals came here with us in the finals. So it's been quite a journey for a lot of the players that have been involved in this entire tournament with us. And then we had additional teams being invited over at each stage of the tournament, where we had teams getting invited into the semifinals directly, and then we had teams getting invited into the finals, and we're seeing them give really tough competition to the teams that have been competing throughout the tournament, Ahad.
Definitely, we have been really seeing the tough competition, as you mentioned, and especially from the teams that were invited directly. Right, the teams that qualified from the semifinals weren't really able to, or still, they haven't really able to put up that much of an impressive performance just yet. But that fact might just change today, and we might just see them going up against the teams that were invited, because teams like HR and some other Tag and Pyro, these guys already have been showing their mettle up against the teams that were directly invited to these finals. But still, there are some teams that we still do have a lot of hopes from one of which is going to be Team Negatives and other teams as well, like 69 Esports that did qualify. And being on this stage really should mean to something to them, and it probably does to the players. So I really hope to see better performances coming in from them. And yeah, we'll really see what happens today.
Yeah, I'm sure it really means a lot for all of these teams that we have competing here, right? Because making their way to this point, it's not been an easy journey by any stretch for any of the teams. And then you have to take into account the struggles for these players because let's be honest, right? Let's be honest, this isn't a conventional career. But we're going to come back to that. Before that, we're going to have Tlavate Kranepak for you guys. Yes, and that. Yeah, and that was the national anthem and the tilawat for you guys. So yeah, I mean, it was sort of igniting that patriotism in all of our audience and our fellow streamers because let's go Pakistan.
Definitely, yeah. And once again, just like yesterday, all these decorations, all these preparations for this venue, they are really amazing to look at, and they really give you that feeling of a really S tier, that high level tournament going on in Pakistan. And this, honestly, all of this is really amazing to see happening here.
It genuinely is, and it's really a breath of fresh air because for most of the tournaments that we've had within Pakistan, or we usually end up having tournaments in Pakistan, they're great production and they're great overall, right, in all aspects. But something that I really always end up missing out on is the LAN aspect of it, right? Because that's what really brings the entire community together, and we've seen that happening across other games where it's much more easier to manage. But with a game like PUBG, where you have 16 teams that you need to accommodate on the venue in terms of technology, Wi-Fi, internet, and everything that's involved. That can be a bit of a challenge here within Pakistan. Right? It's really nice to see that the team has been taking that challenge head on and executing it to perfection.
Definitely, all the team. They are. I mean, yeah, we've seen amazing performances coming in. And just as we were talking about the amazing performances, for some reason, that flashback of that 200 IQ play from Thug just came into my mind. And yeah, we've been seeing all sorts of stuff going on. Even in the semifinals, we saw. Just as I was talking about that, I just remembered that 1-for-1 going up against two teams at the same time. So yeah, we've been seeing some crazy stuff going on in all of these matches, and we've been seeing for some teams just popping off, some specific players just popping off, just like yesterday in the very last game. Fofo just popped off, and he was the only player alive in the field of almost 17 to 20 players, and he still all alone was able to take the chicken dinner for himself. So yeah, we've been seeing all sorts of stuff going on, and I really do hope to see that. We'll see that today as well, and today will be the final day, and we'll really see who will get their hands on that trophy that's present right in the middle of that venue.
Yeah, and not to bring anyone down, right? But since today is the final day, I am feeling somewhat blue because of it. Because an amazing thing is going to be coming to an end towards as we approach the final day, as these 5 games are going to come to an end. But we are going to crown a champion. We are going to have the undisputed Pubgmobile National Championship winner from Pakistan. And I think that team will put the entire conversation to rest when it comes to the Pakistani community. Who is the best team within the Pubgmobile scene within Pakistan? And I feel like the team that ends up winning this and securing this, they're really going to put a period at the end of that conversation. They're going to just dictate how the history books are going to be written and what team is going to emerge as the champion. And I'm really looking forward to all of this resolving and unfurling right in front of us, where we're going to see which team is going to end up taking that championship away with them at the end of the day. It's all just super exciting to see, and I just can't wait to get all of these games going for us. But Ahad, talking about the game that we're going to have today, we have to talk about what happened yesterday, right? Five
Yep.
games being played, and we saw some amazing plays coming out yesterday.
We definitely did. All of the teams, even in the first game, and the fact that Hellraisers were able to, open it up with a chicken dinner and then finish it off with a chicken dinner as well. That was amazing coming from Hellraisers. But moreover, the teams that were performing in the middle as well, 52 Esports, we saw amazing performances coming in from them all around. Really,
Cannot forget that two
yeah, they were just going off, and all of the 52 players, they were really at it. And the team that I don't think wasn't really able to get a secondary for themselves was 3x Esports, but they were really strong mechanically as well. They were really showing what it means to be present on this stage, what it means to be a team that is worthy enough of being invited to a tournament of such a high level. And yeah, all of these teams were really going at it. All the games we had yesterday were really amazing as well. I'm looking forward to the same stuff happening as well today. And I mean, though of course the teams that were invited are the teams that we really are expecting already to outperform the other teams, but I'm really looking forward to the teams that came up from the semifinals, because hey, I casted the semifinals too, right? It's sort of a bonding that I've already formed and between them, and I really want to see all of the teams coming from the semifinals to just climb up the leaderboards a little, at least maybe to the top 10 or something. Not all of them, of course, because there are other teams too. But yeah, I'd really like to see some of the teams on top of there, and there are already some of them already there are. So yeah, we'll really see what happens at the end of the day.
Yeah, talking in tune to the teams that made their way through the semifinals, we've already seen them performing at a very high level, right? With a team like Hellraisers that was although directly invited into the semifinals, but they were able to secure two chicken dinners yesterday, right? So they were the only team to be able to do that and to do it on the finals day number one, where it really ends up mattering, on how you end up competing and how you perform, and the points that you secure from a chicken dinner are just that much more valuable because you're doing them within the finals. And not to say that the teams are ever slouching off at any point during the entire competition, but again, to reiterate, to do it in the finals is a feat within of itself, right? And that's what we're expecting to see from the rest of the teams as well. And it's talking in tune to the fact that sure, we've got a huge prize money that is on the line for the team that is going to win that first place finish. We've got, I think it was 10,000 US dollars,
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken, right? So that is 22 lakh Pakistan rupees right there. And then for the second and third team, sure, the runner up and then the third position, we've got huge prize monies on those positions as well. So I think trying to get to those positions is going to be very important for all of these teams, because not only is there pride on the line, not only is your competitive ego, sort of to speak, not in a negative sense, obviously, on the line as well, but obviously there's a huge amount of cash that is on the line as well. So we're expecting that to ramp up the competition even more. And I just cannot hide the excitement that I have for these 5 games that we're going to be casting today.
Definitely. I definitely do have the same feelings as well for all of these teams. And, when we consider all of them are pretty excited as well. But here we are on Erangel once again. The plane trajectory is going right through the map from the bottom to the top, and it's actually going through military base. So we're once again going to be seeing HR go towards Novo. Some of the players already are dropping to military base. So not a lot of teams in the southern island of the map, but there is going to be Pyro dropping really close to Milta, and they probably will be having the control over the bridge. And Galaxy is also going to be taking the control of the bridge that is near to Ferry Pier, and we do remember them fighting a lot of people in that bridge area as well. So we might just get to see that once again as well. And the first circle already has formed. And what do you think about it, Azus?
Yeah, we do. We already have the first circle, and just one of those circles, isn't it, Ahad, that favors an extremity or an extreme region of the map. So going on towards that lower right region, and what a pleasant surprise for Team HR, right? That they're already present within the circle. But am I looking at my screen correctly? Did we just have a player on top of a vehicle? Did he get ran over? Or I think that was a teammate, right? Yeah, that seems to be a teammate that was down and out at the moment, but he is getting revived. They are able to get him up, and it should be business as usual afterwards. Just a very interesting sight to see. Sorry, I got distracted by that. But yeah, talking more in tune to the first circle that we have. The first circle is on the extreme lower right side of the map. So areas like Yasnia, Poliana, Milta, Military Base, Novro, all of these regions are within the circle, and that is not something that we usually end up seeing on Erangel very often, especially within the beginning of the map, right? So teams like 69 Esports, Team Myth, and then Team RTG, Team R3D as well. So they've opted to go towards that Georgia Pool area where they usually end up landing. So it'll be interesting on how they end up navigating this first circle and making their way back into this new circle. But in the beginning part of the game, Ahad, I think that things are going to be relatively calm, just like the way that they are right now. We're not going to be seeing a lot of action coming out in the beginning, because the nerves are, because this is something that we don't usually talk about, but you have to understand that these players, they must be nervous, right? Because nerves are on the line. There's just so much on the line. So I think the players will be looking to play a bit more reserved, especially in the beginning parts of the final.
Definitely, they are looking to play really slow and safe right now because, of course, that's what they're focusing on, right? They're focusing on the ulterior goal that they have in mind. But keeping, as you said, the very starting stages of the game are pretty calm. But do not let that distract you from the fact that Myth Esports, they already have lost one of their players somehow. I think that's the guy who you were talking about getting ran over by a car. I'm pretty sure that's the case, maybe, or I don't know, but somehow they are down one teammate, and this is probably going to hurt them in the long term. Well, not as of now. They probably still can't hold up because, as I keep mentioning, because it was just an amazing feat pulled out by Hellraisers with only one player alive. That was Fofo. They managed to get themselves a chicken dinner where so many teams were alive. And I just said it on a whim yesterday that this guy might be just able to get the chicken dinner for himself. And that's exactly what happened. So still, Myth Esports with 3 teammates, they still do have a pretty good chance of, getting into the farther stages of the game. But still, looking at how the circle is forming, it is kind of identical to the one that happened on the last Erangel yesterday, because it was it was almost the same. Just this time, it's kind of a mirrored circle, right? It was yesterday. It was on the left side. Now it is on the right or the eastern side, and we might just see it closing in on the Novo area or towards the Milta area. But it is really to see. But it will point that I'm trying to make here, that it might just come really close to the bridges area once again. And the bridges circle, where a lot of water is involved, it really becomes a hassle for all the teams to deal with.
Yeah, and speaking in tune to what you're saying, right? Why the bridge circle ends up becoming a hassle when there's a lot of water, but you can have those pesky bridge campers on top of there as well. And then the other thing is that when the circle engulfs a lot of water within itself, right? So the effective play area, the ground area that the teams have to themselves becomes extremely limited as well. But talking in tune to the teams that we have right now, Xgen Esports are on top of the on top of the leaderboard right now with 72 total points secured across the first day. And then at second place is 52 Esports, 7 EQR is close by, and Team HR, although they were able to secure those 2 chicken dinners on day 1, I'm pretty sure since you're pointing out that they had only 1 player alive towards the end of that chicken dinner. So I'm pretty sure they did not end up getting a lot of points from elimination. So these are the top 4 teams that we have right now. Ahad, do you think that do you think there's someone who's a tournament favorite or someone that you think is more likely to win as compared to the rest of the teams?
I mean, yeah, definitely. When that's the case, when you've been performing so consistently over time, you do have. I mean, statistically, you have pretty good chances of maintaining that. I mean, people do at least expect you to maintain that consistency, right? So people definitely do have expectations from these teams that are on the top right now. XGen, 52-7, EQR, HR. We've seen consistent performances coming out from all of these teams, and not to mention Pyro and 3X as well. They have been pretty good too, and because when you look at it from this way, Pyro and 3X, they almost have been really equally aggressive throughout all the games that we've had in the final stages of this tournament, and we are really hoping to at least we are hoping that they should be able to at least maintain this the performance that they've been trying to put up. And as we were talking about that, one of the players from Pyro is actually really up close to Hellraisers, right? Tokasaurus kind of having a bit of trouble with moving that SUV out of the way, but oh well, he is finally gonna, and he is making his way back towards his teammates. Still though, these teams are somewhat close to each other, and the information is probably out too, because Hellraisers, these teams are always very cautious of what's happening around there. All of the senses are heightened during these times, and they probably do know about Pyro being this close to them. And Hellraisers, I don't think an engagement is going to follow through, because as we were talking, there's all of these teams are taking a really safer approach to these games, because as you can see, Team 69, they are known to be just running around and taking fights and engagements as soon as they're able to. But right now, they seem pretty calm too. They're just, camping around a house and just passing their time. But as I was talking about that, one of the players from Galaxy Esports is going to be taken down, and it is down to now the rest of the 3 teammates that are alive to get him back up. Marwan is going to be losing his life. If he isn't revived any sooner, he will lose his life for sure. X-Ray Esports making their way closer to Galaxy Esports as soon as they can. There's another team to be spotted as well, which is going to be 3X. So this is once again 3 teams being really close to each other, and we aren't really seeing any intense action as of now, but it might just arise any sooner. 3X Esports, though, just deciding to get out of their area probably, but still Galaxy Esports have much to deal with. Having lost their teammate completely, they're now down to 3 people, and X-Ray Esports, they're still on their neck.
Yeah, they are pressuring super hard onto Galaxy Esports, and I feel like they lost one of their players when they were trying to rotate on over into the current compound that they have. 7 EQR was able to spot out those rotations coming out from them, and they ultimately were able to punish the team as it's trying to make their way there as well. And 7 EQR does not look like they are going to be. All right, sure. They decided to disengage from here. Drollin gets picked up. He's going to apply some medicines right now, some painkillers to get his HP up to the top or filled up right now. But faster, he sees one of the players rotating on over from Team 3X. He takes a few shots on them, but realizes that they're pretty far away, and his guns were not the most optimal guns to take those long range shots on them anyways. So Team 7 EQR, they got a nice point from elimination onto Galaxy Esports, and they are now rotating on over. If we're able to get the next circle and sort of see what positioning the circle has taken, how it has rotated on over, oh well, there we are. We have the next circle, and I love these circles. They're the most exciting circles to see, because on Erangel, the southern side of that island is also engulfed, and we already see some of the teams deciding to go on over to that military island. They're using that bridge on the other side, and they're rotating on over very close to each other. It will be interesting to see what these teams end up doing, if they end up trying to camp the bridge and engage each other, or are they just going to rotate on over.
Definitely, we can already see a lot of teams rotating as well. But point to be noted that Pyro T24 OP is going to be taking shots at two teams at the same time. He does spot Hellraisers as well. He's trying to land some shot onto Fofo, but isn't really going to be able to. A lot of teams are rotating towards this, towards the bridge. And I mean, looking at how Hellraisers is placing their teams, I mean, even as a caster, I am going to be placing my bets on where the circle is going to be, depending on how HR are placing themselves. And Divine here is going to be taking a few shots onto Thug, actually managing to hit him, and Thug is actually down to 30 HP, so he really needs to get out of there. If he is gonna let Divine get any more shots on him, that's going to be the first knockout coming in on Xgeneration. But on the other hand, Xgeneration still pressurizing the other team, Tag as well, and Sherry is going to be knocked out. So that's one player knocked out from Tag. And on the other hand, 69 Esports already have another one player knocked out on their hands as well. And yep, 69 getting dealt a lot of damage, and they are now 3 players knocked out. Nobix 52 are not letting them go. They're looking to finish them off as soon as they can. There's one player dead, 2 players knocked out, second one gone as well. So it's only down to 2 players on negative 69 side, who are going to be with only 1 player alive. So I think it's pretty much over for 69 at this point, because the only player that is alive is probably not going to linger around for any longer. Shazil is going to be that one player for Team 69. He is probably making, or at least looking to take his leave from there, and he doesn't want to mingle with 52 anymore. But on the other hand, Pyro is going to be just pressuring Xgeneration right away. Xgeneration getting dealt a lot of damage from Pyro. 2 players already knocked out, and this is looking bad for Xgeneration. But still, thing is that they can definitely recover from this spot, because Pyro are considerably far away from them, and we'll really see if they will be able to do so or not.
Yeah, it really looks like the teams were just poking each other from a very far range. But I'll hold that thought, because Team R3D, they had a nade being popped up. Miracle, he's right in front, and the player just does not know that he's close by. Miracle able to punish OB and take him out. R3D's Musa is on the bridge as well, but he is no longer, well, he wasn't long for the server anyways, so he gets taken out. Cairo is just going to push Musa and eliminate him from the server as well. And as we have the next zone closing on in as well, Team R3D's Anubis is the only player alive right now, and he just wants to make sure that he can stay alive for as long as he can, because it's not very smart to take on 3x right now. And look at that circle. I love these circles, Ahad. We have the military island here, and I think that shore area on both sides of the military island and the main island on the northern side is going to come into play. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams end up navigating that region. And Team HR, they are now rotating back on over to military island, crossing that bridge right now, and it could end up proving deadly for them. But right now, Pinkman, he has a player from TFD right in front of him. He's cooking his grenade. Python is right in front, throws it, but they both do not have a great angle on each other. Pinkman, he's lost some HP. He is trying to pressure Python. trying to get an idea of where this player's positioning is. And then a
Oh.
nade lands very close to him, but then Freestyler also ends up taking Pink Man out. Team NEG, things are not looking good for them. They've lost one of their players, Buzzet, Shahir. The rest of the squad is relatively safe right now.
It's definitely looking great for Team Negatives right now because, hey, Buzzet was always the one to be dying first, but this time around it's going to be Pinkman, the guy who always comes for their support on Negative side. But it's okay. I think Negative will be able to pull up back from this as they were really close to each other. But Team Red looking in a bit of trouble here because they are kind of outside the blue zone. And as soon as they get out, there is 3x just holding their sights onto them. And I mean, hey, why would you let someone go? Blue zones, enemies, when they're trying to escape, that's the best opportunity you can catch them. And I don't think that 3x is going to let go of that opportunity. Although on the other hand, we can see TMW being really close to each other, and they already have seemed to cross the zone. And so have HR. But on the other hand here, Tag Rice is taking some shot onto Negative Shahir, and Negative Shahir just barely escaping. But Tag, I don't think they're not going to let them go that easily, but they still do have the zone to cross. So I think the better option here is just to ignore them for now, take a little bit of detour, and just cross the blue zone back inside where they should be. But still, this blue zone with so many, I mean, the zone already has closed so much, and it really is an interesting position because almost 50% or at least 40% of the zone is just water area, right? So a lot of the teams are going to be really close to each other, and that's what we're going to probably see happening anytime now.
Yeah, I think this really ends up reminding me of that Italian saying, right? Say hello to the fishes, and we might end up seeing that happening here. The 52 Joker, they are pushing onto a team that's present within the compound. They are right above them. They've lost some of the players, but they were able to get their revive up as well. And then a push comes out onto them, not expecting that from Sam. Sam making a risky play, and he gets appropriately punished for that. Aqua OG gets taken out as well, and Team 52 making quick work of the hashtag squad that was not all present within the same compound. They do have teammates. They're pretty close by, but I don't think they'll be able to provide any sort of support, and I don't think they'll be interested in providing any sort of support, especially when they lost their team members there. The Team 52 realizing that the blue zone is now closing in on them, and they will have to rotate out of here.
Definitely the zone finally becoming a bit on land, but that means so many teams are on the other side of the bridge. They're gonna have to cross the bridge, whether it's by the bridge itself or just by the means of water. And as we can see, Myth was already taking that means of commute. Myth Captain already having crossed half of the water, and two of his teammates that are still alive are gonna be following him anytime soon now. But on the other hand here, Pyro Tokosaurus having eyes on Tag right away. I don't think he's gonna let them go as soon as he spots Sherry. As soon as Sherry just comes up the water just to get a little bit of breath, a little bit of oxygen, there is going to be death waiting for him on the hands of Tokosaurus. And this is really not looking good for all of these tag players. And a lot of these players that are using water as their means of commute to the other side of the island, this is gonna be real trouble for them because players like Tokosaurus, they are built off ancients. But on the other hand, a car slam coming in from Tokosaurus, and Negative Pegasus has been taken down or finished off as well. So that's one more elimination point for Pyro coming in, and that's one player, and actually 3 players lost on Negative side. So it's only one player remaining, and with that, Team Hashtag is going to be eliminated from the server as well. So we are already seeing 3 teams eliminated, and Pyro finally, they're not going to be able to be patient for any longer because the blue zone is finally capturing them, and this is going to be their time to take their leave. Xgeneration, all of them moving towards the water, and Rolling is there waiting for them. Shahir has been taken down, and not a lot of I mean, the teammates can't really help him right now, right? Because all of them are inside water, and Rollin is in a really good spot. He has eyes on Tag. He has eyes on Galaxy Esports. Things are not looking good for both of these teams. Pyro Esports, though, taking the bridge as it is empty right now. Their patience is finally rewarding them, and Rollin, though, still having eyes on them. Tag, and this is going to be really interesting on how it turns out. All these teams being in a really risky position right now, and as you can see, Tokosaurus are going to take the final shot on the Buzzet as well, and Team Negatives, Kings of Erangel, have been knocked out on the server once again, and they haven't really been able to do much on Erangel. But look at this amazing scenario, Azus. 2 of the teams being so close to each other, can't really do anything because they're just inside the water, and they're just going to keep following each other, and the first one to get to the main island, or at least the southern island, is going to be the one to take down all of them. 3 teams inside water right now. All of them are just looking to cross as soon as they can. But on the other hand, Pyro is once again another engagement between TMW. So TMW I don't think Hunter is really looking to take the fight right now. I don't think he knows Hunter is so close to him. But there's a nade incoming. Drawlin, on the other hand, is finally going to start finding tag players. One of them has already been taken down. Ras trying to move towards the island. Sherry and Hassan are going to have to make his way towards the island as well if they want to help their teammates.
Yeah, they are pretty close by, and I think two of the players have made their way onto the land, so they should be able to start taking shots onto the players from 7EQR that are already here. But look at 7EQR. There's so many players right in front of them that they can just shoot upon them. It's literally like it is literally shooting fish in a barrel for them at the moment. And Pyro Esports, Tukosaurus, he has his positioning on the center, on this edge as well. Chotu from 52 Esports, he has to try to make sure that he survives here because it does not look good for them, and he does end up getting eliminated. 52 Esports getting eliminated relatively early on within this game. Again, a team fighting for that number 1 spot here. Miracle spots out Captain. Captain's pretty low, and Captain is no longer for this server either, getting eliminated at the 11th position. Miracle is just going ham at the moment. He sees all of these players from Team XG, takes out 2 of them as well, and they are in the water. No revivals are going to be coming out for them here, and Hunter gets eliminated as well. Team Xgeneration, one of the teams that was fighting for that number 1 spot, gets taken out by 3X as well. Team Pyro, they look to be in great position right now.
Definitely. So many eliminations coming in from Miracle, and Xgeneration suffering a lot of damage from him as well. But we're really going to see how this engagement is going to end up between these teams. And as we say that, Pyro is still engaged with TMW. Kurama being really up close to the players. I don't think Pyro know about his position. Pyro getting into the car. Kurama, this position is really good. You can actually land a lot of damage. Come on, this is your opportunity. He gets up, takes out his gun. There is the scope in, dealing some damage. And yep, there it is. Perfectly done by Kurama. Divine is going to be knocked out of the car. But one of the players from Pyro is going to be able to escape that scenario safely, but T24 OP is also going to be the one to be taken down. Tokosaurus suffering a lot of damage from RF as well. Pyro not looking really good, taking fire from 2 teams at the same time. We can also see a player a bit angry, but oh well, that's happened. That happens, right? Come on, you did a mistake, and that's the team discussion that we always mention, right? So that was seen happening there. Pyro still taking a lot of damage from 2 teams at the same time. Faster is now having his eyes on Hunter. Hunter already having lost a lot of HP. Tokosaurus, on the other hand, is going to be knocked out by RF as well. So a lot of eliminations coming in. Tokosaurus being finished off by RF as well. And Kurama finally making his way up close. He's not looking at the Pyro player. He wants to take the extra H player down first. And Faster is going to take a lot of damage. Finally taking, or at least making use of that smoke grenades that he just threw out there and made his way, tries to make his way at least out of there, but still, this is not looking good for any of the players. TMW players having really good position. The positional advantage is always there, right? PUBG, it's a game that will give you, or at least grant you with the ultimate positional advantage, and RTG finally coming into the play as well. We're seeing them on the map for the first time, and now, as soon as they appear, they're going to be taking an engagement for TMW. Well, TMW, they seem to be really aggressive as compared to the games that we saw yesterday or before. They are really going all out on the teams, every team that they see. And as I say that, TMW is going to knock 2 players off of it, but Hellraisers coming inside to the play. Fofo is going to be able to take down TMW RF, and TMW finally suffering with some damages.
It's cooking up, and that nade could be huge for them. Grenade ends up landing very close to TMW. It does deal a lot of damage, but is not able to take anyone out at the moment. Team TMW, and then that's the nade from Tears that does a lot of work, and that did extract a lot of Tears from the TMW players. And they have 3 players knocked out at the moment, and they should be eliminated anytime soon. And Tears with just another nade to finish them off. TMW getting eliminated from the server. Team HR, they're looking very good right now. They have 4 players up. RTG has 4 players up as well, and 3X has 3 players up. I love symmetry, don't you, Holler? And right now,
I do as well. Yep. We are seeing 3 players left on all the teams, but Hellraisers having the man advantage. They are going to be having 4 players alive. And now we can see Hitman just scoping onto Modu right now.
Yeah, he has his aim set at him, but I don't think he's going to take any shots right now. And Team RTG, they are present in their compound, but they're going to have to leave that pretty soon because the next circle, it has gone further away from them, and that is what they want to do. Let's see what happens here. Team RTG, they are present here. They are pushed up, and they have a player from 3X right in front of them, but they're not able to take any shots on them. Team Hellraisers, Nexus, Grenade takes out Hacker, and he has to make sure that he survives here because he's lost a lot of HP. And as soon as as that smoke ends up evaporating from there, it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that HP that he has right now, camping out the edge of that circle. If he can solo-handedly take care of Team RTG, then that could be huge for Team HR to increase their chances of winning. Throws another nade. He was aiming right at one of the RTG players, but decides to opt against that. Miracle taking out Faddy with his car, and that will spell the end of another team here. We're only down to the final 3 teams right now.
Yep, 3 teams remaining. Not that's really a low number, and that's gonna be HR3X, another team on the ground right now, which is gonna be RTG. RTG actually managing to survive to the very final stages of the games. We don't get to see this very often, but hey, finally here we are. Hellraisers with the highest chances of victory, and RTG with the same chances as well. But as I say that, next is gonna be getting dealt a lot of damage from Ash, and Ash still has his eyes on Tears, but he doesn't really know about Fofo being really that close. But he is currently more focused on Tears right now. Tears already down to 78% of his HP. That's not really low, but still, that is something to be taken note of when it is as a player. Of course, Sears is probably worried about the HP. He doesn't really want to go out right now. Hellraisers looking to play this out really safely. All of them are just prone right now, just playing this out really safe. They're not giving out any peaks, any useless. They're just staying inside the cover. But on the other hand, we have Nex just wandering around in his car, trying to flank, trying to scout for his team. But he's gonna be punished for that, and so will be Tears as well. So it's all down to Fofo and Romeo, who are the only players alive on his team. Romeo already having taken a lot of damage. Tears is gonna be finished off by Miracle as well right away. Fofo with the only one being alive. Can he really pull his team back up from this scenario that they're in right now? RTG not really looking to make, or not really looking to third person or poke into the two teams that are fighting right now. They're just maintaining their safe distance as of now. But Motu finally with the nade that he's been cooking, but Romeo with the back nade as well. He's gonna take out Miracle with that nade, but he has to be careful of Motu. Motu just puts that grenade away, and he knows he has to get close. Romeo with those final damages coming in, he's finally gonna be taken down, and it's gonna be coming down to RTG. And RTG were actually the one to finish off Team HR from the server, and now they're finally poking in. They know the right time to come in, and it's only 2 teams remaining on the whole ground right now. 3x only with 3 players, and RTG with 3 as well. We're seeing both of the players playing, just moving around with each other, just engaging with each other at the same time. Ash is actually going to get his hand onto a Ghillie suit. I don't know how that is going to help him in these final stages of the game, but it just might. So we will see what really happens here.
Yeah, and the action's gotten super intense. It's 3x versus RTG right now, and they both have three players on their squad. They are trying to make sure that they can survive here, and they can spend the lot. As in, well, there's not much to be surviving here right now because this engagement happening everywhere. Team RTG, he pokes his head out and he gets taken out. RTG, they are down a member right now. They are at a disadvantage against Team 3x, and we know what 3x is capable of. But Omar's nade onto Motu could do a huge amount of damage, but that does not end up landing and doing a lot right now. And Umar OP, now he has to be careful because he has given away his positioning. He sees one of the members rotating out. Miracle getting punished for that rotation. That was a very risky play coming out from Miracle, and RTG's Umar, he's able to punish that very appropriately. Team 3x, they are now trying to make and push their way onto RTG's Umar. Umar taking a few shots onto that grass, thinking that the players might have been in that positioning, takes out Miracle. He's gotten one of those pesky RTG, the 3x players out of the way, but there are 2 more to deal with. And Umar's teammate is getting that revive off, and that could be a huge clutch play coming out for RTG in that final circle. Getting that revive on, there's a lot of smoke here as well. I don't think the 3x players will be able to do anything about this revival, and they can't. The revival goes off successfully. The player has been revived. We are down to a 3v2 right now. Team 3x, they have their backs against the wall right now. Another player goes up. Motu gets taken down by Hacker, and now it's all down to the final last player. Will he be able to do anything? And it looks like no will be the answer of that chicken dinner being secured by Team RTG. And what an amazing play coming out from them in that final circle.
Yup, RTG with amazing plays and the chicken dinner for themselves. This is really amazing to see, especially as I was rooting for the teams that went up from the semifinals. RTG, they weren't really able to perform really well, even in the semifinals, but just coming down to these final stages, the final stage of the tournament itself, they're really showing what they're made of, and they're really coming back up, and this is amazing to see from a team like RTG, honestly.
Yeah, it was really splendid to see how well they were able to play within the final few circles on the sort of coordination that they had, especially when they were one member down. So it looked like they were down and out, right? It looked like 3X had the best of them, but then the presence of mind to be able to deploy those smoke grenades for that downed player also to make his way behind the vehicle where he is covered from any fire that was going to come from those 3X players, getting him up, and then as that revival was happened, right? We've already talked about this. When you're down to three players, if one of your teammate gets down, the other teammate has to revive him. Then your entire squad is effectively down to one player. So that one player really playing it super well, engaging the two members of Team 3X, keeping them at bay as the revival is coming out. And after that happened, I think that was the easy 3v2. So that was the great first game coming out on the final day of the finals. Well, and we're going to come back after a brief break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. championship finals. It is day two. It is the last day, and with you is Zeus and Ahad bringing you all of the action. Ahad, what a wonderful first game we had coming out there. Team RTG, they're able to clutch it out right at the very end, getting that revival off on their final player, that on their third player that was down, and then taking on that 3v2 versus Team 3X. Do you feel like Team 3X played it a bit passively, especially after they were able to get that one down player, knowing that there was a revival coming off? Do you feel like they should have been a bit more aggressive about it?
If they should have been a bit more aggressive about it, they might just be, they might have just gotten themselves further into the engagement, and the outcome could have possibly been different. But hey, here we are with them, Team RTG, who weren't really able to put up a performance throughout, just taking the chicken dinner for themselves. And yeah, they just really just changed how they've been looking so far. This definitely is going to be something new, something that's going to put up some name, a name on their name. And it's going to be pulling it up a little, and this is definitely something amazing for RTG.
No, really, we really have to celebrate the champions that we have here, winning the chicken dinner. Team RTG Road to Glory, and what an appropriate name it is, right? Because if they are able to materialize that road to glory within the final day and just come up from where they were down and out, and then coming up on those, even in the top five, right? If they're able to do that, I think that is an impressive feat within itself from Team RTG. But we will have to wait and see if they're able to. If they're able to end up accomplishing all of that. But yeah, an amazing first game coming out from Team RTG, and just talking more about the circles that we had forming up, and it was just a menace. It was just crazy. It was just chaos all over. We had the circle following, including that military base area as well. Including that area to a huge extent within itself. And then as the circles rotated on over, and that's always that risk, right? When you have the circle including that main area and the military island, you have to make that gamble if you want to predict that the circle is going to go towards military island, or do you think it's going to stay main towards inland. And that's where I think a lot of the teams, they made that, well, they really did not make that gamble, right? They wanted to be safe, and they decided to stick towards the main island. And then what do you know? The circle ended up towards going towards that military base, and we had a lot of fish in the sea, didn't we?
Definitely. Just, of course, the teams not being just really hasty on the very first time and just taking on the decision later on that how they're going to approach that circle that was forming. Because, hey, as soon as we saw going it near towards the bridge area, we knew something was up. We knew something interesting and exciting was coming up. And that is definitely what we got to see. The teams did decide to stay towards the main island. But some of the teams, as we have seen, HR and all these teams, they're amazing at predicting the circles and where it's going to go. And it really costed them, at least not costed them, gave them an advantage of moving into that area beforehand, and that really put them a bit above the other teams positionally, and that really led them to the, at least allowed them to get to the final stages of the game. But still, they weren't really able to carry through with it, and a team that was playing really slow, really safe, RTG, and I think they were on the southern island the whole time, or maybe not, but I think they were around Pochinki or wherever they were playing it really safe. They were really far away from all the teams. We didn't see them for the entire game, and there they were at the very end, just barging through, just taking everyone down. Well, not even everyone that had need to be taken down. They weren't going for any extra eliminations, extra engagements, but there they were at the very end and took the chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, and that when it really comes down to it, or when it really comes to the end of the day, that a chicken dinner is what really matters. And looking at the teams and the winner team to focus, Team RTG, they had a total of 7 elimination points secured, and 1K damage done, right? And these all seem very average numbers if you talk about this at this very high level of the competition. 2 eliminations coming out from Hacker. Umar was able to secure 4 eliminations. Dreams OP was able to get only 1 elimination, and then Hitman, going very much against his name, I would say, was not able to get any eliminations at all. But then that's just the thing, right? The game is not about how many eliminations that you can end up securing, but rather the game is about winning that chicken dinner. The game is about being that last team alive within the final circle, and that's what we ended up seeing from Team RTG. They played that to perfection. They played the entire game and the entire circle to the best of their abilities, and that's how they ended up winning that chicken dinner.
Definitely. And now we have in front of our eyes the teams that we have to focus on. At number one, it's going to be 3x with 2.3k damage done, not a lot of time in the blue zone, 16 smoke grenades and 7 frag grenades, and no other throwables used. RTG on the second spot is going to be at 1k damage done, 3 minutes spent in the blue zone, 22 smoke grenades used, and 10 frag grenades used. That's a lot more than 3x. And then we have Hellraisers at the third position. It's going to be 1.1k damage done for them, barely any time spent in the blue zone, 14 smoke grenades and 8 frag grenades and even 2 molotovs. So, and at the end, we have 7 EQR with 1.3k damage done and 21 smoke grenades used and 5 nades, 5 frag grenades used. So all of these teams have been showing up a really good performance, even though not Hellraisers, RTG is on the second spot. They still got the chicken dinner for themselves. So that really explains what you were mentioning back there, Azus.
Yeah, really able to secure that chicken dinner. But if we look at the most valuable player, and that is going to be Miracle right here. Miracle able, just a great gameplay coming out from him. 7 eliminations, 800 damage being done, 6 MVP points, 53% team contribution, and the longest elimination. Doesn't seem very long, right? But yeah, I have. Okay, I'm not going to make that joke.
Yeah, let's not.
I
Let's
am
not.
not going to make that joke, right? We're going to keep it very professional. We're going to keep it very good, very decent, because Miracle looks like he's not that old, is he?
Yep.
So yeah, the players to focus upon. Miracle, 878 total damage being dealt. Again, Miracle, 7 eliminations coming out from him. And then Zibian, 3 total assists coming out from him. Miracle's just been having a great performance. And we talk about Team 3X, right? It's a team that we see dominating for the most part. It's team, and it's their, I think it's their gunpowder that really shines, doesn't it, Ahad?
Yep, it definitely is their gunpowder because 3x they don't go easy on any of the teams. They say they just see incoming towards them. And currently we have Miracle on our screen, but for some other players on 3x as well, like Cairo, they are just super aggressive when it comes to taking engagements throughout. They don't really care what team they're up against. I mean, sure, they do they don't take their chances against all or everyone they see across, especially in the early stages of the game. But when it comes to the middle and the final stages of the game, they really go out all out on all of the players that they come across. And now we're going to be moving across toward the overall statistics. That is going to be 55 total eliminations, 9.4k healing done, 55 total knockouts, 184 throwables used, a lot less considering we were just on Erangel. 3 airdrops looted, once again, a number higher than we're used to. Total headshots are going to be 6, 16 total rescues, and Drawlin is going to be coming at 371 meter longest shot.
Yeah, that's honestly quite a long distance on Erangel, right? Where you don't usually end up seeing the long shots being more than 350 meters, I'd rather say. There's sort of a hard cap there. But yeah, looking at the match leaderboards, this is something that's very exciting. 3x Esports was able to secure, well, they didn't end up winning that chicken dinner, but they were able to secure that first spot, and that is due to the aggression that was coming out from TX Esports, getting 13 eliminations and getting a total of 25 points. Team RTG that ended up winning that chicken dinner was super close just behind 3 points on that second position. Team Hellraisers on that third spot with a total of 15 points accumulated, and then on that fourth spot is Team 7 EQR with a total of 11 points accumulated. Going further down the list, Team Faulty Devils TFD, 5th position, 10 points. Team TMW, 10 total points at the 6th position. Pyro Esports coming close by at the 7th position with 9 points. 52 Esports getting eliminated from the server, I'd say a bit more earlier on than we usually expect them to be, because they got only 1 point from placement, 8, but they were being very aggressive, right? You can already see that they had 8 eliminations and they were just eliminated very early on, Ahad. So that really speaks to the fact how aggressively this team likes to play. Galaxy Esports 1 point, Myth Esports 2, Xgeneration, a team that was overall at the top of the leaderboard, Ahad. When we started today out, they were at the top of that leaderboard. So only getting 1 point, I'm pretty sure that is going to end up hurting their chances of that number 1 finish for today.
Definitely, but still, we are yet to see that on the final overall leaderboard that we're going to see. But currently, we have the eliminations to damage graph, on which we can see 3x dealing the most damage and most eliminations with 13 eliminations and 2.3k damage done. And then we have RTG at 7 eliminations, 1k damage done, HR at 5 and 1.1k damage done, 7 EQRX Rage at 7 eliminations, 1.3k damage done, TMW 4 eliminations, 1k damage done, TFD 2 eliminations, 3 are almost 400 damage done. That's quite less, but hey, it's just one game, right? But 52 Esports at 8 eliminations, 1.4k damage done. Pyro Esports with a lot more, 7 eliminations. So yeah, they're really coming up towards the overall leaderboards, and now we finally have them in front of our eyes. And Xgeneration still maintaining their position. They're not going down with
All right,
73 total points.
things are looking. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but things are looking very spicy between the teams, right? X Generation, they're at the top, the first position with 73 points. But then look who's super close by. That is 3X Esports.
3x,
They're
yep.
only 3 points behind. Well, 3X Esports is only 3 points behind. That's very nice. And then on the third position, we have 52 Esports on 69 points. So they're just 1 point behind 3X Esports, the second place team. And then they're 4 points on behind X Generation. And then when you go a bit lower down, Hellraisers is in spitting distance of the rest of the teams. They are extremely close by at 67 points. 7 EQR at 66 and Pyro Esports at 59. So it is very nice to see that that there is really tough competition between the teams that are in the top 5 positions. So we can see all of this changing at the end of the day by game number 5, right? Where all of these teams could end up replacing each other. Any team could be knocked down to the 5th, 6th, 7th position, or any of the teams that are currently in the top 5 could end up finishing on that number 1 position.
Definitely, the scores are really close, and even considering that we have less matches in the semifinals, a lot of teams are going to be crossing the 100 or even the 150 total point threshold. So we might see a lot of changes in the overall leaderboards by the end of the day. But now we have the top teams head to head, and it's going to be X Generation and 3X Esports. X Generation having 989 damage done in the previous game, but against 3X Esports having 1.3k damage done. That's a lot comparing to X Generation. Total eliminations are going to be at 27 and 40 for 3X Esports, which is a lot. 3X Esports, they've been maintaining their eliminations. They were at 39 yesterday, and now they're finally at 40. So yeah, they're really getting those eliminations that they need. And now we have the players as well. Joker against Miracles. They're currently head to head, and the stats are actually closing in really fast between these two players. 3.3k total damage done by Joker and 3k by Miracle. 17 eliminations and 18 to Miracle. 31 throwables used and 23 throwables. You can put that aside for a second, but damage dealt and eliminations, these two stats of these two players are really coming close to each other.
Yeah, they really are. And these two players are, I think, the players to look out for within the rest of this tournament, at least on the final day, right? Because if the sort of gun power that exists between these two players is just really, really impressive right now. But yeah, so the first game was played on Erangel. We had our winner, and that was a team RTG securing the chicken dinner, but then falling down to the second spot on the overall leaderboards for the match. The second game today is going to be played on Miramar, and Miramar, what an exciting match, right? What an exciting map. We end up seeing teams coming back on this map, just being all out aggressive on each other as well, although it's a longer bigger map as compared to all of the other maps. And then the third game, Erangel again, Sanhok, and then the final game of the entire tournament, the final decider that is going to determine who the winner of the entire tournament is going to be, will be played on Erangel again. And that's just really exciting to see that.
Definitely 4 interesting maps to come once again, and we're going to be seeing Erangel play 2 more times. So putting Erangel aside for a second, we have Miramar and Sanhok. These two are the maps that we see a really change of pace in both of these maps, because on Miramar we can see a lot of teams just slowing down over time because the real action is just at the very end, and that very end, the final action on Miramar is just players just being out in the open. And as I've mentioned before, all the covers that they really have are almost off just the high ground and low ground differences. The verticality element that comes into play on this map really gives the players and the teams the advantage that they really need. But on the other hand, we have Sanhok, in which players can take a lot of cover with all the grassy areas that are around, all the trees. The map is really damp. There's a lot of places to hide, and even compared to Miramar, the map is actually really dark as well. So So there's definitely the visual element coming into both of these games. You don't have a lot of places to hide, but still we are going to be seeing how these teams go out on both of these maps that we have and that are yet going to be played today.
Yeah, and then another interesting element for Miramar is that the map is very long range focused, right? With engagements, they end up happening over longer ranges. You see those DMRs, you see those snipers, you see those burst fire guns sometimes coming into play as well. Although I'd say they're a bit more rare to find in the professional meta. You might see them experience them within your normal pubs. But yeah, speaking into the fact that the map is much more bigger and there are a lot of vehicles that are generally used to rotate all around the map. So the teams, they end up rotating, and then teams like Myth Esports, they like to ride the blue zone in, but I don't think there's any point to talk about Myth Esports at this point, because their current placement within the map, within the placement, within the leaderboard makes it very unlikely for them to be able to get any significant position within the rest of the day. But there is still hope. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of hope for Myth Esports, and that's what they're going to be trying to do as well. For the rest of the teams, they've been playing phenomenally. We have to talk about Team Xgeneration, again, a team that is on the top of that leaderboard right now, and they'll be looking to maintain their positioning on top of that leaderboard. They do not want to fall from grace. And then you have teams on the second, third, fourth position, where teams that are just fighting it out with each other, and they're just 3 or 2 points behind. So Miramar might be that map where the team that wants to finish off strong on that first position might be able to get some distance from the rest of the teams between them if they can play in that perfect combination or that perfect mixture of that tactical gameplay that we expect from these teams, and then with that tacticality, if they can have that aggression, if they can have that dexterity when it comes to shooting players and all of those good things, then they'll be really exciting to see. But without any further ado, we do have the plane trajectory right in front of us. The plane has taken off, going from that left edge of the map in the top left to somewhat in the middle on the right side. And we're seeing all of the teams that are already taking off. And I think that most of the teams should be able to get to all of the regions that they really like to go towards, right? Whether it's Chumacera, whether it's Los Leones, Los Hagos. I'm not sure if we've had any team trying to head on over towards the Los Hagos or prison area, but they're usually very nice areas as well. And then some of the teams opting to go on towards the northern side of the map, trying to land on those areas on the top side, might be a bit more successful. But yeah, we do have the first circle forming up, somewhat of a typical circle on Miramar, going and favoring towards that bottom left side. And just generally, I think a lot of teams will have a very easy time trying to make their way into this first circle.
Yep, they will. But some teams like Red Esports, they are a bit far away, and I mean, sure, the distance might not look as big on the map on the radar right now, but it definitely is a lot to cover, especially for teams like Red Esports, HR. They are a bit far away, but still, the circuit hasn't really formed up to be really that small as of now, and a lot of teams are already inside it, like Galaxy Esports, Negatives, 52. All of them are actually nearby to each other, so that is going to be a factor coming into play for a lot of these teams, as well as they are so nearby each other. They won't even have the proper time to loot, or at least even if they do, they're going to be having to take a lot of engagements early on, and all of those engagements early on isn't really what we're used to seeing on Miramar, but this time around, that might just be what we're gonna see. So Pyro Esports, Red Esports, HR, and all of these teams being really so far away, and we're really gonna see what really happens on this game.
Yeah, and I think we're getting some communication from our production team. For some reason, we do have the game being paused, and it might end up being restarted. So yeah, the first circle was really interesting, Ahal, but I guess it's not going to really matter in the grand scheme of things because we're just going to get that game restarted anyways. But yeah, guys, so that will just happen momentarily. In the meanwhile, you guys get to look at our beautiful faces, mine and Holler's, and I'm pretty sure you guys have been missing us. Although I hope not really. That would be a bit odd, right? But yeah, Holder, so just speaking into Miramar and how we expect the games to be played, and how we expect, well, Miramar is only going to be played once today, right? So we have Erangel coming up 2 more times, and then Sanhok. So Miramar is only going to be played once. So the teams, they just have one opportunity to get it right, to get the maximum amount of points that they can secure, to get the maximum amount of survival that they can from the map, and just generally hope to have a decent time on the map, especially for the teams that are present on the top region of the circle, not the circle, but I'm just so used to calling it the circle, right? Well, the teams that are present on the top reaches of the leaderboard, for them, things are going to really pick up on Miramar. Those long range engagements, they can be deadly if you get taken out by a sniper from the long range. That can spell the end for your tournament run, I'd rather say, very quickly. And so that's the sort of high risk, high reward gameplay that we're used to.
Definitely, we are, especially on a map like Miramar. Sniper rifles do mean a lot, and a long shot can definitely end your life in a second. And you definitely don't even see it coming. But on the other hand, as we have the leaderboard as it is right now, it is really in us. It is really in a point of contention for a lot of team right now because on the first of the top most half of the leaderboards, we do have teams that are currently like the difference between them is of at most the team that is on the top right now is around 73, 70 points, and the team that is on the bottom right now is almost on the first half of the bottom of the first half is on around 60 points. So the difference is almost of only 10 points right now. So it's really going to be coming down to all the four games, and especially the game that we have right on our hands right now. That's the game that's going to be making the difference in these leaderboards.
Yeah, this game that we have on Miramar could definitely be the difference maker between the team. Sort of, it could add to the discrepancy of points that already exist between the team, or it could somewhat take that away because again, to reiterate, right, we have team Xgeneration in the first position, and then the team that's right behind them is 3x Esports. They're only behind them by 3 points, and then the team that's behind them is only behind them by 1 point, and then the team that's behind them is behind by even a lesser margin, right? So the margins, they're very close right now. It's not like there's a huge discrepancy between all of the teams, so they'll have to be very careful on how they end up approaching the game, because like I said, losing one or two squad members, making one or two mistakes could literally spell the end for the entire for your entire tournament, right? And it'll be just very disappointing that you've made your way to this point and then you just end up losing or getting eliminated like that. So there's definitely a lot of nerves. I'm pretty sure that the teams are going to be a bit nervous as well. So I think that will sort of factor into how they end up taking the engagements and how they end up approaching the game as well.
Definitely, that is definitely going to come into play. And as you mentioned, the high risks, all the high risks, high stakes, all the teams that are currently playing at it definitely is really disappointing to just die at the very early stages of the game, and especially getting into this stage of the tournament is really a point where teams really don't want to make even a single mistake that could cost them any point. Even if they're getting one elimination point, I think they're gonna go for it because those one single points are going to be the ones that's going to be making the difference. But hey, here we are back on Miramar again, and there's the plane. I think we're seeing it from very early on, the plane trajectory. We're seeing it from the very first second, and it's going from the right side to the left side of the map. And we're already seeing none of the teams are going to be really deciding to drop. But hey, I bet Hellraisers are going to go to Puerto Paraiso.
Well, I'll take you up on that bet. Let's end up seeing where they land, and I think you'll have to keep a close eye on if they end up actually going there, because I'm not going to be able to make that distinction. So good.
Yeah, they are. They are. I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah, there they are. That's Hellraisers.
All right, Ahad. I think I owe you something. We'll talk about the terms off the stream, right? So
Right.
generally, looking at the circle, not the circle, but the plane trajectory, I feel like all of the teams should be able to make their way to the regions that they prefer going to, whether it's El Pozo, San Martin, Monte Nuevo, Power Grade, Minas del Valley. All of these areas seem to be very accessible for all of the teams. But the teams that prefer to go towards the northern region, Torre Alhumado, Campo Militar, La Cobrea, I think it could be a bit more difficult. Well, not difficult, I'd say, but it could be a bit risky to make your way towards the northern region. But hey, look at that first circle pop up. That looks very neutral, right in the middle of the entire map. So all of the teams, if they want to make their way, or if they just want to, stay right in the middle, they should be good. So I think we can end up predicting some engagements happening a bit later on within the map, because the teams don't really have an incentive to fight each other. They don't really need to rotate around very early on, so they should be safe in the beginning, right? And then as the circles are going to begin to shrink up, get smaller and smaller later on, we're going to see more engagements follow. We're going to see more bloodshed happening, and we're going to see some great PUBG.
Definitely a really nice circle there, though. It's really all around the land. We're not seeing even a bit of water coming inside it, and a lot of teams are actually well, not a lot of teams are actually inside it, but some of the teams that are going to be Pyro and Myth and HR, they are actually outside it. But still, they're not pretty far away, and they're going to be able to make their way inside the circle pretty safely because they don't really have anyone giving any resistance to them, other than the fact that where Pyro has dropped. If they decide to just barge in on the circle straight head on, they're going to be having to deal with 69 esports right there. The rest of the teams, RTG and 52, they're all pretty inside. But the thing for the teams that are inside the circle right now, that they're pretty close to each other. So as I said in the previous game, or the game that was just halted and restarted, it is almost the same scenario as the previous one, because all of the teams, they will have time to loot for themselves, but as soon as they are done doing that, that means they're going to be having to take engagements with other team as soon as they go out. And with this, we can see hashtag already pretty close to negatives.
Yeah, hashtags has landed very close to negatives. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they are within that Los Leones town, that huge town where there's just a lot of buildings. And I think the town has so much loot that it could actually accommodate 3 or 4 squads very easily, where all 4 members of the squad could get the guns that they want. They could get themselves set up in very favorable positions for the rest of the game. It'll be very interesting to see on how these teams end up approaching that. I think that is Team Hellraisers right in front of this.
Look at how Romeo was sitting, dude. That guy is chilling there, man. He's in that full chill zone, and yeah, I mean, hey, if he's performing well, he's allowed to sit like that, definitely.
Yeah, I think he's just chilling out right now, wasn't he? Just trying to make sure that he was as comfortable as he can. And I think that really reminds me of that, meme as well, where someone's just leaning back in the chair, chilling, but when they're, a few
Yep.
points,
Yeah. They're just lean in and hey, we gotta get serious now.
They get all serious. They're like, yeah, boy, let's go. And I think that's something that we'll end up seeing from Romeo as well. Shout out to production. Production, can we get a shot of Romeo later on when things get intense? I'm pretty sure it's going to be in a much more serious demeanor at that point.
Definitely, if we actually get to see him in that, the meme is going to be proven to be true. The prophecy is going to be proven to be true. But here we are now looking on other players that are currently busy looting as well. And we are actually seeing their stats too. But hey, of course, all of them are going to be at 0 points right now because we haven't really seen any engagements coming in early on. Or, or at least even those anticlimactic scenes where teams are just getting into engagements very early on, or a player just mistakenly drops a bit far away from his team, perhaps to scout on or maybe just get some other loot, but it gets unintentionally killed by the other team. So that hasn't really happened right now, but that wouldn't seem to be the case for hashtag right now. Some of the players, they do have some of the stats under their belt already. I don't think that's of today. That is probably off the previous game, and these numbers are probably going to be bumped up as we move towards the final games of today that are going to be more 3 games. But right now, we're just looking at players looting around. No action to be seen as of now. Take that back, because Shahmir is going to be finding hashtag Adi right away. The caster curse once again coming into play.
I'll probably go back and look at all the streams and count it out. Every time Ahad gets to cast, right? And then he says, there's not a lot of action happening, and then there's a kill feed. It goes off every single time. Sorry, I was not being disrespectful at all. It was a very bad impression of but yeah, still coming out right now. And Team Xgeneration, they are at it right now, taking on Team hashtag, I'd assume. Or is that Team Aqua? I don't think we have a Team Aqua.
Yeah, it's hashtag and
they are fighting right
Xgeneration
now.
going on.
Odin is right in front of Team Xgeneration's player. Hunter has eliminated OG. Aqua OG will, and I do not think there's going to be any further action here, because Team hashtag very wisely opting to just rotate out of here because they've already lost 2 players.
Definitely, and Thug has a Godzilla pet. That's cool. Still, hashtag esports just running away from Xgeneration because they did take a lot of damage. We already see a knockdown coming into Adi, which led to 2 of the players on hashtag just dying. Pegasus taking a lot of damage from negative guys here as they dropped really close to each other. They're definitely having to deal with 2 teams actually here. And Wait, it's just negative and HR. So that's that those are the guys Pegasus was taking damage from. Fofo still right behind that corner. He is making full use of that third person advantage. And there it is. Tears is going all out. Negative is gonna negative. Shahir is gonna find out Romeo, but Tears is still on their backs. He's still trying to drop some bullets onto any players of Pegasus while being damaged this much too. They are gonna have to run away from the scenario if they don't want to get dealt any further damage. But on the other hand, we are also seeing some eliminations come in. 52. One of the 52 players, I think it was Chodu, is going to be knocked out of the servers as well. While Negative Esports make their way out of there, I think it'll give enough time for Hellraisers to get their knocked out player, that is going to be Romeo, to get back up on his feet. But now we are actually seeing Tag going up against 52 as well. They just knocked out one of their players, and I don't think this engagement is going to continue any further on because, of course, all of the teams, they're probably focusing to last longer, and they're probably going to make their way out for now. We're just getting some shots of the venue here. It looks pretty cool, honestly. But now we are looking at Pinkman once again making his way towards once again Galaxy Esports. Wherever these guys are going, they're finding some people to be there, to be close to them, and they're just not really looking to take any fights right now. They're just coming back up to each other, just rendezvousing with each other's team, and now they're once again back on their team. They're once again rendezvousing on each other's team.
Yeah, and with the sort of engagements that we could expect to see from the teams happening right now, there's some aggression coming out, and I think a team Hellraisers, they ended up losing one of their players there as well, but I think the revival has come out. Team Hashtag is the only team right now earlier in the beginning that has lost multiple squad members, 2 members to be exact right now. And as the first circle is going to come to an end, we're going to see where the next zone is going to be headed and how the action is sort of going to unfold afterwards. Yeah, so we got another very neutral circle rotation, a bit of a shift towards the right region, but most of the teams, they should be perfectly fine approaching the circle, trying to come in. We do have Pyro Esports that's coming around from a very long area. They're making a very long rotation into the circle, and Pyro Esports, they are just trying to make sure that they can come into the circle, survive for as long as they possibly can, and that is the rotation that we're seeing coming out from Pyro right now. But yeah, Kurama, he's just spotting things out. He has a DMR, he has a very long range scope on that, and just trying to see if there are any other players around or if there's any other squad in that San Martin region. But it doesn't look to be that there is anyone here because TMW, they were the only squad that ended up landing very close to here. But Team TFD, they'll have to be careful because there is a squad right in front of them, and I think they are teammates actually, and they're just rotating out together. Looking on towards the overall stats that we have right now, the overall standings for the tournament, Team Xgeneration is at the top right now on that number 1 position. Okay, these guys are definitely...
Barrel roll, let's go. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that's a barrel roll happening. Just team members messing around with each other. But I'm not sure if there's a bug in the graphics. Are these teammates? Are they not teammates?
I'm pretty sure they're teammates. Otherwise they'd be fighting, right?
All right, sure. I think the graphics were just not lined up with the color of the team's banner within the game, right? Okay, so that's the glitch coming out. But yeah, XN Esports, they are at 73 points right now. Team 3X is at 70 right now. 52 is at 69. SR 67. 7 EQR 66. So these top 5 teams, they're definitely fighting for that top number 1 spot. And whichever one of them has that better performance coming out in this game could end up overthrowing the rest of the teams and making their way to that number 1 spot. So just great gameplay. There's a lot of stuff on the line for all of these teams in terms of the tournament as well, but like currently within this game as well. So it's just very interesting to see on how things are going to end up shaping up for these teams.
That's a lot of audience, actually. A lot of people are actually watching, and this actually looks pretty cool. And you're getting to see the players at the same time. You're getting to see the whole venue. Amazing setup done by the PUBgmobile guys. Well done, all of you. And I guess this is surely very enjoyable as the players as well, because we've seen how cozy they are overall, how chill, especially coming from Romeo, how comfortable he was sitting in that venue. But I'm pretty sure it is really good for all the viewers and all the audience to just be there and experience the whole of it. So Yeah, really well done. A very well done setup bug coming in from Pubgmobile guys. And once again, I really want to applaud them all for doing all of this for the gaming community.
Yeah, it's just very refreshing to see. But right now, at our tiers, he was getting shot at by Galaxy Esports Sam. And talking about Galaxy Esports, Ahad, again, one of those squads that were making their way from the semifinals, going through that gruesome qualifier and that very hard journey to get into here. But they sort of fallen short of where we would expect them to be. Galaxy Esports are at that 15th position with only 13 points going their way. So that might be a bit discouraging for the team as a whole. But I'm expecting really. I'm expecting really good things coming out from these teams later on within the PUBG season as well. Because the thing is, sure, this is a very important tournament for your for your professional career and everything, but this isn't the last tournament you're going to be playing, right? But then looking at the circle, we have the next circle that has gone on and shifted over towards that Picardo region. Los Leones and Chumacera are super close by as well. So as the circle are getting smaller and smaller, we're going to get lesser and lesser compounds and buildings within the circle and more open area. And that's where we end up seeing that utility coming into play. We'll talk about utility a bit later because HR Tears has been brought down to his knees.
He definitely has been brought down to his knees. And now HR, as they were engaging with Galaxy Esports is currently busy with another team. That is going to be Team Myth right now. But on the other hand, Galaxy just coming inside Joke and Honesty actually in a really close encounter, and Joke is going to be the one that is going to be taken down out of that encounter. Honesty is going to find Captain to knock him off and finish him off right away as well. Joke is going to be revived by Levi, but there's Marwan coming inside as well. Honesty being the only one alive in the top of the house, top building, top floor of that house. He's already inside. Kira already brutally close to both of the players, and Levi, as he was reviving Captain, he's going to find Levi. Kira is going to be able to find Levi as well. So Galaxy Esports coming back up from this encounter with Mr. Esports. Tornado being really close outside. Just he wasn't really close to his teammates, right? He, just like the Galaxy players, he tried to come up to his teammates, maybe get the revive in. He wasn't really able to. He was late, and Galaxy Esports was already there. But on the other hand, we have Tag currently going head to head with Red Esports right now. A lot of damage taken by Tag players. Goku has been knocked out. Hassan with a really interesting angle of all the Red players right now. He might just be able to pull this off. Rice is going to try and take some shots onto Musa, but gets backfired from him as well right away. Musa is going to be finding Rice, Cherry Q. So Goku and Cherry, both of them have been knocked out. Rice has been completely finished off. It's all down to Hassan, and I don't think Hassan is going to go for it because, hey, what's the point, right? You have no support. Red are just going all out on you, and that'll be it for Tag Esports, and Hassan is going to be taking his leave from all this whole ordeal that his team just went through.
Yeah, Hassan definitely making the smarter choice there, especially when you are the last person alive. There's just no use to going in there and get eliminated yourself as well, especially if that'll be if that'll spell the end for your entire squad as well. So Hassan, playing it smart, getting it out of here. And then Myth Esports, they've been eliminated as well. So again, a team, Myth Esports getting eliminated at that 16th position outside of the server, that has to hurt for them. But again, some team has to get eliminated, and that was Myth Esports. We do have the circle closing in. The next circle has formed for us, and it'll be interesting to see on which side that circle ends up rotating out and making life a bit hellish for some of these players, because they're going to have to, and there it is, right, going on towards that top left region, towards that Picardo area, where you do have some high ground as well that TMW has already occupied, but they are going to be engaging with Pyro Esports that is trying to rotate into the circle from that region as well. And then towards the southern end, you have Team Hellraisers against Team TF as well. Team Galaxy is close by there, and they are all going to be engaging with each other in just a little bit.
Definitely, they are. The circle has shifted a lot from its position from where it was back then, and now this is going to force a lot of... Was that a barrel of a gun that was that long? But oh well, PUBG moments. That happens in all games, but still, here we are. The circle, having been shifted so much, is now going to be forcing all the teams towards the eastern side, the southeastern side of the map, and they're going to be having to travel a lot, even in the small circle. Pyro taking a lot of shots from TMW, but as soon as he fires, he's going to be taking shot from 52 as well. Team 52 52 being present there is going to try and damage some of the players on the TMW side. And there's an encounter going on between Red and 7EQX as well. A lot of engagements going on, but the one to focus on here is probably going to be Xrage and Red Esports. Red is going to be rendezvousing with his team. There's a smoke grenade out. The revive is probably going to come in, and Anubis is going to be back on his feet. But now EQX, 7EQX, Xrage are still there to mess things up for Red Esports. Musa is going to be coming in right the moment he gets off his car. He's going to be able to take down one player on Xrage's side. Two of the players still inside the building. The hashtag esports already is present there too, but they're still not poking around in the fight. They're just waiting it out for Red and the other team just take it out on each other, and then that's the moment they're going to be starting out on each other. So looking at from this drone view, Red Esports, they have rendezvoused with each other. They're in the building for all of the players are alive, but from this engagement that just happened, 7EQX is going to be the one to lose a lot of players, and now they're the only two people alive. A lot of other kills going on around the other map as well, but still, this is the area that we really should be focusing on with so many teams present. 3x, hashtag, Red Esports, and so many teams are just so close to each other that the outcome of this whole mess could really be anything. But I think it really comes down to all the calls, all the mechanical ability of the players, and the overall team coordination of all the teams that are present there. That will really make the difference in the outcome of this whole engagement that is yet to come.
Yeah, it really could end up making the things very different. But Team Galaxy Esports, they are in a lot of trouble at the moment. They've already lost 2 of their players, and 3 of their players. 1 has been knocked out, 2 have been eliminated, and then the last one, Sam. Well, I think Sam is no longer for the server either, because Shahmir just being merciful, not taking that player out, realizing that there is absolutely no way he is going to get revived, and Shahmir just trying to rotate out of this zone as well, or just rendezvous with the rest of his team. They are at a very nice high ground position. There is another team that's super close by, so they'll have to be careful on how they end up approaching that engagement. Sam gets knocked out, and then that will spell the end for Team Galaxy Esports. Tokasaurus, on the other hand, he takes out Kurama, and Kurama has been knocked out. Team 52, they are at an engagement as well. Team Xgeneration, they're taking a lot of fire. They're dishing out a lot of fire. Let's see what ends up happening with this engagement.
Yep, Xgeneration finally just slowing things down a little. They do have a lot of teams in front of them. They have the blue zone right behind them as well, which is going to be moving in no less than 35 seconds. So they really have to make their way out of there and get to the safe zone. But as soon as they're going to do that, there's going to be Hellraisers present to just greet them. And on the other side, we can see Choru taking the head off of Miracle, and Miracle is going to be knocked out by him. 52 pressuring TMW as well. Kurama is going to be knocked out by one of their players and actually finished off as well. So it's only down to 2 players on TMW side. RF and Hayan, they are the only 2 players that are alive on TMW side. Still though, we have a lot of teams on the ground right now, 14 teams, Xgeneration, and all of them. So these teams still have a lot to do. There's still a lot that they can accomplish as of now, but still it really comes down to how they do it and how they're able to manage it, all of it through. We're finally approaching the really final stages, the intense stages of the game. All of the players do look really serious right now. I seriously need a shot of how Romeo is sitting right now, and I really want to see how is doing. But as I say that, RTG Hacker is also going to find negative Pegasus. So as I said, the game is really approaching the final stages. All of the teams are really up close to each other, because as you can see right now as well, Pinkman, negative, whole of negative is just stuck between Xgeneration and 52. As 52 was taking shots onto Xgeneration, they are now going to be taking shots. They're going to have to take shots onto negatives as well. And on the other hand, Red Esports is going to be the one to just finish off Xrage, and that's Xrage out of the server. So these 4 to 5 teams that we have in front of our eyes, these are the teams that are going to be fighting right now. We are seeing a lot of eliminations come in. A lot of stuff is happening around the map. So many teams are just so close to each other. All the nade fights, all of it is just happening one after another.
Yeah, those engagements are happening all around, and Nobis gets taken out as well. He's going back in with his teammates. Team 3X is engaged right now, but Team R3D are making quick work of them right now, eliminating 2 of those players, and then that nade from Cairo could end up doing a lot of work, but it does not. Cairo coming in with his shotgun. He is the final player alive for his team, and he knows he has to go big right now. He's not able to take any shots off, and he gets taken out. Team R3D taking out one of the tournament favorites. Again, a team present at the second ranking, at the second placement for the overall ranking, gets taken out by Team R3D Esports, and that has to suck for Team 3X with the sort of ambition that they came in within this game, and then just Team R3D putting an end to all of that. On the other hand, Team Xgeneration, they've only lost one of their players, and this is the perfect time for Team Xgeneration to make their way to the top of that leaderboard, because Team 3X, they are no longer in their way, and Team Xgeneration, sorry, to keep their spot at the top.
Definitely Xgeneration going up against negatives right now. Pyro Esports also seem to be an engagement with 52. There's the nade thrown by P24 OP. It's right onto Shodu. Will it deal some damage? Nope. Shodu escapes in the nick of time. He is going to be back into that position, but T24 OP, Pyro Hunter being knocked out already. T24 OP with a lot of stuff going on his shoulders. He has to make this all right. Shodu will gonna... How does he do that? Through the smoke. He's predicted Shodu coming right inside, and yup, there it is. That's the end for Shodu, and that'll give enough time to T24 OP to get his teammates back on his feet, and that is going to also be the sign for 52 Esports to come back around where Pyro is right now. So T24 OP will have to deal a lot more, but before I say that, Xgeneration, Shamir is just going to rush inside. RTG, that's 2 players knocked out, but finally gets knocked out by one of RTG's players as well. So that is going to be it for RTG. What an amazing push going on by Xgeneration Shamir. Psycho is also going to be knocked out by one of the players. There it is. Xgeneration constantly being dealt damage, but also letting around a lot of damage around too, and Xgeneration Thug just lost his life to the blue zone while trying to heal himself, and that is going to be the end for Xgeneration as well. A lot of intense action to be seen, a lot of engagements going on between all the teams.
You got a player right there in the bushes.
You do.
Yeah. Divine, are you going to see him? Are you going to get
Maybe
eliminated?
Maybe not. This could be fatal for Pyro Esports.
Yeah, it could be, but right now we have Team NEG versus Team TFD. They do have the high ground. They are pushing onto the players. Python gets taken out. NEG, they end up losing one of their members in return as well. But there's only one member alive for Team TFD, and that is Fadi. But Fadi is fighting back. He takes out one of the members from Team NEG. If he has a nade that he can throw onto here, then that could spell the end for this squad. Yes, a Molotov. It'll land right on top of them, but not in time. They're able to get the revives off, and they'll be able to take out the rest of the members as well. They get eliminated. Team Negative playing this perfectly, and Hyan of snakes. We don't usually end up seeing that many snakes wrangling about on Miramar, but we do have one here, and he is hiding in the perfect bush. He has an entire view on all of the squad members of Pyro, and it's all on him. When does he want to get up and take those eliminations? I don't think he should, right? He needs to wait. He needs to make sure that he's at least top 2 or top 3 before he ends up taking any risk like that. Or he could take advantage of the fact if Pyro Esports is in a fight with another team, and that is when he could strike and do the maximum amount of damage.
Definitely, he's gonna wait his time out, and because of course, only being he with only being the only person alive on his team, he is definitely gonna wait this out. And Divine, while being Divine has been around that area for almost 3 to 4 minutes now, and he still hasn't caught an eye on Hyan. Hyan is so well hidden that Pyro they don't have a single bit of information onto him, and I think that's really good for him. But on the other side, we still do have a Pyro Esports still going on. 52 Esports right there. Tokasaurus is also going to cook an aid, maybe try to catch someone inside this whole compartment, this whole area. 52 Esports still very well hidden. Hassan is going to be cooking an aid as well. It might just get onto Tokasaurus' heads, but it might just not happen as well. And that nade kind of misses. I think that was Hassan's own nade that damaged him so much. And now he's going to change his position once again to maybe heal himself a little. But still, there's Joker just constantly holding the P as soon as Tokasaurus is going to cross. Joker might get a visual onto him. Joker is still going to hold that position. Tokasaurus is just going behind the enemy 9. He's not looking to stop, and Joker is really close to him. Tokasaurus push is going to cost him his life. He's knocked down. While on the other hand, Divine is going to also knock out a player on 69 side. That is going to be Shazil. Shazil being knocked out. Hyan still waiting on this position. The zone is closing in right after another. 69 Esports is going to have to push on to Pyro now. They have no other options, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going on Pyro Esports. Divine is going to have to deal with 3 players at the same time now. There are the nades coming in. Divine being really over-pressured right now, and that's going to be really it for Divine and T24 OP as well, as 3 of the players just got knocked out, and Hyan is finally out of the bushes. He's going to find 69 right after third-personing that area. He's going to take out Imran too, but Nobix is there to back up for him, and that's going to be it for TMW. So much patience shown by Hyan there, and that actually granted him 2 kills. Well, hey, 2 elimination points, not that bad.
Yeah, just great gameplay coming out from him. Hayan getting implemented, trying to survive for the maximum amount of time he could, and like, yeah, getting his team into the top three, and those points really mattered to them. Now it's the battle of the number squads: 52 versus 69 esports. 69, they're down to 2 members, and 52, they've got 2 members up, and we've seen what Joker is capable of, right? You can never end up counting Joker out, the sort of gameplay that he has. But right now, the difference is that he is in an advantageous position. He's in a 3v2. He's got 2 squad members up, and I don't want to say it like that, but I'm pretty sure Joker could have taken both of these players on his own, but he's not going to need to do that right now. He has the squad. He has 2 members alive right now. One of his squad members, Jalad, is going for that. Oh, it looked like he was going to go for that care package, but doesn't seem to. Miran and another team member alive right now. This looks pretty intense. 69, Nobix, and Miran. It's all on them. They could end up securing that chicken dinner for their team and getting a lot of those placement points. It's a 3v2 situation. I think the circle is going to dictate who ends up pushing onto which squad right now. But 69 Esports, they look like they're at a disadvantage right now because they have that lower ground. 52 Esports can spot them out when they try to get into the circle. The circle is now beginning to slowly close in, and as the circle moves in, this could spell the end for 69 Esports.
Definitely, Imran. After being revived, it's now down to a 3v2 between 52 Esports and 69 Esports. 69 Esports, they are pretty close to each other. There's the fake smoke, which, well, wasn't really a fake, and Nobix is going to use it to do a quick reposition, and now 69 Esports are also a bit spread out, but there's the first gunfire coming in. Nobix is going to take a lot of damage and eventually get knocked out. Perhaps, yep, he does, and there it is. Nobix knocked out. Imran is going to take a lot of damage as well. 52 Esports is going on at him, and yeah, that is really going to be it for 69 Esports. It lasted, but not for too long, and that's going to be the chicken dinner for 52 Esports. And the names are kind of same, 69 and 52 Esports, but hey, it's going to be the one with the lower number to get the chicken dinner from themselves. Amazing performances coming in from them. They were pressured a lot by teams like Pyro, but they managed it really well. The positioning by Joker in those areas, it was really well. All around, amazing team coordination to be seen from 52 Esports, and that eventually led to the chicken dinner.
Yeah, just generally great gameplay coming out from 69 Esports, where they had a realization of how they needed to go on about that game, especially towards the end. They were at an advantage, and there's something that was very nice to see, right? Although they were at an advantage, but all of the players were on their stomachs towards the end of the game. They were just lying down. No one wanted to give the other team just an inch, right? They did not even want to give away just an inch where they could end up taking that advantage, securing it for themselves, and trying to secure that chicken dinner. So just great gameplay coming out from 52 Esports, the well-deserved winners of the game, and generally the way that they end up playing. And since 52 Esports was one of the teams that if I do recall correctly, were in the top of that leaderboard, they were competing for that first position. So I'm pretty sure they have probably edged it out with the rest of the teams and made their way to that first position. But yeah, before we cover anything else, we're going to go to a short break. Make sure you guys are here when we come back.
52 Esports, but they were just completely shut down by 52 Esports. And it was really interesting to see how they approached 69 Esports as well. They were wandering around the area near to them, but they weren't completely committing themselves to 69 Esports right away. They did that as soon as the circle started moving, the blue zone started moving, which also forced 69 Esports to change up their positions a bit, as we saw Nobik just throwing out a smoke and repositioning himself quickly. And as soon as he did that, 52 Esports took complete advantage of it, just moved in on one of their players and then took on to the other player that was, I think, Imran alive. And yeah, that really, how they just divided and conquered 69 Esports really led them to win that chicken dinner. And it was an amazing strategy and play showed by 52 Esports.
Yeah, it really was an amazing strategy coming out from 69 Esports, understanding how they, 52 Esports, understanding how they had to go on about that final circle and get that final chicken dinner. And I'm sure that 52 Esports, obviously, they didn't really have a great idea starting off that final engagement with them, that how many players or members were alive on that 69 Esports squad. But as soon as they had developed that understanding, they were just able to go on and they were able to just go on in and take both of those members out. But what's really exciting for me is what does this end up meaning for the leaderboard of the tournament, and how things are shaping up in that top 8 position, or how the teams are going to be moving around there. But we're going to be taking a look at that a bit later on. Right now, what we have is the winner team in focus, and that is 52 Esports, our winners of that final, of that last game. Hassan had 3 eliminations with 400 damage dealt, and his teammates were following up pretty close by it. The teams to focus upon at number 1 is Team 52, number 2 69 Esports, Team R3D for that game, and then Team NEG. The utility usage seems a bit lackluster in this game, doesn't it, Ahad? Especially, we did not see a lot of smoke grenades being deployed. Sure, there were some frag grenades blowing up onto people's faces and whatnot, but generally the smokes were just not as much.
Yep, I guess the players just didn't need that cover, or at least didn't really use the smoke grenades for the covers. But we are seeing a lot of nades coming in from 69 Esports. So hey, that's compensating for it. But now we have the most valuable player in front of our eyes, and it's once again gonna be Joker with 910 damage, 4 eliminations, 4.81 MVP points, and 196 meters longest elimination shot. That is a pretty long shot. Well, not really as long considering the map is Miramar, but still, it is amazing coming in from Joker. And now we have all the players that we have to focus on as well. It's going to be once again Joker with 910 damage. That is probably the most damage done in this previous game. Ash with 5 eliminations, and Pug is going to be there with 5 assists as well. So overall, really good stats. Not a lot of eliminations to be seen, only 5 coming in from Ash, but probably how we saw this game go through, as 69 Esports really ended up being the top 2 in the previous game. They only had 600 something damage. So really considering how slow paced and with the lack of eliminations and damage that last game was, I think the numbers are pretty spot on.
Yeah, the numbers did seem to be pretty spot on, considering all of the factors that you just listed out, Ahad. And seeing the overall statistics of the game, we had 56 total eliminations coming out, 7.3k healing being done, 68 total knockouts, and just your average run-of-the-mill stats for that. But yeah, now that we have the match leaderboards, we can finally take a look at how the teams have played and with the position. 52 Esports winning that chicken dinner, 8 elimination points are on 23. 69 Esports coming in close second, 14 points. R3D at a third position, 14 points. Team Negatives on that fourth position, 13 points as well. TMW 11 points, fifth position. Sixth position is Pyro Esports with 11. Xgeneration on the seventh position with 10 points. They did get eliminated very relatively early on, but they were being very aggressive while they did get eliminated. So 9 points for them. TFD 7 points, 8th position. Road to Glory 9th position, 5 points. Galaxy Esports 10th with 4. 3X 11 with 3. Hashtag 12 with 2, the Angry Gamers 13 with 1, and the rest of the teams were not able to get any points whatsoever, and very surprising names in there, especially towards the bottom that got 0 points. One of the bigger names is Team Hellraisers, and then Team 7 EQR also securing 0 points.
Yup, and now we have the eliminations to damage graph in front of us, and on which we have 52 esports, the winners of the last game, at 8 eliminations and 2.1k damage done. Red Esports at 12 eliminations, 1.9k damage done. 69 esports, 2 eliminations, 460 damage done. Negatives at 7 eliminations, 700 damage done. Pretty fair. Pyro Esports and the teams so on. The screen is just whooshing by, but now it is gonna bring us to this screen that really matters, which is going to be the overall leaderboard that we were waiting for for all the time, and that is going to be 52 esports actually dethroning Xgeneration from the first spot and actually moving to the first position, and that is going to be 92 points total. Xgeneration at second position at 83 total points, 3x at third, 73 total points. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of changes coming in, as you mentioned, Azuz. Pyro Esports at fourth with 70 total points, Hellraisers at fifth with 67 total points, X-Ray at sixth position with 66 total points, kind of a symmetry there. Road to Glory at seventh position, not changing. Team Negatives not changing as well, with 56 and 54 points respectively. All of these teams are not changing their position, especially in the lower half. TMW and Team Faulty Devil still at 9th and 10th position with 52 and 48 points in total, and the rest of the teams are following.
Yeah, and talking in tune to that, right, we have the table where we have the top 8 teams, and we have to talk about what's on the line for these teams. The top 8 teams are going to qualify and end up going to play onto PMPL, that is the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So these people are actually going to, there's just huge things that are these are huge things that are on the line for these teams, that they're going to be the top 8 teams qualifying and making their way to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of try-harding coming out from these teams as we go on over towards the rest of the 3 games that we have here. Again, a lot of things on the line for these teams. So they're just going to be, we're going to see them competing on a completely different level within the rest of these games that we have for today. Especially the next game that we have is going to be coming up on Erangel. Again, a very familiar map. The teams understand. The teams have a very good understanding of the general flow of the game, and now they've played 4 iterations of Erangel within the current group setting. So these 16 teams, they have played with each other on Erangel multiple times. So they do have somewhat of a great or a decent understanding of how things are going to be, of how things are going to sort of play out with each other. So for the teams that are on that 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th position, that are pretty close by, that are not qualifying for PMPL, I think we're going to see them just put in all of their effort, put in everything and anything that they can to ensure that very important point and position to get into the PUBG Mobile Pro League.
Definitely, and we are already seeing a lot of changes going on in the leaderboards as 52 Esports just dethroned Xgeneration from the top, and now they are the topmost team currently on the overall leaderboard. And we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of changes by the end of this tournament as well, because hey, there are still 3 games left: Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. And as we are approaching playing, this is going to be basically the 5th iteration of Erangel that we're going to have in the final stage of the tournament. So once again, the factor of that adaptability that we always talk about is going to be coming into play, because these semifinal teams, they already do know how they play on Erangel, but now there are some new teams to be dealt with, all of which were invited directly to the finals, and these teams probably are getting an idea of how these teams have been playing on Erangel so far. And once again, it all comes down to their ability of adaptability that is going to be coming into play, and they're really going to be able to fix their mistakes, and it really will come down to how well they're able to do it. And we might just see some difference of drop spots coming in, because we have seen some teams getting punished for where they're deciding to drop, because back then in the semifinals we saw some teams going to Georgia Pool, but the thing is they found themselves alone to be alone in Georgia Pool, and they were able to loot themselves out easily. The same applies to Pochinki too, but now there are at least two or three teams dropping in the same spot. So yeah, these teams really need to change things up, considering this is a competitive environment and they really need to play it out safe. Well, really comes down to your approach of the game, but I think the safest bet would be just to go in the game really playing really safely and trying to get to the final stage of the game as safely as you can, not avoiding all the engagements, just not messing with any teams in the early stages, so you can just not risk anything and ascend towards the final stages of the game. So yeah, that's really going to be something that these teams should be looking forward to doing, and us as casters and you guys as viewers are going to be seeing if that really happens or not.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point that you ended up making there, right? Where we were talking about how the team amount of points. And again, you have to talk about the fact that it's PMPL that is on the line for these teams, and that is huge for the rest of the team. But yeah, Ahad, we do have the playing trajectory. It is live. Can you sort of walk us through some of the locations that you expect the team to drop to?
So once again, we can see HR going towards Novo, and TMW is going to be preferring military base this time. There was another team that used to prefer military base in the semifinals, but sadly they are not with us anymore in the finals. So it's going to be TMW that is going to be occupying military base right now. But on the other hand, we can see RTG making their way towards Primorsk and Fairpur area. They are pretty alone there. But on the other hand, the circle is formed and it's completely in the different direction of where most of the teams are headed. A lot of teams are going towards Farm, Milta Power, Lipovka, Yasnaya area. Even negatives are going to be around Yasnaya. A lot of teams can be seen towards Rozhok, which is considerably close to the circle compared to the teams that are towards the Lipovka area. And these teams are definitely going to have to travel a lot. But before they do that, we can already see a player that has been perhaps damaged, or maybe that's just some weird bug on the screen. But whatever that is, we will get to see it very soon. And yep, that's exactly what happened. Pinkman with a vehicle elimination at the very start, Buzzet as well. So I think one of the team has taken considerable amount of damage coming from negatives. And now negatives are going to be heading towards the Yasnaya area. And I think they're going to be having a lot of time alone here, just looting around and chilling with their buddies. And yep, we can see just Red Esports around the Rozhok area. They are pretty chilling around each other as well. We can just see them just looting around. And there are some teams around them as well. There is Myth Esports. There's another team too. 52 Esports, not really far away from each other, but they are going to be near to each other soon enough. But this is going to give them a lot of time. Hashtag Esports Odin is going to be taking some fire. He's actually moving towards a building in which Myth Esports is already present. Myth, Levi, and Joke is actually already cooking a nade. And that might just be Odin, but Odin just escaping there barely is going to, and he's walking back towards the nade, but the nade is on the top floor. That was a good call coming in from Odin. He is going to escape the nade coming in from Joke, but still they're pretty close to their nades after nades coming on to Odin. He has to escape them all. He has to make his way out of them. How will he escape the situation that he has currently gotten himself into in? Hashtag other players are making their way towards this area as well. Myth Levi still has to deal with a lot of players. Hashtag not looking in a really good spot here. Myth, they are definitely, they have the HP advantage. They have the people advantage, but they will be... I don't think Hashtag is going to be taking the fights with them because, hey, they got taken a lot of damage. They got a lot of damage from Myth, and now they're deciding to escape. But Reaction is already present there. He's going to be able to take down Aqua. Aqua is down. Hashtag other player, Sam, is there to perhaps revive him. But with that, before that happens, Red is going to come into play. It's going to take down Reaction as well. Levi already making some work onto Odin. Odin has been taken down. Hashtag getting dealt a lot of damage. So is Myth, though, but by Red. And Hashtag Sam is going to be finished off by Red Musa right away, and that's Hashtag eliminated out of the server. Myth Esports up against Hashtag, and the winners of that whole engagement is going to be Myth Esports. But Myth Esports now have another trouble to deal with. Reaction has been knocked down by the red players, and Tornado is going to be the one going up close to him. He's going to set up his smoke grenades. He is going to go close to him. Probably a revive is going to be seen coming in between both of these players. But now Myth Esports, they're not looking really good because Red Esports is already closing up in on them. They're going to be with them anytime now. But Myth, they do have a lot of area. They have the control of the entire school area, actually the entire school building. But the thing is, Red Esports are already barging inside of Myth's area. They're going to be on them anytime now. And yep, there they are. Myth now has to deal with Red Esports. All of which four players from Red Esports are going to be rushing on to Myth guys. And this definitely will be a bit hard for Myth guys to deal with, as they just dealt with Hashtag coming on to them. And we're going to be seeing how this engagement ends on their behalf. But we can see there's the verticality element coming in from Myth Esports. Some of the players are in the top stories. Some of them are already on the ground floor. So this is definitely going to make things a bit harder for Red Esports that are trying to currently rush Myth Esports right now. But still, Red Esports is a formidable team. They have been seen doing this correctly. They have been seeing the team coordination of them is always there. They're able to take down teams that are trying to play games with them. They're able to figure out their mind games, but will they be able to do this time around as well? Levi being spotted. Walker, Anubis is right there as well. Will the third person come in? Levi's playing this out really patiently. There's the nade coming in. It is being cooked by Levi right now, but Levi not really looking to throw it away right now. He is going to hold on to it, pull out his gun, just walk away for now. Red Esports admit this is coming down to a really interesting engagement out of all these guys. They're separated in the two different sections of the school area, but the engagement is gonna be coming anytime now. Reaction, while being close to the Red Esports guy, they don't really seem to be very about reactions position right there, but three of the players are still really far away from Red. They are pretty in a pretty safe spot. And the thing is, the element of patience coming in from both of these two teams, they're taking it out really slow, but there's the first few bullets shot by both of the teams at each other, and it's going to be Tornado and Musa that's going to be firing the first bullets onto each other. Reaction with the nade going in as well. Now they know where Reaction is going to try and close up the position on each other. Red and Anubis are now constantly focusing on a Reaction. Another nade going in, barely misses. It's going to bounce off somewhere else, and Reaction, to just avoid the nade, is going to try and enter the building that one of enemies Red Esports players is in. There's the perfect free fire coming in from Reaction. Barely misses Ash, but Ash is going to hold on to his position because Reaction has something else to worry about. Musa is going to be rushing onto him as well right away. Reaction taking a bit of a detour, just going around the back. He knows there's already one person inside the house. Musa and Ash, they both are constantly focusing on Reaction. The jump peak is there, barely misses Reaction trying the same thing, but nobody's going to hit anything as of now. But on the other side, there's the Grim Reaper. That is going to be X-Rage finisher. He's already has eyes on Walker. He should be able to drop a few bullets, but on the other hand, Reaction is actually going to find one of the players off of Red Esports. That's one kill coming in from Reaction. Reaction moving in and closing up his distance onto Red Esports players, and it's really going to come down to how these engagements are going to end. So let's see really where it all goes. Levi also taking some shots onto Miracle though. Tornado and Joke still holding on to their position. Myth hasn't been dealt a lot of damage, but Reaction, their player that was being really far away from the team, has now been separated from them permanently as he falters to the ground after dying to the Red Esports players. Modu is going to be spotted by Musa, and there's the kill coming in from Musa as well. Well, Musa only really needed to land one shot onto Modu, and yeah, that's Modu finished off. Drolin is coming into play as well. 7 EQX X-Rage players are coming into the game as well, and on the other side, they have the 3X players coming in the lands of these guys as well. On the other hand, we can see 52 Joker taking off shot here. Negative Pinkman is going to be the one to back it up by taking down Hassan from 52. Anubis Esports still being really close to Myth Esports right now. Red Esports still being really close to Myth Esports right now. These engagements, they have continued for a very long time, but there is something that is soon going to put an end to it, which is going to be the blue zone coming in. It has already engulfed all of the players that are in this area. Red Esports voluntarily taking the damage because this is going to come down to the game of patience. Which of the team is more patient? Is it Myth Esports or is it Red Esports that's going to go out of this area? Anubis being really careful as he walks out. He's taking all the advantage of the TPP he can get. He's being really cautious of the Myth players that are around this area. We're really going to see how they all how they all really go up against each other in this whole scenario, because after the blue zone is engulfing them, this situation has really changed because these players cannot stay here for any longer. They're going to be damaged by the blue zone, so they need to leave, and there's a car right there waiting for Myth Esports players, and Joke is going to try and just close the zone, or maybe he's not going to go for red, guys. They're going to wait, and they're going to see if they're able to actually take them down, because now they're going to have to wait for Levi. He's still inside the building. He should be getting out anytime now because, hey, the blue zone is hurting, and just go towards the car and just escape out of this area, but Levi is not looking to do so just now. They are going to be staying in that area. The blue zone isn't really that aggressive as of now, but on the other hand, we have X-Rage players trying to currently deal with 69 Esports still holding around that area. X-Rage player already really close up to them, taking shots onto 69. That's one player knocked out, 2 more to deal with. This is going to be really easy for X-Rage. Oh, they just wiped 69 out of the server. That was quick coming in from X-Rage, guys. And now that is over for 69 Esports, and Tornado finally finding Red Guys escaping out of that school area. And I don't think Red Guys is going to hold on to him. Tornado not really coming to the fight as well. Joke is going to be there for the backup as well, but I don't think they're going to have enough time to catch Red Esports because the cars have boosters on them. And yeah, they've already escaped from this area. And that is going to be the sign for Myth Esports to get out of here as well. This whole school engagement where it's really interesting to see between these both of these two teams. And now it has finally come to an end as Red escapes. But on the other hand, Red is greeted by Pyro guys, and Red Walker has been knocked out by Tokosaurus, and that's one player down on Red side. That, well, at least knocked out. Two of them are knocked out right now, but that is going to put Red once again in danger as Myth finally escapes from the area. Pyro looking really calm around this beach area right now, as they should be, but things are going to be changing from them for them soon enough as well. TMW just chilling around, not really doing anything. Tag, though, they're coming back. They did deal a lot of damage to Red, but I think they'll let them go for now. They are really merciful, and they are letting them go as of now, and they're doing a quick reposition because, hey, you can't really do anything else right now. And now we have two of Tag players alive, but two of them being dead. That is going to be Rice and Goku.
Yeah, and I think with the Rice and Goku coming in, and things are going to become a bit more different for them. I'm not sure what's happening here, but yeah, with the action unfolding, thank you so much, Ahad, for covering a lot of that. I think there were some technical difficulties on my end that we were trying to get through, but we are through them right now with how the action has been unfolding. Team Tag are getting shot at by Shahmir, and Shahmir is one of the very deadly players here. 69 Esports, Ahad, they got eliminated pretty early on, and Team Hashtag, they have sort of followed up as well.
Yep, they definitely have. And now we're looking at Xgeneration Shahmir. They're just, well, nobody's really near to them as of now, but there is Tug and all of these players just coming around each other. And the zone has already closed enough as well. And all of the teams are finally moving back in. Myth, Joke, and Red Esports still being inside the zone. They have to come out. And that whole thing that we just saw going on between these two teams in the school area was just really interesting. That was one of the most interesting engagements that I've seen in a while. But now we are finally seeing it calm down. But on the other hand, we have 52 going up against Hellraisers here. Hellraisers, Fofo is actually going to take a lot of damage. That's one knockout coming in. Romeo is going to be taken down as well. So Tears and Romeo being knocked out. Fofo and Next are the only ones to bring this back up. And Fofo is down to 1 point of HP almost. He's just barely managing to stay alive. But 52 Esports, I don't think they're really going to let them go this time around because 4 of them are alive. It's only 2 players on Hellraiser's side. This is going to be a really interesting engagement between them. Joker being just as aggressive as he always is, already making his way towards Fofo. He sees 2 of them and he decided to make his way back around. But there is Red Esports coming into the play as well. This is once again 3 teams at the same spot, and this is going to be a fight between all 3 of them. I don't think Red Esports is going to linger around for any longer because they already have a really long fight between Myth Esports. So I think they're just going to take his leave. But Hellraisers once again being pressured by 52 guys. R3D is there as well. This has turned into a really interesting engagement.
Yeah, the engagement seems to be really exciting, and with Team HR having lost 2 of their members already, and again, the team that are fighting for that number 1 spot, as well as those top 8 finish. So it's really important for them to be able to survive for the longest amount of time that they can within this game and get the maximum amount of points that they can. Team R3D, they've already lost 2 members as well, and then one of the members, he does not look to be in a very good position. Anubis, with a lot of his HP missing right now, he is able to get his first aid kit off, and now he seems like he should be in a bit of a different scenario and should, a bit better off. The TMW, they have no intentions of letting Anubis get away from here safely, and he is hard stuck right now. I don't think he has a smoke grenade on him either, and that's going to make this rotation just extremely difficult for Anubis, and he's eventually going to try to make his way out of here. One of the plays that he does have is to use that vehicle that's right next to him, try to use that buggy and just get the hell out of here, but I don't think that is going to be happening anytime soon. On the other hand, TMW, they had in front of them, Anubis gets taken out by 24 OP, and that is exactly what we were expecting, right? We were just waiting for that inevitable end for Anubis, and Team R3D, they are down to just 1 member. Again, this this is going to be one of those games on Erangel that is going to decide the end of the tournament and how these teams are going to be, on what placement position are they going to be able to secure as the tournament is going to come to an end. Team TFD, they have their grenade being cocked up. 52 is very close by. That grenade is going to land very close to that player, and it deals a huge amount of damage. 52 Esports, Jalad gets taken out, and then another grenade lands on top of Joker. Fadi's grenade does a lot of damage. Two players getting knocked out. Jalad is standing in here. He's going to take some shots onto TFD's players as they are pushing up. Might have been able to take out one more, but he doesn't. He gets knocked out in return, and Chotu is the last member surviving for 52 Esports now.
Definitely, Shoru being the only person alive up against CFD right now. The revive is going to come in. 52 Hassan not looking in a really good spot here as well because he is knocked out. Choru just making his way towards CFD. Leon is going to come up, and Choru has been taking a lot of damage, and I think that is going to be really it for 52 Esports as one of the players already knocked down and Choru being the only one alive. And just as he dies by the hands of Leon, that is going to be it for 52 Esports. They have been pulled out of the server. The top team on the leaderboard has now finally been taken out. And now we're seeing a fight between 3x Esports Miracle between 3 Red Musa, and seems to be a bit of a bug here, but Miracle was just cooking a grenade there. But I think 3x Ash was there, and I think Musa just trusts his teammates a bit too much, and I guess that's going to be it for one of the players on the map right now. What we have right now is 3x currently scoping on Myth, guys. Myth, the team that they try to be as safe as possible, right? And they're currently behind a ridge as well, and of course they're just, that's how they will play. But as we were talking about that, HR just got eliminated, but Galaxy Sam is gonna find TMW. Rifle was trying to escape from that area, and Sam really looks to finish him off right away. There's a reload coming in, there's a rescope, and yep, eventually Honesty Sam is going to be able to take him down. But I think that was Honesty who finished him up. But oh well, same team, so the same elimination points are going to go to the same team. And Galaxy Esports taking down one member off of TMW, and there's another engagement going on. Hitman and Hasu being really close to each other. There's a nade, is going to do some damage. Hitman just barely escaping out of there. Hasu is going to just go back, but there's Remo P to back up his teammate as well. TFD versus RTG. This is going to be a really interesting engagement between these two guys. Nades after nades, and TFD might just escape out of this area, but maybe not, because I don't think they really want RTG to let go, to just go away that easily.
Yeah, I don't think they want to let this team get out of here. And Hitman and Dreams OP, it's really on to them. Grenades being thrown from both sides as they cross each other. The player was very low. Hitman is able to take out one of them, but then he gets taken out in return. Dream OP has to do some damage with this grenade. Lands pretty close to the rest of the players, but he's alone and he gets taken out as well. So Leon making that happen within just a short duration and eliminating that player. Kira's nade onto TMW could do a huge amount of damage as these players, and that's exactly what he does. Takes out Hayan, and now this shed is no longer safe for TMW. Their player standing right behind Kira, understanding what's happening here, takes a lot of shots onto the player, but is not able to take him out, and that's what exactly happens. TMW, they get eliminated from the server in just a short while, and Team TMW, just great gameplay coming out from them, but Xgeneration, realizing that there are more people close by, and they want to take more shots on them, try to take them out, try to get that elimination going on, happening onto them right now, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. The blue zone is pushing and forcing the team to go further into the circles. Thug has a great idea onto the TFD player. He sees them rotating in, he sees them, he has an angle on them, but I don't think he's going to get up and take shots onto them right now.
Yup, that definitely does seem to be the case, and now we are seeing an engagement between Xgeneration and Pyro and TFD as well. All of these teams are just so close to each other. Pyro do seem to have a bit of a difference between them, but still TFD being really close to Xgeneration right now. They're going to have to deal with a lot of player. Thug getting dealt a lot of damage by one of the TFD players. That is a lot. Thug is going to have to back off and heal himself back again, but Mid Tornado already making his way towards X-Rage players and Finisher, and they are really wary of them, and Zibian is going to definitely punish Tornado for running out in the open. He's going to be finished right after as well. So it's only really down to two players left on Myth Esports side, which is going to be Joker and Levi. And X-Ray, they're not really looking to let them go. They're making their way towards them. Joker is there right away, just hiding behind the tree. But how long will he able to do so? Because I don't think X-Ray, Dralden, look at the way he's driving. He is being a menace out there. And the blue zone is approaching the mid guys as well. So it's not really long before they'll have to go or at least escape that area faster, still keeping their eyes, his eyes just barely just stops looking at them, and I think that's going to give Myth Esports the window to escape, and they should be able to make use of it properly, because if they don't, I don't think they're going to get another opportunity to stay alive. X-Ray Esports, after having repossession, but Drawlin still trying to land some shots inside that smoke. He's not letting anyone go. Joke is going to be found out as well, and he's going to be finished instantly by the play zone, and only one player alive on Myth Esports side, and I don't think he's going to last for any longer as well, because Levi, he already has been damaged a lot by the X-Rage guys, and if he just exposes himself for another second against these players, that's really going to be it for, I guess, his time in this game.
Yeah, and for second and 7 EQR, right, they have great positioning within this current circle, where they are sort of gatekeeping that circle, making sure that no teams can, making sure that not a lot of teams can get into the circle. So they finish off Myth Esports as well, and that really did look like an inevitable end for Myth Esports, with how things were sort of shaping up for them within this game. Team 3X, again, a very top competitor when it comes to this level. Ash is trying to make his way into the circle using their buggy, but things do not look very good for him, because he's lost a lot of HP. His vehicle is pretty damaged. For Galaxy Esports, they don't have a direct line of sight onto 3X anymore. So that will make sure that he can end up surviving for just a little longer onto the server. Whereas 7EQR, as they are pushing into the circle, they are able to take out 3X, and that will spell the end for Team 3X as well. Again, a team that was present in the top 3, top 4, and they really were competing for that top first finish. They get eliminated from the server as well. Now we have Team Xgen, 7EQR, Pyro, Negative, TFT, Tag, and Galaxy left. And again, to reiterate, the top 8 teams at the end of the final are going to qualify for the Pubgmobile Pro League. So there's a lot on the line for these teams right now, with how the circle keeps on pushing the teams in. The Beyond, he's going to have to make his way into the circle. His entire squad is out right now, but they've got Faster's got an angle on Swanky, and he's just waiting for him to sit down so he can take some shots. Does a considerable amount of damage, but takes some damage in return as well, and he realizes that he has to back off now.
Definitely, they have to back off, but still Faster is going to keep taking shot onto Galaxy Esports players. Swanky is going to be taken down. Honestly, he's there too, but I think he's knocked out as well, so it's all down to Sam and Marwan to make their way towards their knocked out players, and perhaps give them a chance to stay inside the game. But Drawlin already is going to push inside Galaxy Esports players. He already knows they're there, so he's going to take a bit of detour, probably get off his car, trying to take the cover, trying to stay in cover, but there are his teammates to provide the cover that he needs. Finisher already suppressing fire onto Marwan. Marwan is going to have to stay inside that cover of the tree that he is in right now. X-Rage being really careful of the teams that are around them. On the other hand, we can see Pyro Esports is eliminating TFD out of the server after taking down Leon OP. That was the last man standing on TFD's side, but still once again focusing on the engagement going on between X-Rage and Galaxy Esports. They're still engaged with each other, and we aren't really seeing any knockouts or revives coming in from these guys, but still X-Rage isn't really letting them go. Finisher almost got his eyes onto Sam there and almost took him down as well. Marwan doing some work as well, is going to knock out a player, and he's going to be knocked out in return by them as well. X-Ray Esports also pressuring Pyro on the other side. A lot of kills coming in from Finisher. Finisher is going to take off Divine right there. These guys are playing exactly like 1-for-1 was. And kills after kills. Zibian is going to find Marwan. Shahmir is going to find Negative Pegasus. And finally, Kira has been taken down by Zibian right away. Swanky's going to make his way towards one of the X-Rage's players and perhaps finish him off. But there is Finisher. I don't know why he has a shotgun out, but he really shouldn't, because the players are pretty far away from them. And Swanky still making his way through, is going to find the knocked out Zibian, is going to finish him off. Sam with the gun out, and there it is. Galaxy Esports, they were looking really bad up against X-Ray with 2 of their players knocked out, but they recovered from this position. I think this team is full of guys who know just how to recover from whatever their position they were in, but still that costed them a lot, because Honesty and Marwan are now finally just completely eliminated from the server, and it's all down to Sam and Swanky. But still, 2 players surviving from a team that really means a lot for these guys, and that is going to put them in a really good spot against Pyro and Angry Gamers, though, because as you can see from the forecast, Xgeneration do have a 50% chance of winning this game, but Galaxy Esports, with the 25% chance, they still have a pretty good standing in the situation that we are in right now.
Oh, and Sherry He was just falling and making his way in. He gets to take out one of the players. Lost Boy was definitely lost, and
Yeah, he was feeling a bit lost.
yeah, he really was feeling a bit lost. So he has been eliminated from the server right now. So Team XG, it did hurt that they ended up losing one of their players, but I don't think it's really going to end up mattering in the longer run because the rest of the people that they are up against are 2-1 at the moment. So these Team X Generation, they still have a significant advantage going on into the server. With how things are shaping up right now, it's a 3v2v1, and the best chances right now are for Team X Generation. Actually, Thug, he is surviving. He's trying to make sure that he can survive here for the longest amount of time. And Thug OP is right in front of him. Team X Generation. It does boil down to Team X Generation versus Galaxy Esports and Pyro Esports. The three teams that are alive right now, and it's an intense battle that these teams have been locked into, trying to make sure that they can spot each other out, take those eliminations. Pyro gets hurt, he's been hurt bad, and he gets eliminated. Thug finishing him off, and the rest of the players from Galaxy are now in a 3v2. Team X Generation versus Galaxy. Sam and Swanky there for their squads, trying to carry their game to the rest and to the finish line. It doesn't look like it's going to happen because Team X Generation, they are spread out all across. They are tunnel visioning hard onto one player, so they do get eliminated. Sam has been knocked down, and that will be the chicken dinner going out.
To Xgeneration. What an amazing game coming in from these guys. They weren't, well, once again, there was the number advantage as we saw coming in from 52 Esports and 69 Esports on that game on Miramar. It was the exact same situation. It was a 3v2 once again. And the chicken dinner this time around is going to be going to Xgeneration. I think they have gotten themselves chicken dinners in the previous stage of the semifinals. And I think it was game number 2 or perhaps it was game number 1. But hey, this is going to be the second chicken dinner under their belt after an amazing and stellar performance being shown. And yeah, as I always say, go Xgeneration.
Yeah, there's generally great gameplay coming out from Team X Generation. We do expect them to play at a very high level, and they are exhibiting that high level of play when it comes to these finals. And then getting 2 chicken dinners across the finals is just not at all a small feat within itself, right? And this is just the sort of persistence that we have and conviction that we have from X Generation, where we see them down and out. In the last game, they did not have the best performance, and they did end up losing their number 1 spot in the overall ranking. But with the sort of performance we ended up seeing coming out from them within this latest game, within this game on Erangel, winning that chicken dinner, getting a decent amount of points from elimination as well, I'm pretty sure they have made their way back to the top as well. So let's end up seeing how things end up unfolding for the rest of the tournament. But Team X Generation, props to them, props for winning that chicken dinner, props for coming back super hard after getting eliminated pretty early on Miramar. And I think the motivation that they had was getting eliminated and just losing that number 1 spot, and they were like, you know what, we're not going to let that happen, and they just came back super hard within this game and got that number 1 spot back.
Definitely.
I'm pretty sure they got the number 1 spot back.
I think so. Well, even if we don't know, we will get to see that in pretty soon, because we are going to be looking at the overall leaderboards very soon. And I'm hopefully, I think 52 Esports really able to perform that well in the previous game. I think they did get some elimination points and some points because of survival as well. But still, 15 points for chicken dinner, and so many eliminations coming in from Xgeneration. That is definitely going to put them in the number 1 spot. And I'd be surprised if it doesn't.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if they are in the number 1 spot. I think they really should be with the amount of points that they were able to accumulate. And the teams that were closer to them, that were giving them really tough competition on that leaderboard, were just not really present within that last game. So I think it's due to the absence of those other teams. And again, not to take anything away from X Generation and the sort of gameplay that they were able to showcase and put up, they really are deserved of that chicken dinner. But we'll have that confirmation a bit later on within the overall standings on the leaderboard as well. And then the next few games, they're going to be played. We're going to have 2 more games coming up. Again, a fan favorite, or a community favorite, I'd rather say, is going to be Sanhok, where you expect these teams to play at a completely different level. The gameplay ends up becoming very different on how they end up approaching the game and how the sort of things that they end up doing. And then to finish it all off, we're going to go back to Erangel.
Definitely two interesting maps coming up once again. And Sanhok, as you said, community favorite. I'm also going to say it's the Ahad favorite map because I really like the action that goes down on Sanhok. Everything, all the fast-paced action. Of course, when you just squeeze a map so much, and from from a map like Miramar 16 by 16 to a 4 by 4 map, we definitely get to see a lot of action. But before we move on to Sanhok, we're going to be taking a really short break. So I hope you all stay tuned, and we'll be seeing you all very, very soon.
Hello, guys. Welcoming you all back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. What an amazing competition we've been having here with all of the teams going at each other's throats, just not at all slowing down, even just a little, right? In between the games, we're just having fierce competition between all of the teams. And Ahad, what do you think of the three games that we've already had here?
All of the games were amazing. We got to see amazing things in all three of the games. Especially, well, not I wouldn't even specialize or say any map in specific, honestly, because all the action that we saw in the final stages of all of the three games that we have, all of them were amazing in their own way, and they're definitely an amazing. All of these games were amazing to watch. Hopefully for the viewers as well. And we're going to be having two more amazing games coming up after this, which are going to be on Sanhok and Erangel. So, Azus, how are you looking forward to both of the two games that are yet to come?
Yeah, I'm just really excited, Ahad, because again, something that's really on the line is not that it's not exclusively the fact that you end up winning this tournament, which is the PUBG Mobile National Championship, a huge tournament within its own right, right? But then when you add in the additional stakes of the fact that the top 8 teams are only going to be qualifying for the PUBG Mobile Pro League as well afterwards, the PMPL for the rest of the year. So then that just adds something phenomenal on top of the already existing stakes that we had here. So the teams are going to be expected to just give it their all. The intensity is just not going to be lightening up anytime soon, right? The competition is just going to get fiercer and fiercer as we head on over towards the final two games. Especially on Sanhok, I think for a lot of the teams, well, for some of the teams, I feel like it's going to be very important to make sure that they get the maximum amount of points that they possibly can. Engagements on Sanhok can usually be very tricky with how the engagements end up flowing out because the teams are in very close vicinity of each other, so the fights could be a bit more sporadic. We can see third parties coming in very frequently. If two squads are locked into engagements with each other, then that can just end up changing. You have to be very careful in how you go on for those engagements into Sanhok. But talking about the teams that are here within this competition and are the top contenders to win all of this out. Team Xgeneration, Ahad, they've been able to secure this second chicken dinner across the finals. And like I said, it's no small feat within itself, but then their consistency and persistence across the rest of the games has been really exemplary as well.
Definitely, they have been aggressive overall. X Generation just showing an amazing performance throughout this entire stage, and of course, they're just proving why they were invited specifically as a team. Same could be applied to some other teams that we have as well, but X Generation is really standing out. Same could be applied to teams like I don't know 52 Esports. They've been really amazing throughout with all their mechanical ability that they've showcased so far. But yes, X Generation they definitely need to be pointed out, and of course, I think they're going to be dethroning once again 52 Esports. These two teams that are going neck to neck one again against each other from the very start of the games. Well, of course, Hellraisers was at the very start of the first game, but then these two teams just climbed up, and they're not looking to let those spots go out of hand. And yep, it has once again forming to be a rivalry between these two teams, and both of them are just going to be keep dethroning each other because, well, I don't think they're going to have a lot of opportunities to do that because we only have two games left for today. But games that we have are going to matter a lot for both of these teams, and just like the rivalry we had between Hellraisers and Team Negatives in the semifinal stage, I think these are the two teams that we have in our hands that are going to be just going neck to neck against each other throughout this whole tournament or in the two games that we have left today.
Yeah, they have been at each other, right? It's the same thing that I just already said. They're just not looking to lighten up, even just a little bit, right? They're just going on at each other throughout the game, throughout the entire eternity, throughout the eternity of the tournament, right? They've just been giving each other fierce competition. But as a caster, as an analyst, and as an enjoyer, as a spectator of the game who just loves to see great competition come out, that's just what makes my day at the end of the day. And it'll be very interesting to see in how things sort of end up flowing onto Sanhok. And I think I'm not sure if we're going to have the overall leaderboard of statistics, but I hope that we don't, because I'd rather end up seeing what ends up happening, and because that gives you a semblance of suspense going into the final game. You're not sure how things are shaping up already, and I think that I just don't want to know right now. I want to know in at the very end which team ended up making it into the finals. Well, seen already in the final, but which team ended up securing that number one spot, that coveted number. First position that all of these teams have been fighting out for these multiple days. And then after that, we're also going to see which teams ended up qualifying for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. The top 8 teams are going to make their way there.
Definitely a really high stakes tournament going on right here, and this, of course the stakes for all these teams are really high, and I think the teams that are on the very bottom half of the leaderboard are probably starting to lose hope for themselves, because all these teams that are really just the top dogs right now, with the exception of teams like Hellraisers, who are still maintaining their positions in the very higher rankings of the leaderboard, probably do have hopes, and they're really showing up against all the teams, all the invited teams that we have here. But the other teams are just not being able to put up very well against these teams. Even Team Negatives, I think they did get a chicken dinner on Sanhok last night, but that's really all that they've been able to do. Although some elimination points here and there, but that's really not helping them climb up the leaderboard. Still, though, as you said, the suspense that builds up if we don't see the leaderboard as of now is definitely going to be an amazing. Although I personally am not really a fan of suspense, because hey, it really gets me going inside. That's also the reason I don't really watch horror movies, because hey, my heart can't really take it. But still, I am sure it definitely is really enjoyable for all of you watching, and Azus, for you as well, because you mentioned it, right? So yeah, I hope that they don't show the leaderboard as of now, and we will really be able to see. So that will really be able to see how it ends up shaping at the very end of this tournament. And will these really? Firstly, we have the two teams that are neck to neck right now, the 52 Esports and the other team that's currently on the top, that is going to be Xgeneration, and the teams that are following. So we can see. As we said, the points between these teams, the point that they've managed to accumulate, are really close to each other. So if we don't see the leaderboard for 2 games, I think the leaderboard that we'll get to see at the very end will be completely different from what we saw 2 games before. So yeah, the change will really be interesting to see.
Yeah, the change indeed will be very interesting, but I just hope that sure, we don't end up seeing the leaderboard, but I hope we end up seeing other stuff very soon, because the way that the tournaments have been shaping up and how things have been going, it's just really generally exciting, and I'm just looking forward to everything, and I just cannot wait for that plane to take off on Sanhok, and we end up seeing where the teams are headed towards, what regions are they trying to occupy, and the infamous battles, the heal battles that we end up seeing on Sanhok very frequently. They could be coming into play on this map as well, where the teams that have lost multiple squad members, that are down to 1 or 2 squad members, might opt to stay out of the final few zones to try to survive for the longest amount of time that they can, and make their way into the top 2, top 3, or finish off top 4, which is a very strong finish considering how things have been going on for these teams right now, right? So all of these things are going to be very interesting to see, and how everything ends up shaping up. And yeah, just generally, PMNC has been amazing so far, with the sort of ferocity of the competition that we've been seeing across these teams, and just across this entire tournament. We've got some interesting storylines coming out from from the likes of Team Hellraisers, Team Pyro Esports, Team 52 Esports, sort of teams that are making their way into the tournament and just going ham, I would rather say. Some The likes of Team Myth, and I think they've fallen a bit short of their goal to be able to qualify into the PUBG Mobile Pro League. But you have to reiterate, or you have to remember that getting here till this point is no small feat within itself, right? So we cannot at all take that away from them.
Definitely, we can't. And finally making to this stage with such high stakes, because hey, they're finally in this stage, and they actually do have a chance for themselves to go in, to just qualify from this stage and get into the PMPL, which is gonna be the Pro League in PUBG Mobile, and that will definitely be really amazing for all of these teams if they actually are managed to accomplish that. Still, we are going to be having two. Well, not a lot of matches left, only 2 games, and definitely these are the only 2 chances that these teams are going to get to move on to the final stages, which is definitely inevitably going to be PMPL, and we're really going to see which of the teams are actually able to make it inside there, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens at the very end.
Yeah, it can somewhat always it can somewhat be a surprise on, especially when the last game ends up happening and you see how the teams are sort of fared up against each other and what sort of positioning do they have within the final few games. That will be just very interesting to see. But right now, I think we're going to head on over to a few statistics in just a little bit from the last game. We should be seeing who our chicken dinner winner was, and I think that was Team Xgeneration, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So they were able to secure that chicken dinner. We saw them going up against what was that? It's saying this was that
It
was
was,
R3D.
yeah, I think maybe not, but still there was a team in the field against X Generation. I
No, it
think it
was
was 52, maybe.
yeah, it was down to a 3v2, right? And they were
Yep.
they were just able to take down that squad that was up against them. They were able to secure that chicken dinner for their team, and then I think that chicken dinner was really important for them because they had lost their number one positioning on the overall standings very recently, just a little while ago. So I think they're just looking to reclaim that number one spot, and they should be able to do that off of that performance exclusively. But even if they haven't, I think they are definitely in that second position. That is for sure. So that puts them in a great position to be able to get that number one finish at the end of the finals. Because with 2 games to go, game being played on Sanhok and our final map, it's just so yeah, I think we have some time before we end up going to all of those stats and stuff, but we do have a few player interviews coming up, so that seems to be really exciting. We're going to head on over to that right now.
I'm excited for it as well.
बट उसके अलावा मतलब कि व्हाट्स मेक यू MVP? ऑफ कोर्स यू हैव ए गुड ग्राइंड, आपके पास एक गेमिंग नॉलेज रहने वाली है, एक अच्छी लॉबी के अंदर आप खेले हो और डोमिनेट करते हुए आ रहे हो।
ड्रीम, लोगों की बातें, दोनों चीज़ें।
क्या बात है। पर आपके पीछे पीछे चलते हुए आ रहे हैं मेरिकल, व्हाट यू थिंक ही गोना क्रॉस यू?
भाई ये कर ले।
ये देखेंगे भी अभी मोहब्बतें यहाँ पर टीम पाकिस्तान की कम्युनिटी देख लें आप। 3x, व्हाट यू थिंक कभी क्रॉस कर लोगे?
अभी तो यही सोचा है, लास्ट 2 मैच पड़े हैं, बस इंशाल्लाह क्रॉस करते हैं।
देखिए भाई अभी वो तो क्रॉस करने के लिए आपके पीछे पीछे आ रहा है।
इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह कर ले।
भाई क्या ही बात है भाई मेरिकल, भाई नो डाउट यू आर परफॉर्मिंग वेरी वेल, नो डाउट, नॉट इन दिस ऑन दिस स्टेज, ऑन एवरी सिंगल स्टेज वी कैन सी दैट पाकिस्तानी कम्युनिटी, यहाँ पे जो चैट में लड़के बैठे हुए हैं वो भी ये कह रहे होंगे कि यार मेरिकल इज प्लेइंग वेरी वेल इन एवरी सिंगल मोमेंट। काफ़ी 3x का नाम जो है आपने एकदम किस स्टेज से अभी, ऑफ कोर्स एवरीवन जो पहले दिन से सारे फॉलो कर रहे हैं, एकदम से आपने अपनी टीम को ही बूस्ट दिया। ऑफ कोर्स यू आर ए गुड प्लेयर, हाउ मतलब कि आप किस तरह मैनेज करते हो?
सबसे पहले तो मेरे आईजीएल और टीम की सपोर्ट होती है, जिसकी वजह से मैं आराम से आईजीएल की कॉल्स होती हैं और खुल के खेलता हूँ, इसी की वजह से बस।
ओके भाई, आप मतलब कि आगे क्या प्लान्स हैं आपके? भी अगली जो 2 गेमें रहने वाली हैं उसमें आपके क्या प्लान?
अभी तो कोशिश यही करनी है कि दोनों मैचों में चिकन निकालें, बाकी फिर डिपेंड है मैचेस पे।
जोकर
क्या बताऊं?
ये अगले दो मैचेस रह चुके हैं, उसमें क्या प्लानिंग है?
बस हम अपनी तरफ से बेस्ट देंगे, बाकी जो डिज़र्व करता है अल्लाह उसको वो चीज़ दे।
भाई बड़ी खूबसूरत बातें करता है जोकर। आई वाज नॉट इवन एक्सपेक्टिंग दिस कि यार कि जोकर इस तरह की बात करेगा। मुझे लग रहा था जोकर आएगा कहेगा भाईजान कौन पीछे करेगा, मुझे इस तरह की फीलिंग्स आ रही थी कि भाईजान जोकर कहेगा नहीं 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 कोई नहीं आ सकता भाई, बट ही हैव ए पॉजिटिव एनर्जी। ऑफ कोर्स आपको ये चीज़ बहुत ज़रूरी होती है आपके, आप अपने साथ लेके चलें। नो डाउट ही हैव ए गुड टीममेट्स, अपने टीममेट्स के साथ आज आप चलते हुए आए हो। बट व्हाट यू थिंक कि कौन सा प्लेयर आपकी टीम में इस वक्त ना होता तो आप वो चीज़ ना कर पाते?
छोटू, छोटू हमारी टीम का बेस्ट प्लेयर है।
ओके, ही इज सेइंग छोटू इज द प्लेयर जो इनके साथ इनकी इस एग्रेसिवनेस का मतलब कि भी राज है, ठीक है। एंड व्हाट अबाउट यू मेरिकल?
मेरी टीम में तो सारे ही, अगर एक प्लेयर जिनमें से ना हो तो मैं ऐसे खुल के नहीं खेल सकता।
एग्जैक्टली, ये बड़ी ज़बरदस्त बात की आपने कि भी ऑफ कोर्स एवरी प्लेयर मैटर्स, बट थैंक यू सो मच मेरिकल। एंड भी इसी तरह ग्राइंड आपने अपने इसी तरह रखना है। मुकाबला तो ये तो एक गेम है, मतलब कि मुकाबला चलता रहता है। एंड यू गाइस कैन सी दैट कि कितने खूबसूरती से इन्होंने यहाँ पे बात की, और भाई बड़ी दोनों में बहुत पॉजिटिव एनर्जी है। बट अगली बात क्या करता हूँ, थैंक यू सो मच जोकर, थैंक यू सो मच मेरिकल कि आप यहाँ पर आए। और दोस्तों ये चीज़ें बहुत मैटर करती हैं। वी नो दैट ये पाकिस्तान के आगे फ्यूचर है, पाकिस्तान को यही प्लेयर्स आगे लेके जाएंगे। एंड नो डाउट जोकर एंड 3x ई स्पोर्ट्स के मेरिकल, नो डाउट दोनों टीमें काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही हैं। बट अगले अगर बात करें जिस तरह आगे जो बात करते हैं हम टीम्स की, टीम्स का भी हेड टू हेड होता है। ऑफ कोर्स आप देखते आ रहे हैं, हमें काफ़ी टकरार देखने को मिली। शुरू में हमें HR के प्लेयर्स भी देखने को मिल रहे थे, उसके बाद आहिस्ता आहिस्ता टीमों ने और भी परफॉर्म किया। बट इस टाइम मतलब जो अभी हमें देखने को मिला, जिस तरह खेलती हुई टीम नज़र आई है, नो डाउट मैं उस टीम को वापस यहाँ पर मतलब ऑफ कोर्स बुलाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उन्होंने जिस तरह अभी परफॉर्मेंस की, नो डाउट उन्होंने काफ़ी एक्शन पैक गेम की, स्पेशली 52 जोकर। मैं वापस से कहूँगा कि प्लीज़ यार वापस से आओ स्टेज के।
All right, guys. So we do have the top teams head to head right now in front of us. Team Xgeneration versus 52 Esports. 52 Esports, they have dealt more damage, 1.5k damage dealt out by them. And then when it comes to eliminations, 52 Esports are the better off team when it comes to that as well. But the time spent in the blue zone seems to be more on the side of 52 esports, which is generally not a great thing. But that does end up boiling down to the fact to what your strategy is overall and how you're approaching the game.
Definitely, these two teams are the ones that should be head to head right now because the performances we have been seeing from them so far have been amazing. Xgeneration and 52 Esports, they have been really going head to head, and as I mentioned, that these are the teams that have been forming somewhat of a rivalry between both of these among each other, and it'll really be seen in the games that are yet to come. The two games that are going to be played on this tournament, the final two games, that how these teams stack up on the leaderboard. Will X Generation or will 52 Esports end up on the top? I mean, these teams are pretty much undefeatable by the teams that are below them, or perhaps some of them, maybe 52 Esports that's probably on probably lower than X Generation, or maybe not. Whichever team is on the second position, perhaps has a chance of being taken down from the team that's on the third position right now. But I think these teams are pretty untouchable as of now, and that's going to stay that way. So all it comes down to is going to be the rivalry between these two, that who's going to dethrone who and who is going to be taking the pass to PMPL while being the first while being the first team on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it really is for that. It really is the battle for that number one spot at the moment between these two teams, where they're just dethroning each other in every single game. At one point, you have 52 Esports coming back for X Generation, taking them out of their first spot, reclaiming their spot as the number one team. But then X Generation, they're not going to fall from glory, or they're not going to go down that leaderboard, because the next game you're going to see X Generation come back and win that chicken dinner, secure that out for themselves. So what it really looks like is that there's just really tough competition coming out from both of these teams at the moment, as they go neck to neck and at each other very frequently.
Definitely, they're going to be going neck to neck to each other all the time, but 52 Esports, looking at their eliminations, they definitely have been a lot more aggressive than X Generation in all the games that we've had so far. And that is probably going to stay that way because, hey, 52 Esports, that's their style of going with the game. And X Generation, they have been playing the team, as I call it, the team negative style. And they have been just being really reserved and conserved on how they approach the game. And they haven't really been going all out on all the teams that they see. They just pop in the opportunity, in the moment that they have to get in the eliminations, get they just grab. They don't ever let go of the window of opportunity that they get in every game, and that leads them to the chicken dinner points that they've been getting. And honestly, it's been working out pretty great for them. They have great standing on the leaderboard, and hopefully they're able to maintain that as well. But on the other hand, we have 52 Esports. I think they only have one chicken dinner under their belt, but the thing that has been carrying them so far has been their total elimination. So as I mentioned at the very starting stages of the tournament, that sure, elimination points aren't really that important if you're able to consistently get chicken dinners, right? But the thing is that the teams, you don't get a lot of points when you're just going out to take eliminations, but you end up dying at the very early stages of the game. So it's not worth it at the very start, but surely enough when you've already ascended to the final, or at least the middle stages of the game, you should definitely go for the eliminations, as they grant you a lot of points if they're able to. I mean, of course, it's just the 1-to-1 ratio. If you get an elimination, you're going to get a point, and that is definitely going to bump you up the leaderboard.
Yeah, the elimination points, they do end up coming clutch when you talk about those positions at the upper part of the leaderboard, right, where the teams are fighting it out with each other for every single point. Because I think just before this game, as we saw the leaderboard, there were like the differences between 2 points between a lot of the teams that were really up on the entire leaderboard. So as those things end up changing up, the elimination points do end up becoming a very important part of that equation when you're computing which team is going to be on that number one spot, which team is going to be a bit further down towards that second position, that third position. So all of these things, they end up accumulating, these points end up accumulating, and they end up mattering towards the later stages of the game. So just great gameplay coming out from both of these teams. They are present in our head-to-head at the moment, and I'm pretty sure we're going to go to the next screen anytime soon, and we'll be able to see how things are going on for the rest of the tournament, because our viewers, I think they've developed a very good understanding for these 3 stats that are being showed for both these teams. But yeah, before as we head on over to that and we make that transition right now, what I'm really excited to see, Ahad, is who is that team at that third position? Who's that team at the fourth position? Which one of the teams are occupying those positions? And then also another interesting thing to see will be which of the teams were able to make their way from that were competing throughout the tournament, where they competed in the knockout stages, the group stages, got into the semifinals, and then made it to the finals. So how many teams do you think are going to be qualifying from there into the PMPL?
I mean, yeah, that's I don't really like to take my chances on making such claims because, of course, I have been applying the caster cards all around. So I really don't want to make a prediction here and just, change the results or the outcomes on which of the teams are going to be qualifying for the PMPL. So I just rather say just wish them good luck. I don't know if that is going to end up applying the caster cards as well, or maybe not. But yeah, we'll really see at the end, and hopefully the teams, of course, I'm seeing dominant performances coming in from the invited teams, but now we finally have the winner team that won the last game, and it's going to be Xgeneration with 13 total eliminations, 1.6k damage done. Thug with 4 eliminations, almost 500 damage done by his side. Hunter is going to be having 3 eliminations, 300 damage done, pretty normal. Shamir, 5 eliminations and 760 damage on his behalf. That is amazing team contribution coming in from Shamir. Psycho's going to be at 1 elimination, 120 damage. Well, I guess he was the support player for his team, or perhaps he died very early on, but still great numbers coming in from 3 of the players of Xgeneration, and that really shows how they moved on towards the chicken dinner that they have now.
Yeah, just overall a very dominating performance coming out from the players of Xgeneration. We're looking at the teams to focus right now: Team Xgen, Team Galaxy Esports 7, EQR, and Pyro. Galaxy Esports, a team that was not performing as well as we expected them to, and as they had been performing the rest of the semifinals, right? So a bit lower down in that regard, but yeah, it's very nice to see them finally looking up or performing a bit better. Team Xgen at the first position, 1.6k damage done. The Galaxy Sports following in on second with 1.3k damage being dealt. 7 EQR, they are close by the third position. Then Pyro Esports, they are down at their fourth position. So just generally great gameplay coming out from all of these teams that have been competing. And then within that last game, I think just stellar performances coming out from all of them. Look at the 15 grenades that Xgen Esports ended up throwing out in that game. We've already seen how pivotal and how clutch grenades can be, especially when the engagements end up becoming a bit more trickier towards the end of that game, right? So that utility usage just perfectly illustrates to me that Xgen Esports has a great understanding of the game. They know how to go on about the meta of the game and just take those players out.
Yup, and now we have in front of our eyes the most valuable player that we've had in the previous game, and it's going to be Finisher. With 1,000 damage done, that is a lot compared to his eliminations, which are going to be 5, with 5.58 MVP points, 41.67 team contribution percentage. I'm seeing that change for the first time in a while. I guess that was bugged before, which was always at 50%, 189-meter longest shot. And yeah, good stats coming in from Finisher. I don't think the team contribution number adds up quite favorably, because I mean, considering that you did 1,000 damage while your whole team damage was about 2,000 or 2.5k, something around that area, doing 1,000 damage out of all of that is pretty dominant. And the team contribution should be much more than that. And yep, we have our players to focus, and we have Finisher at 1k damage once again, as we just saw. Samir with 5 eliminations, and Finisher with 3 total assists as well. So once again, getting the MVP stat in the assists department as well is really amazing for a Finisher once again. So he has been a bit more consistent. We haven't really seen this player name out there in the MVP stats, but now we are finally seeing some of him, and I hope to see more of him in the future as well.
Yeah, and looking at the overall statistics that we have for game number 8, 60 eliminations coming out, 7.5k healing been done, 56 total knockouts. The knockout statistic somewhat remains pretty consistent or persistent across most of the tournament, as I've been noticing. 240 pieces of utility had been used and 0 airdrops being looted. So I think that is sort of where the intensity of the game is ramping up and the teams feel like that going for the airdrop can be a bit of a risk that they don't really want to take right now at this point in the tournament, right? 3 total headshots coming out, 11 rescues. That is an abnormally low number for a game of PUBG, where only 11 players that ended up getting that 11 players that were knocked out were also picked up by their teammates. So sort of I think that has to speak more in tune to the fact that the teams are just not taking engagements like they were. So if a player is getting knocked out, then for the most part, he is getting finished off as well. Pegasus with a long elimination, 295 meters. Usually we end up seeing the longest elimination be a little above 300 meters, but here we see it being just a little. Looking at the match leaderboard, we had Xgeneration securing that chicken dinner, getting the #1 spot, and securing 28 total points for themselves. Galaxy Esports coming in at close second with 19 points. Team 7 EQR on the third position with 18 points. Pyro Esports on that fourth position with 14 points. The Angry Gamers at the fifth position with 10 points. At the #6 position is Team Faulty Devils with 8 points. Team Negatives at that 7th position with 6 points. 3X, 4 points. Myth Esports, 9th position with 4 points. 52 Esports, 10th position with 4 points. R3D, 11th position with 3 points secure. Team TMW, 12th position, 2 points. RTG, 1. Hellraisers, 1. 69 Esports, 0. And hashtag Esports. That end of the table, Ahad, for the game number 8 looks a bit surprising to me.
It definitely does, because so many good teams that we've seen performing so well in the previous game that we have, even Road to Glory having a chicken dinner under their belt, even are now at the very bottom of that leaderboard, the match leaderboard that we're now having. Road to Glory with only 1 point, Hellraisers with only 1 point, 69 Esports, who are mechanically very well enabled, are only going out with 0. So are going to be hashtag Esports. But looking at the other teams, 52 Esports, Red Esports, these teams haven't really they've been dominant throughout, right? But only going home with just 4 or 3 points scored for themselves is really not how we're used to seeing them, right? So yeah, it is a bit of change of pace coming in from these teams, but I'm sure they'll be able to compensate for it in the upcoming 2 games, because definitely I don't think that some of the teams really want to lose their positioning on the overall rankings. And now we have the elimination to damage graph, which is going to be showing Xgeneration having 13 eliminations with 1.6k damage done. Galaxy Esports, 7 eliminations, 1.3k damage done. 7 EQRX Rage with 12 eliminations, 2.2k damage done. Pyro is going to be there with 4 eliminations and 1.2k damage done. Tag, 2 eliminations, 300 damage done, almost 400. TFD with 6 eliminations, 1.2k damage done. Negatives with a lot less, as you'd expect them on a map like Erangel with 2 eliminations and 800 damage done. 52 with 4 eliminations, 1.1k damage done. That explains why they got a lot less points than they are usually getting. 3x with 3 eliminations and almost 900 damage. Myth with 3 eliminations and 1.3k damage exactly. Red Esports with 3 eliminations once again and 400 damage. You can see a lot of 3 eliminations and 2 eliminations here, but the differences in damage is a lot. And then we have TMW with 1 elimination, 400 damage. HR with only no eliminations, in fact, and only 200 damage done. So is going to be the case with RTG with only 400 damage. 69, same, 0 kills, hashtag 0 as well. 178 damage done by 69 and 24 by hashtag. So these teams kind of have been falling off from their usual performance, how they usually are on the map. But as I said before, I really hope they're able to compensate for this loss that they just faced in the upcoming 2 games.
Yeah, for some of the teams that are a bit lower down on the overall standing, it's going to be a bit difficult. But yeah, we do have the overall leaderboard here before we go on to the final 2 games. Team Xgeneration, 2 chicken dinners secured for them, and they are at 1-1-1. The first team to cross that 100-point mark, entering into the 3 digits. Just great gameplay coming out from Xgeneration, reclaiming their #1 spot that they had lost in the previous game. 52 Esports getting dethroned by Xgeneration at the 2nd position, 96 total points coming out for them. And then Pyro Esports, again, 0 chicken dinners from Pyro, but the consistency of this team just proves the fact that You just have to play well in every single game. Third position, 84 total points secured, and then 7 EQR. Another team making their way from a bit lower down into the leaderboard are at that 84 points in fourth position. 3X is pretty close by, 77 at fifth. Hellraisers at sixth with 68. Team Negatives at seventh with 60, and then RTG would be the final team to qualify with 57 points. Not very further behind them is Team Faulty Devils, which are at 56 points, just 1 point behind that eighth position. That will be the difference between that 1 point could end up being the difference between qualifying to the Pubgmobile Pro League or getting eliminated from the tournament here. And then TMW Esports 54, they're not very far behind either. Tag is at 52 and R3D. So again, at that 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th position, we have really close competition between all of the teams.
Definitely we do, but the point to be noted that a lot of the teams that actually came up from the semifinals are actually on the way for qualification for the PMPL, and we can see Road to Glory, Team Negatives, Hellraisers, and Pyro already on the very top. Pyro, in fact, is top 3 right now, although having the same points as X-Rage. They are tied together at 84 points. This is going to be really interesting to see who's going to dethrone who, but it doesn't really look well for the other teams that actually qualified, because as you can see after Road to Glory, we're going to be having the Angry Gamers, and the rest of the teams are going to be at the very bottom of this whole rankings. So I really hope they're able to bump it up, although it is kind of hopeless right now. But still, let's just focus on the teams that are head-to-head right now. And once again, as we talked about it for a whole of almost 10 minutes, it's going to be Xgeneration and 52 Esports once again with the same stats, although 52 Esports are once again going to be bumping their elimination numbers up quite a bit with at 59 eliminations and 49 eliminations for Xgeneration. 1.1k total damage done, average damage dealt well, and 1.5k total average damage dealt on the behalf of 52 Esports. So the stats are somewhat comparable for these two teams. And once again, if you see, Xgeneration has spent a lot less time in the blue zone as compared to 52 Esports, and I guess that's because they just keep moving. Once again, their strategies to avoid the other teams is probably much better than the 52 Esports. 52 Esports might have been forced to spend a lot of time in the blue zone, but that doesn't seem to be the case for Xgeneration, and they've been out of it for the most of the time. But now we have the race for overall MVP, which I will now give to you, Azus.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, there are no surprises here. The number 1 position is Joker. 4.5k damage dealt, 21 total eliminations. And close by is Miracle from 3X, 21 eliminations, 3.7k damage dealt by him. The third position is Finisher, 17 eliminations, 3.4k damage dealt. Shahmir isn't that far off either with the fourth position, 15 eliminations. Chotu is at the fifth position with 15 eliminations coming out from him. And the number 6 position is Pyro OP, 15 eliminations. Drawlin is close by. Ash at that 8th position. Musa following by at the 9th position. And then at the 10th position is Thug with 12 eliminations, 2.3k damage having dealt by him. So it's very nice to see these somewhat new names, and then a combination of those old names just existing within those jerseys and competing for those number 1 positions. Looking at that right now, Joker has dealt 4.5k damage, and Miracle, who's going head on head against Joker, has only been able to deal 2.7k damage. So somewhat of a substantial difference between the damage numbers coming out from both of them. But then with the eliminations, Joker leads the chart with only 1 elimination to Miracle's 21. On the other hand, Joker has utilized 43 pieces of utility, while Miracle has only utilized 32. I'm not sure. I think there must be a bug in the graph that should be going to Joker as well, and that Joker side should be green here, shouldn't it?
Definitely should be green for Joker, and even the difference is huge. It's going to be 11 more throwables used on Joker's behalf, and yeah, Joker has been super consistent throughout. I don't think there has been a single MVP screen in which we haven't seen Joker in the head-to-head, and it's usually been on the left side for some reason, but I don't know. I think that's just Joker things. So yeah, Joker has been consistent throughout, and now we're going to be looking at today's matches that we've had so far. We've had 3 matches. The first one on Erangel, which was won by Road to Glory. The second one on Miramar, which was won by 52 Esports, and the third chicken dinner was taken by Xgeneration, which was also also on Erangel. So now we're going to be having Sanhok and Erangel as the upcoming two games. And once again, Sanhok, as we talked about it, it's going to be a really small map, change of paces once again, just like Miramar, not the same as Erangel. And yeah, really interested to see how the teams will be going. We did see them go out on Sanhok yesterday, and it almost came down to a healing battle. And actually, it did come down to a healing battle. And we are going to see if it comes down to it once again today or not, or will it just be an all-out encounter between all the teams? And the thing that we really can't predict is which one of the teams is going to be taking the chicken dinner on this game. Because yesterday it was team negatives, and if they're able to continue that today as well, that'll be really good for them. But who knows? Maybe some other team is planning to get their hands on the chicken dinner today.
Yeah, and it will be very interesting to see on how all of these things end up folding out, right? With the way that the competition has been, we've just seen some really good games happening right now, and I'm just so honestly excited to see how things are going to go and unfold here with the sort of competition that we've had here, with how things have been super close. Just generally great competition coming out. We want to see how things end up folding out on Sanhok. I think we are going to go on towards our next game, and yeah, a smaller map, a map where you have to take those eliminations very seriously, where you have to go on and be very careful about how you go for those engagements, because those engagements can. So if I'll tell you a bit of a story. All right, children, all of you sit down, right? This is story time. So what happens is when two teams end up taking an engagement, right, one of them has to end up winning that engagement, and provided that you don't end up losing a lot of resources during that engagement, that would be the ideal case scenario. So you end up winning an engagement, but the issue on Sanhok is, since the map is so close, the teams are usually in much more closer proximity of each other than they would be on Erangel and Miramar. So you can have isolated engagements on Erangel and Miramar, and that's where that ends up happening a lot of the times, right, where two squads fight each other and they're the only squads that are close in the vicinity to each other. But on Sanhok, there are much lesser chances of that happening, because if two squads they end up fighting each other, there is a huge likelihood of another squad being very close by and just ready to punish the squads out as soon as they get a chance to be able to do so. So it'll be very interesting to see in how this ends up folding out, especially when we're this close to determining who our winners are going to be. Well, the top 8 again are going to be qualifying for the Pubgmobile Pro League, and these are the teams that we're really excited for and looking forward to seeing who these teams are going to be. But we're going to get all of these answers in not a little while. There's still some time to go, but it's going to be over the course of these last two games. We're going to first play it out on Sanhok. The teams are going to go at each other. There's going to be a lot of massacres, carnage, just teams trying to take each other out throughout the entire duration of the match. And then after that, we're going to go and head on over to Erangel and end things off, end the entire tournament off, finally crown our winner of Pubgmobile National Championships, and also determine the 8 teams that are going to move on to the Pubgmobile Pro League.
Definitely, the Pubgmobile Pro League stakes are really high for all of the teams that we have here. And as you mentioned, the next map that we're going to be having in a little while is going to be Sanhok. And of course, it's a map of massacre and carnage all around. It's so many close quarters, so many teams. That story time was really good, by the way, Azus. And yeah, so many close quarters. All the teams are just so close to each other that they just inevitably have to go on each other. So, talking about Erangel, we already have had a lot of iterations of Erangel already, and this is going to be probably the last time we're going to be seeing in this tournament specifically because, hey, this is the final stages. The teams already have ascended to the grand finals, and the stakes on both of the maps are really high. They're all competing for the PMPL. They're all trying to get into the top 8 spots. And a lot of teams that are already on the very top already have locked on to their positions. Their positions aren't really going to budge more than by one variation or two. But that's really going to be it for the teams that are really on the top. But for the teams that are on the really bottom, once again, it's the same scenario as the semifinals, as the team were there on the 9th and the 10th position, just like team 141 barely missed the spots in the finals. The teams that are on the 9th position right now, in 8th position, they're going to be contesting for that 8th spot really aggressively. And it's going to come down to who will be able to really dethrone who. And If you're able to get into the top 8, good luck. You are on the way to PMPL. But if you're not, you're out. So it's really going to be a battle between those teams in the middle of the scoreboard, right where the threshold, right where there's the barrier for getting into PMPL. And it is definitely turning into an intense situation between all these teams. And especially for the teams that are on the 8th and the 9th position. And yeah, it is really going to be an all-out battle between all the teams that we have in that area on that overall rankings.
Yeah, really, it is going to be war, and there's just going to be all-out war between all of the teams that exist in those areas. On that 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, I think even up to the 12th spot, the teams are not that far away when it comes to the points, right? There's not a huge discrepancy of points that exists between all of these teams. They're super close by, so we're expecting to see a lot of fierce and intense competition follow through between all of these teams as they try to fight it out, as they try to fight for a glory, and they try to fight for that number one coveted position on that PUBG Mobile National Championship finals. They try to win and become the winner, and along that, right, they're also competing for the PUBG Mobile Pro League slots. So there's just a lot of things on the line for these teams. So we're expecting a lot of fierce competition. We're going to go head on over to that game on Sanhok any moment now. Usually production likes to surprise us with a transition, but yeah, let's end up seeing how or when that ends up happening. But right now, the excitement is just Holler getting the best of me right now. I'm not sure when the game's going to happen. I'm not sure how the game's going to turn out. I'm not sure who's going to end up winning. I'm not sure what sort of carnage is going to follow, how the circles are going to rotate, how many eliminations are going to happen. We're going to see some crazy plays come out, but I am really excited for them.
Definitely, the anxiousness always builds up inside you as we're getting to the really final moments where the game is just about to start. We'll just see the plane trajectory form any moment now. Maybe it has already formed, who knows? But yeah, it is going to be all unveiled very, very soon, and we'll be all on the map very soon. And honestly, as I've already mentioned so many times before, that Sanhok is my personal favorite map so far, and it is especially because of how close quartered it is. And I don't think why PUBG doesn't decide to include some other smaller maps. I think Vikendi is much smaller, but I guess they're just not fit for the competitive environment just as of now. So that is completely plausible, but still, the shorter the map, the higher the engagement and the higher the compactness and overall how close the players are to each other. So it definitely is a very big change of pace. And yeah, we're really hoping to see some action, aren't we, Azus, on this map that is yet to follow.
We really are, and we expect a lot of action on this map. We expect the teams to go at each other, go crazy all over, and just go all out. That's all we're expecting from these teams. And speaking of plane trajectories, I'm glad we have one right now on my screen. It's just flying all across the map from the right to the left side. There's a very standard plane trajectory. I think all of the teams should be able to get their favorite areas on the map where they like to or tend to drop down to. Lakavi. Oh, okay, that's an interesting town. I think I'm just caught my eye at the moment. But so there are different towns that the teams are heading on over to. Camp Bravo, Boot Camp, all of these areas should be getting occupied at any moment now, Paradise Resort. And what I'm interested to see is how that first circle is going to form, what that formation is going to look like. And we do have the first circle. It has gone on towards the top right region of the map.
It definitely has, and we have a lot of teams already dropping. And as you mentioned, that's weird town. I think we should go around it by somewhere by some time. But still, it's on the map, and HR is going to be deciding to go there before us right now. And yeah, actually, point to be noticed though. HR is already pretty close to the Kavi area, right? But one of their players next has actually decided to go towards a quarry area, which is really interesting to see. And all of the other teams are now actually almost all of them are outside the circle and where it has formed. So do you know what this means? The circle is basically on the main island, right? The biggest island on Sanhok. But most of the teams are either on the secondary or the other island that is there. So this means we are going to see a lot of bridges being crossed. But the thing is, the water, the amount of water that there is in between these islands isn't that much as well. So you can just use water as a way of commute. But we can already see a team being engaged in a fight, because well, not really a fight, but they are really close quarters, and it is going to be hashtag and 69 esports being really close to each other. We aren't really seeing any knockouts coming in from them, but still we are seeing some knockouts on the other teams, as you just saw, because Galaxy Esports and 69, they do have lost one member on each of their teams, and Negative is also having a knocked out teammate. So in an interesting start of the game, so many eliminations just coming in at the very start. I say so many because you really don't expect this, all of this, what just happened, all of this just coming around in this early stage of the game. But we can see here, 69 Esports, Imran is already making his way around hashtag Esports, and he might just be able to get a better angle onto them compared to his teammates. He's already on them. Hashtag Esports, I'm pretty sure they have a visual onto him, but will he really be able to make use of this interesting position that he has right now?
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see in how that ends up unfolding at the moment. But on the other hand, Joker has taken out Sherry with the headshot on him, and we're just seeing a lot of aggression on this map in the early game, which is something that we're not usually used to seeing. Team Negatives, they have taken out two players. Two of their squad members have been taken out. They've lost one already, and the other one's down. Tag has lost one, but I think there's a revive coming out on top of him, and then they end up losing another one on top of that. Galaxy Esports are down to only one player at the moment, and Tag 52 Esports, they're going at each other right now.
Yup, they are. 52 Esports currently going on. Hashtag and 69 going at each other as well. There's the running gun coming in. And with that, hashtag Esports has been eliminated by 69. 69 weren't really looking at good because they lost their teammate, right? And now they have one more knocked out as well. But it is no problem for them because he will be revived anytime now. So 69 really recovering from the situation they were in up against hashtag. But now they have Myth to deal with. Myth reaction being really close to them as well, and now rest of the mid players are coming at them as well. Tornado from one side, Reaction from the other side, and Joke is already on top of them. So 69 Esports is being completely surrounded by the mid players right now. They do have a problem to deal with here. Mid Esports really not barging inside. They're waiting for 69 to come out. I don't know why Levi's reaction is being so cautious, because there isn't actually really anyone near to him, but still, you can never be too cautious. There is a nade going in from Joke. It has been perfectly cooked, but I don't think that it's going to do a lot of damage for anyone, but still Joke trying to go inside. Imran and Nobix being really close to each other. Imran is really being careful of what's on top of him. He doesn't want to lose sight. And there it is. Reaction is maybe spotted by Leo, or maybe not. Oh, well, whatever the case is, this will definitely turn out to be an interesting engagement between all the 69 Esports, three of the players all combined here. Reaction with that Molotov that might push someone out of position. Nobix is going to hear that. Nobix already closing in the position, but he just walks right into the nade of Levi. There's the Molotov coming in as well. Nobix, while being knocked out, that shotgun strategy definitely didn't work. Levi is coming down to maybe get a revive in on his teammate. Reaction that has been knocked out as well. He probably will be able to get a safe revive inside, but still he has to be careful that the players do not rush, and Leo is right there with backing up by being backed up from his teammate. Levi though still coming in with a shotgun is going to knock out a player, and that is going to be it for 69 Esports. They lasted for a while against a team like Myth Esports. This was an amazing interaction between them, an amazing engagement between them. That nade knockout coming in from Joke was amazing as well, and combined with that Molotov from Reaction, Myth did a really good job on holding 69 back, and that really won them this engagement and will put them up by 3 elimination points, and 69 Esports being removed from the server.
Yeah, just great gameplay coming out from Myth Esports, having that understanding, and this is just what I was talking about before the game started as well, Ahad, that I was talking about, the maps is just so small that possibility of getting third party exists very strongly, and that's exactly what we ended up seeing here right now, right? A team getting third party, getting eliminated from the server very early on into the game, where 69 Esports had just finished that engagement with Team Aqua, Team Hash Esports, and they were able to get them eliminated. But then Myth Esports, they understood that there was an engagement happening. They did not let 69 Esports take a breather, get themselves into a better position, and just eliminated them from the server. Especially the way that Myth Esports went about it was really smart. 69 Esports sort of pushed, put themselves against the wall, or their backs were against the wall, I'd rather say, and that was very just interesting on how things ended up playing out between all of them. So this great gameplay coming out from 69 from Myth Esports, and finally showing some signs of life within this final. But I think, unfortunately, it might be a bit too late for them to be able to secure that position into the top 8.
Yep, it definitely seems kind of late for them because, of course, they have. After those 3 elimination points, they are going to be at a total of 21 points, but it definitely is too late for them because looking at the points of Xgeneration and 52, Xgeneration already having crossed the 100-point threshold, and 52 just about to cross it as well at 96. And after that one elimination with 97 points in total, they are much, much farther ahead as compared to Myth Esports, while it is the one of the teams at the very bottom of the overall rankings, as we can see on the right side of the screen. So yeah, it is pretty hopeless for hashtag Myth and 69 Esports to even try at this point. But still, hey, just like the fact that we talked about in the semifinals, that this playing at such a high level of a tournament in Pakistan is definitely just an experience for all of this team. It is an experience that is definitely worth it for trying. You're gonna gain so much from it that the final results shouldn't even matter to you, right? So yeah, these teams are definitely here for that experience, for that. And honestly, I think with experience being gained, I think there's the enjoyment that you have, right? Playing on such a big stage, such cozy couches, it is definitely an experience in game as well, and a real life experience too. Honestly, it is overall definitely amazing for all the players to just back out of this tournaments, even if they don't have any chance of qualifying any further. So yeah, I'm pretty sure these teams are still in their right mentals, and they're still gonna try in the upcoming. In this, of course, they just got wiped out in this game, but there's one more game, and they're probably going to be seeing it trying in it as well.
Yeah, we are expecting them to try and to make sure that they can make something happen here within this tournament, although it looks a bit more unlikely at the moment. 52 Joker taking some damage from the blue zone, but he's not very far away from that white circle, that play zone, that he should be getting in there within just a few moments, being secure and being better off. And as the circle keeps rotating on over, we have the circle shifting very hard towards the northern area of the map. So all of the teams they'll have to start rotating on over and heading on over towards that area, towards that top region. But right now, we do have Sam on the screen. He is lurking on Tag Esports, but it looks like, yeah, Sam from Galaxy Esports is looking exactly over at the Tag players, and I think he's maybe trying to be a bit opportunistic about it. He wants
के ऊपर मौजूद है, but Galaxy के लिए ये बहुत मुश्किलात बढ़ चुकी है. Sam is the only
so that he can get some shots on them. But that does not look like it's going to be happening anytime soon, because Sam is the only player surviving on Galaxy Esports at the moment as well. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game for him now.
Definitely, it is a cat and mouse game for him at this point. But now, looking at how he is still in the zone, and so many teams as well, they're still in the zone. Myth Esports and them, well, it is just being them punished.
कंसर्न रहता है. बहुत दूर है जोन से, और अभी चीजें आसान नहीं होंगी इनके लिए अगर ये लोग कुछ जल्दी को एक मेजर रोटेशन नहीं देते.
Still, not everyone is like Hellraisers, are they? Hellraisers are just perfect at just predicting where the circle is going to be forming and just getting there in time. So we can see a lot of teams already inside Camp Alpha, and once again the circle has been moved into the main island, and this is going to be forcing a lot of teams to just cross the bridge or either take the water sides, and that gives the advantage to some of the teams that are already present there to take the upper hand on them and just get them early on. And we might just see a lot of bridge engagements coming in, and a lot of bridge eliminations coming in as well, and water eliminations too, of course, when we talk about bridges. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how this is going to progress, as we are going to be having the final circle moving in right now. Well, not the final, just the final of this stage.
Yeah, this the circle at this stage, the second circle is moving in, and it is closing in onto the players. So they'll all have to start making their way into the circle. Speaking a bit about 52 Esports right now, the team in the second position, they've already lost 2 members, so it looks like it's going to be a bit harder for them to dethrone Xgen Esports. But Myth's reaction is on a bit of a slaughter fest in his motor vehicle. He's already knocked down 2 players, and I think he's just going to not lighten up. So just great gameplay coming out from him, being able to take out 2 players using your vehicle, and those are just 2 quick elimination points being secured.
Yep, it definitely is. And now we are seeing Pyro Esports on our screens, who are currently being, or at least about to be greeted by RTG there. RTG moving on into the same direction because, of course, they all have to get out of this blue zone that they're in right now. It's not really that aggressive as of now because the circle isn't really that small, but still.
जनरली आपकी यही कोशिश है कि भरपूर तरीके से ये लोग इस गेम में मैक्सिमम अमाउंट ऑफ पॉइंट्स लें किसी ना किसी तरह
Just immersed in the game. And look at his emotions, right? He's actually immersed and it looks like he's enjoying himself. So I'm really happy for him. And yeah, that's really what I mentioned earlier, that these players are here for the in-game experience and the real life amazing experience as well. Honestly, it is really, I personally have played in LAN events as well, and it is definitely just a different vibe. And I'm sure these players are experiencing the same. But now, yeah, looking on 3X Esports, we have them being already inside of the zone near to Paradise Resort, I assume, and there's Xgeneration present at Paradise Resort.
Yeah, they are present at Paradise Resort, and we do have the next circle closing in now as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the teams end up navigating this circle. We do see some of the teams accumulating those, a huge amount of first aid kits, trying to make sure that if it does end up coming down to one of those finishes within Sanhok where you have those heal battles coming out, so they'll be in a better position to be able to get those first aid kits off. Right now, how things are going, Team Negative's Buzzard, he's losing a lot of HP and he's lost 2 of his team members as well. But right now, XG Tuck, he's taken out 3X Miracle. Again, Miracle, one of the very strong players, one of the very gifted players, and Cairo is in a position to be able to punish Shahmir off. But Shahmir just great spatial awareness coming out from him, understanding the angle that he was getting shot at and how that tree perfectly blocked off that player's vision on him.
Definitely amazing calls coming in from Shah here, but we have still them having to be engaged by 3X, and there's the knockout coming in from Hunter on Cairo. Cairo having his head blown off by Hunter, so that's some damage done by them. Lost Boy already being knocked down, both of the teams having dealt the same amount of damage. It is down to Modu and the rest of the 2 teammates alive on 3X to stop these guys from pressuring them one out of another. Yeah, there's a shot taken by Modu. The Hunter damage down to 20% of his HP. 2 of the players knocked out. Miracle and Cairo are going to be down, and there is Ash as well. It's all down to Modu right now. We've seen some amazing plays coming in from these guys all around. That once again, this is the team that was neck to neck in that 200 IQ play game that we had yesterday. Thug was there, who was able to outplay Modu, outsmart Modu, but this time around, I guess that's not going to be the case, because Modu, after having lost his 3 of his teammates, is going to be taking his leave, and Xgeneration is going to be the one that's going to be basking in victory after this engagement that we've just had. And right after another engagement, we're going to be seeing TMW and 7EQX engaging with each other. Hayan is there with cooking already, who's already cooking a nade. One of the TMW players was already able to deal a bit of damage to them already, but still, this engagement is going to be really interesting on how it ends up, because one of TMW players, Iron, is already really closing up on the X-Rage players.
Yeah, the players are super close by, and they are still locked into these engagements. Hayan, he has a grenade being cooked up right now, and he throws it.
को ध्यान से लेना पड़ेगा, but at the same time, this is a fight.
A lot of engagements coming out from both sides. Motu's just trying to survive here. Grenade coming out to him, and he is the final player trying to survive from Team 3X. Again, a team that was fighting for that #1 spot when the day began, but it does not look like it's going to happen. But you can't really take out Motu like that, Musa. You have to be careful when you're challenging the man himself. He's going to try to get a first aid kit off. He has knocked down one of the players around R3D, and the rest of the players, they are close by. But Motu, he gets a revive off. He gets that first aid kit off, and that should put him in a great position to be able to challenge the rest of the players as well. They're making their way towards him. So Motu, just great gameplay coming out from him. He was able to take out 2 players, but the rest is just not going to happen. Team R3D, now they're in a bit of a pickle right now. Team XG saw them being engaged upon and the amount of heavy damage that they took, so they were just shooting back at them. But now, if you look at the circle is now opting to head on over towards that Camp Bravo area, and that's where Team HR is going to come in as well. Team Myth is going to make their way there. Team Pyro is rotating on over as well. So all of the teams, they're trying to make their way into that circle.
Definitely, the teams are making their way. Myth, though, taking a really big detour, are going to enter the circle from the southern side by almost riding the blue zone all around. And that's the Myth style of doing things, isn't it? We're now currently looking at Xgeneration. they're already at Paradise Resort, but the thing is, they're going to be forced to move out of this area in 10 seconds or so. There aren't really any teams around, but they're not stopping to just keeps scouting and maybe find someone going around, but there is sadly no one, and they're going to be finding no one as well. So yeah, that's really it for Xgeneration. But on the other hand, we already have Hellraisers dropping some bullets onto TMW. TMW is very likely, very probably aware of their positioning, and Hellraisers, they're not letting them go easily, and there they are. There's the opportunist player that we always have, T24 OP. While these two teams go on at each other, there is the guy hidden in the woods. He is finally there with a scope in his hand and an M4A1, M4A4. This guy is definitely a menace to all the teams. He's the perfect third person, the guy who just perfectly third persons everyone in the games that we have seen so far.
Yeah, and 70QR's finisher, he has an angle onto Python from team TFD. So the positioning has been revealed, the information has been dissipated to his team, so they already know what's happening. Buzzet eats a grenade from Joker, but he's got one cooking off his own. He could be able to throw that out onto Joker any moment now, but he tries to push onto Joker, but Joker had his shotgun ready for him.
अंदर एक और किल अपने नाम कर जाते. टीम नेगेटिव will also bite the dust और इस गेम से एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे. 12 स्क्वाड्स
Negative again getting eliminated at a very high position within the final, within this game, within the second last game. It's going to be a bit disappointing for them because they are at that 7th position. So they were only able to secure 1 point that gives them 61 points. Team RTG is very close by at their position. So Team TFD just has a very good chance to be able to take Team Negative out, or even Team HR out of the running for the qualifier for the Pubgmobile Pro League. But we'll have to see if that ends up happening as well. 24 OP, he has some nades cooking up onto R3D. He's already got one of the players knocked out, and if he can land a nade onto Anubis, that could spell the end for Team R3D. The grenade lands pretty close by, but he's not able to take him out. He gets tunnel vision on the player who was already knocked out, does eliminate him, but he should be relatively safe because Walker cannot take on the entire squad of R3D alone. We have Team 52 Esports getting eliminated at the 12th position as well.
Definitely, after T24 OP has been revived, I don't think Red Esports are going to have very good chances of surviving in this old
जब नहीं होता वो फिर से अपने आप को फर्स्ट एड पे जरूर लेके जाते हुए दिखाई देंगे. And team Pyro once again will hope
they're on Red Esports, who is going to be pressured by Pyro anytime now, and Pyro just moving on to their position really fast. But the thing is, TMW Kurama already has a really good position, which he is going to have to sacrifice to move on inside the blue zone. He is getting a bit damaged. Well, the blue zone is definitely a bit more aggressive than it was. Of course, that should be the case, but on the other hand, we can see Hellraisers pressuring TMW once again as Hayan just got knocked out, and they are just not going easy on TMW right now. HR just constantly pressuring them, knocking their plays out, and TMW is now going to be left with only 2 players alive. 3 players alive, one of which is already knocked out. So Hellraiser doing a lot of damage to TMW. We can already see Pyro Esports is closing up on his player. What was that from Galaxy Sam, as he was the only player staying alive? From Galaxy Esports side, he just walked on top, and there was Myth player just holding on to him really patiently. And yeah, he just walked into his own death. That is going to spell the end for Galaxy Esports. And now we're once again looking at Pyro Esports. All of the teams are just closing up on each other really fast. And with that, Red Esports has been eliminated from the server as well. So many teams are just going out of the server so fast, and that will be the end of X-Rage as well. So many players are actually being knocked out by the zone, and Xgeneration also taking a lot of damage onto 7X.
Ooh.
And okay, Joke, as he was running out in the open, Umar is going to find the perfect opportunity and take him down as well. He sees Reaction 2, tries to land some bullets onto him. Reaction is going to hide behind a tree that's right there, but Joke is behind cover as well. He can get a revive in, but he doesn't really want to go inside. There's the nade perfectly thrown. He's going to eat the nade by Umar as well, but yep, there's the nade coming in from Reaction, the king of nades. But a counter nade coming in from Umar is going to knock him down as well. So a lot of damage dealt from both teams to each other.
टीम मैथ का स्क्वाड फाइनली दे आर डाउन टू 1 मैन स्टैंडिंग. टीम के लिए यहाँ पे एक ही खिलाड़ी मौजूद है. द प्लेयर जिन्होंने पहले यहाँ
here.
Yeah, generally just frag grenades leading to a lot of frags happening, and I think that will probably spell the end for Myth Esports within this game as well. They do have one player alive at the moment, and that is Tornado hiding up in that watchtower. Although this is a great position for Tornado because I don't think anyone can sort of have an angle at him and take shots on him. So that is just not going to happen from Tornado. Another nade blowing right in front of Hunter and taking him out. Fofo, he's pretty close by. He should be able to finish that off, but with the way Hunter is, and since he has no teammates close by, he should be getting eliminated here, and that is what exactly Fofo is able to do here.
Definitely for doing that, but looking at Tornado right now, there's the nade going towards Hasu. It might just be on spot. There it is, explodes. Hasu is going to take a lot of damage from it, but just not enough to die as of now. He's also eating nade from the other teams as well, and in these situations, how well you can throw your nade, how well you can time them really matters, right? Because Tornado's nades are currently missing. The first one was kind of on spot on TFD Hasu, but it barely missed. Now he has an idea of Python's position. There's the nade bouncing off the rock, hitting Python's legs. It's going to hurt Python a lot as well, but TFD not looking in a really good spot, just constantly eating nades after nades from Tornado. Leon OP is in a bit of a different spot, but there it is. The perfect nade on spot is going to take down Python. Now it is up to Hus to just get close to his teammate, which he will have to as well, but Tornado is going to be pulling out no more nades because he's going to be taken out right there, and Myth Esports has been eliminated from the server. 6 teams left, 11 players remaining. This has come down to once again 1v1s, and the team with the most players alive right now is Hellraisers and TFD, and that might just not be the case any longer as well, as Hasu just moves forward. He isn't really seeing anyone as of now, but he is ascending towards Hellraiser right now. Xgeneration is there as well, present, ready to take the fights once again against Myth Esports players, and as I say that, one more team that is going to be TMW is going to be eliminated from the server.
Yeah, TMW, they're no longer with us on the server anymore. And we have top 5 teams right now. Team HR, Team TFG, Xgen, RTG, Pyro, and none of the teams have 4 members standing at the moment. But Team TFT, they definitely have multiple members alive. And so did Hellraisers? No, Hellraisers gotten some of their players knocked out. Hellraisers are down to only 1 member at the moment. One of their players has been eliminated, and all of these people are in the blue zone. Team TFD, they are taking some engagement. Python has been taken out by that grenade that landed all on top of him. So now they have to be a bit more careful in how they're going to engage these teams. Fofo, he is alive within this watchtower, but I don't think that's going to happen for long. TFT, Hasu makes a move right in front of him. But
Team RTG, Hitman, finally he gets eliminated.
if he did shoot at him, the blue zone would have taken him out because he would not have had enough time to apply his first aid kit. Fofo, he knows where Hasu is. He has his last first aid kit at the moment. He can take Hasu out, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do as soon as this first aid kit ends for him. But no, decided to make his way into the circle, but Fofo, Hasu was in the great position to cut him off. No, he gets taken out as well. It's all down to Xgen and TFD, and I think the circle, the zone,
and ladies and gentlemen, इसके बाद इनकी लीड अनकैचेबल हो चुकी है इस पूरी PMNC के अंदर, जहां पे इस टीम को परफॉर्म नहीं करना था, बाकियों को करना चाहिए था, यही जाके परफॉर्म करते हैं, एंड एवरीबॉडी इज लेफ्ट बिहाइंड. 52x टीम रेज, टीम 3x टीम HR एज वेल, यही वो है जो आगे जाके परफॉर्म करते हैं. और एक मोस्ट क्रूशियल गेम में जहां पे आप बात करें इस PMNC की दी मोस्ट क्रूशियल गेम, वहां पे ये लोग चिकन डिनर लेके जाते हैं. डेफिनेटली डिजर्व टू बी वेयर they are right now.
Exactly. Xgeneration का स्क्वाड पैक टू पैक यहाँ पे चिकन डिनर्स लेके जाता हुआ. द टीम है जिनको यकीनन यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी हम नंबर 1 पे देख लेते. वंस अगेन और लीड में इजाफा कर दिया जाता है विनर चिकन डिनर के बाद, और
present there to show up their medal against this team as the rivalry continues. And as it continues, we're only going to be having 1 game left in this entire grand final stage of this tournament, and that is going to be a really decider game, especially for the teams that are much lower on the leaderboard, such as the teams on the 8th and 9th positions. That is really the game upcoming is really going to be the decider game. And once again, as the suspense starts to build up, which I don't personally like, is going to be really mattering for all these teams.
Yeah, the stakes are really high for all of these teams right now, especially the teams that are a bit lower down, for whom their survival is going to be dependent on the last game, and the survival and the fact that they're able to qualify into the PUBG Mobile Pro League is going to be dependent on this final game as well. But let's talk about our current chicken dinner winners, and that is going to be Team Xgeneration. Just great gameplay coming out from Team Xgeneration. They were able to secure that chicken dinner for themselves. They were able to secure that #1 finish for themselves, and with that, I'm pretty sure I don't think they've perfectly locked in that first place finish for themselves within the tournament, because we do have one game to go, and we know how things can just change, and there's just things can just go from where they were to being very different within the span of just one game, and we're going to see if that ends up happening within this final game as well. But Team Xgeneration, just great gameplay coming out from them. Guys, we are down to our final game. We are going to a very brief break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere, so we come back in just a little bit. welcome you back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. It is the last day, and we are down to one final game. There's only one game to go, and after that one game, we're going to have our winners of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. And not only that, not only are we going to have our winners, that team that was able to secure that number one position, but we're also going to have the teams that are going to qualify for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. The top 8 teams from this competition are going to head on over, and we're going to see them competing for the rest of the year. Well,
Definitely. Yeah, one game, one single game left to determine how and which of these teams are going to be going to the PMPL. As you mentioned, Zeus, the stakes are really high. All of these teams are competing, and they've already reached the very, very final stage. We've already seen a lot of teams get all the points that they need to climb up that leaderboard, and it's going to be staying unchanged for the top of the teams. But now, once again, it's going to be really a point of contention for the teams that are on at the middle of the leaderboards, and we're really going to see how it ends up and to what direction it really goes to. But so far, we've been seeing amazing performances coming from all the team, amazing performances coming from specific players. And it has been an amazing tournament overall. And it is almost about to end. We have one amazing and exciting game left that I'm personally excited for as well. And it is going to be starting, not right now, but in a short while, I guess.
Yeah, and we're going to have that final game being played on Erangel, and it's just a beautiful way to start things off. Erangel is just always a great way to do that, and then to end things off are going to be on Erangel as well. So we're going to have our winners. We're going to see which team is able to secure that. But talking about the team that was able to win the chicken dinner in our last game, we're going to get on to that in a little bit. But let's throw it over to the team interviews right now.
रोटेशंस की बात करें, ऑफ कोर्स थग इज द गाय. अभी कुछ देर पहले हमारी उनसे बात भी हुई. थग ने काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया ओवरऑल. उसके अलावा अपनी टीम को भी सारे, ऑफ कोर्स वो 4 बंदे मिल के ही एक प्रॉपर टीम बनते हैं. तो व्हाट यू थिंक कि भी आईजीएल के बाद, मतलब आपके बाद, इन दोनों में से कौन प्लेयर है जो मतलब कि भी बिल्कुल एग्रेसिव हो जाता है, सुनता नहीं है बात?
सुनता, खेलते सब कॉल्स पे हैं, बट मतलब जो सबसे जो घुस के बंदे मारा है वो शामीर है.
ओके, शामीर ऑफ कोर्स हमें ओवरऑल सारी बातों में देखा जाए तो कई बहुत ज़्यादा नज़र भी आए हैं, कभी ऑफ कोर्स MVP की लिस्ट में भी चलते हुए यार.
हाँ जी.
बिल. और इसके अलावा सबसे अनोइंग कौन है टीम में?
क्या?
सबसे अनोइंग कौन है टीम में?
सबसे अनोइंग अल्फा बॉय.
कुछ ऐसा फनी मोमेंट जो आप बताना चाहें?
फनी मोमेंट यही कि हम लोग जिस तरह घर में बैठ के शुगल में मेले में गेम खेल रहे होते हैं, उसी तरह हमने इधर भी वही मजाक भी चल रहा है गेम में. कोई लैंड का प्रेशर नहीं लिया, एज इट इज इस तरह गेम खेली है.
बिल्कुल. एंड ऑफ कोर्स थक की तरफ चलते हैं. थक सबसे ज़्यादा परेशान कौन करता है? सबसे ज़्यादा टीम में परेशान कौन करता है?
परेशान तो वैसे सारे ही करते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा. परेशान तो बहुत करते हैं ये लोग सारे ही मिलके. करना पड़ता है उसमें भी कुछ ना.
अच्छा, कुछ ऐसा मोमेंट जहाँ पर आपको मतलब कि देख के खुद हंसी आ रही हो कि यार क्या कर रहे हो?
ऐसे तो मोमेंट बहुत से आए हैं. ये जो हमारे पीछे खड़े हैं ना, उन्होंने सारी बातें सुनी होंगी.
बिल्कुल. और बिट नो डाउट आप सब ने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, एंड वी विश यू बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर अदर गेम्स. प्लीज़ कैन यू प्लीज़ पास फॉरवर्ड द माइक. हमारे पास एक न्यू अभी बंदा आया. ऑफ कोर्स आप बताएं कि ऑफ कोर्स टीम बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है, आईजीएल की रोटेशंस बहुत अच्छी, और आप क्या कहेंगे कि भी अपनी टीम में, इन टीम में सबसे ज़्यादा तंग कौन करता है?
सबसे ज़्यादा अल्फा बॉय.
यार मतलब कि अल्फा बॉय तुम तो बदनाम हो गए थे.
और सबसे ज़्यादा तंग भी हम इसी को करते हैं.
भाई ये बात सच है? अल्फा झूठ बोल रहे हैं?
सच है.
भाई थैंक यू सो मच भाई टीम Xgeneration, एंड गुड लक फॉर योर नेक्स्ट मैचेस. अगले मैचेस में आपको ऑफ कोर्स गुड लक बोलेंगे. काफ़ी अच्छा गेम प्ले इनकी तरफ से देखने को मिला है, और भाई चीज़ें छोटी छोटी रहती हैं, चीज़ें काफ़ी सारी मैनेजेबल रहती हैं. बट इस टाइम मैं ऑफ कोर्स खान को बुलाना चाहूँगा ऑन स्टेज. प्लीज़ वेलकम. ऑफ कोर्स मेरा वो कहते हैं कि दोस्त बन चुके हैं खान, क्योंकि खान के बगैर हम यहाँ पर कुछ कर नहीं सकते। खान आते हैं, खान से भी बातें करते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स इस मैच के बारे में अगर बात की जाए, एक एक मोमेंट जो है वो बहुत एपिक बनता जा रहा है। आफ्टर एवरी सिंगल थिंग हमने चीज़ें नोटिस की हैं, हमने मतलब टीमों की रोटेशंस देखी हैं। इवन सैनोक की हील बैटल्स की बात की जाए, सैनोक की किल मोमेंट्स की बात की जाए, तो ओवरऑल स्टैट्स भी देखते हैं कि भी सैनोक के क्या रहने वाले हैं। एज यूजुअल वी नो दैट कि सैनोक में हीलिंग सबसे ज़्यादा यूज़ की जाती है। खान
क्यों हारिस भाई, मज़ा आया मैच का आपको?
ओ भाई मैं खुद परेशान हो गया कि ये क्या हो रहा है। एक्सजेनरेशन बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर।
देखिए मैच से पहले ही मैं और आप इस बारे में बात कर रहे थे कि कौन सी ऐसी टीम है, जैसे कल हेलरेजर्स ने एक डबल चिकन मारा था, फाइनल्स की डे 2 में इस पोजीशन पे आके कोई टीम चिकन डिनर निकाल सकती है नहीं, ख़ास तौर पे इस ऐसी प्रेशर सिचुएशन में जहाँ पे आपको एक कंसिस्टेंट गेम लाजमी चाहिए होती है। उसमें जाके इस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस देना, वो भी एक सोलो सर्वाइवर से, मेरे ख्याल से एक ट्रूली एक चैम्पियंस की गेम ये लोग दिखा रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल खान, ये चीज़ें बहुत मैटर करती हैं, बट ओवरऑल लास्ट मैच रहने वाला इसके बाद टीम्स का ऑफ कोर्स हम ये चीज़ अभी सिर्फ माइंड में कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं कि क्या बन सकता है, कोई मैचेस क्या बन सकते हैं, बट रिजल्ट अब एक सस्पेंस बन के रहेगा, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि अभी टीम्स जो है ऑफ कोर्स ऑडियंस भी ये चाह रही होगी कि रिजल्ट दिखाओ यार, बट रिजल्ट जो है वो सस्पेंस है। और उसके बाद मतलब मैच रैंकिंग आपको दिखा दें, वो भी एक मतलब कि भी आपको एक प्लस पॉइंट मिल जाता है कि यार के कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो। पर हम बात करेंगे आहिस्ता आहिस्ता छोटी छोटी चीज़ों की। और सैनोक नो डाउट एक ऐसा मैप था जहाँ पर हम बात भी कर रहे थे कभी जाने से पहले कि ऑफ कोर्स थर्ड पार्टीज हमें देखने को मिलती हैं, चीज़ें काफ़ी मतलब कि भी मुश्किलात में गिर जाती, सर्कल के अंदर रहना वो भी मुश्किल है। एज टू एज चलना काफ़ी आपको इजी तो रखता है, बट साथ ही साथ आपको हील बैटल का एक एडवांटेज भी देता है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, जिस तरह हमने ये वाला सैनोक देखा है, इसमें हमने हील बैटल्स भी देखी हैं, टीम फाइट्स भी देखी हैं और कुछ क्लच सिचुएशंस भी देखी हैं। ख़ास तौर पे जिस तरह एक्सजी के लास्ट प्लेयर ने एंड किए गेम प्रॉपर, उसने जोन होल्ड भी किया हुआ था, एज अ सोलो सर्वाइव भी कर रहा था, और फिर एंड पे इस तरह पुश करके किसी के साथ 1v1 लेना जिसकी एक प्रॉपर इन्फॉर्मेशन भी ना हो। मेरे ख्याल से एक ट्रूली कमेंडेबल परफॉर्मेंस भी इनकी तरफ से निकल के आ रही है, और मतलब ये दिखा रहे हैं प्रॉपरली कि ये विदाउट प्रेशर खेल रहे हैं, इनके ऊपर लैंड का
All right, and those were the interviews that we were having, and Ali Khan was saying something very important from the looks of it, but I didn't really have a lot of audio on that. But yeah, we're going to come to that later on. But speaking towards the fact that what an interesting tournament we've been having, Hauler, for the most while, and just talking about the teams that were able to secure those chicken dinners, we're going to go on over to the teams to focus upon right now. Team Xgen, they were able to get they were able to do a significant amount of damage with 1.9 thousand damage dealt. Team TFT 300 damage dealt by them. Team HR 1k damage, and then Pyro Esports only able to do 200 damage. I feel like Team TFT might have been one of the teams that opted to go for that heal strategy later on in that game, so I'm pretty sure that's why they were in the stats over there. If you look at the most valuable player, that is Hunter coming out from Team Xgeneration, securing 7 eliminations, 839 damage, 58.33% contribution, 7 MVP points, and then 109 meters was the longest elimination distance coming out from Hunter.
Definitely, that's a long shot coming in from Hunter, considering it's a map like Miramar. Well, not really that long, but still, it has to be counted on if you are talking about the most valuable player. So Hunter qualifying for the most valuable player in the previous game that we just had, the second last game of the entire tournament that we just had. And if you look at his MVP points, it is considerably high as compared to the MVP points that we've had in the past, with 7.03 MVP points. And of course, that explains how he has, or the stats, the other stats explains how those 7.03 MVP points have been forming. So 839 damage and 7 eliminations, amazing stats overall, all about coming in from this player, and definitely worthy. And it really probably led Xgeneration to the chicken dinner they just got on the previous game.
Yeah, you really cannot undermine Hunter's contribution towards his team, towards the game for his team, and I think it definitely is off of the performance that Hunter was able to show in this previous game to be able to get that chicken dinner for his team. Looking at the players to focus upon in game number 9, we had Hunter 839 total damage dealt, and then 7 total eliminations coming out from him, and then looking on over to Reaction, who had 4 total assists coming out within that game. So just generally get a great gameplay coming out from Hunter, and I think it's more about the point that you're showing up when it really matters for your team. You're showing up, you're making sure that you are there, that you're contributing towards your team, especially in the second last game of the entire tournament, of the entire finals, I might add. And at that point, Hunter's performance and his exemplary performance, his iconic performance is just that much more impressive.
Definitely, Hunter appearing 2 times in the players to focus really shows how he was how he proved to be such an asset for his team in the previous game, and of course, Xgeneration winning the chicken dinner too. But on the other side, we have a Reaction from Myth with 4 assists, a number higher than we are used to seeing. The assists are always around 1 or 2. These assists Reaction got, we did get to see them how they fell into place, because Reaction was really reacting to everything going around the map. But looking at the overall statistics, the number that really caught my eye on the first is going to be the total healing, definitely, with the first 3 twos, of course, being a symmetry. But the number of total healing done is going to be 22k in the previous game. That also explains how we were talking about that it ended in an healing battle, but still 22k total healing, 53 total eliminations, 57 total knockouts, 110 throwables used, much higher than what we're used to seeing on Sanhok. That's a lot. I guess we just had a really intense previous game. Airdrops looted 1. Nobody really cared about the airdrops in the previous game or so. It seems 8 total headshots, 14 rescues, and the longest shot is going to be coming in from Kurama, 190 meters. 190 meters, not really as long as what we're used to seeing, because we've seen shots almost at 400 meters in the semifinals, but still it is only half of that. And Kurama with the 190 meter shots, that is going to be the longest distance elimination. Pretty good stats overall, considering it was Sanhok, and all of the numbers are actually bumped up from what we're always used to seeing. Sure, the total eliminations and knockouts are the same, but the total healing and the total throwables used are really different from what we're seeing, what we're used to see on Sanhok. So yeah, 22k healing and 110 throwables used, amazing coming in from all of the players in the previous game.
Yeah, just generally really great gameplay coming out from all of them, with the way that they've been engaging and the way that they've been playing has been just really impressive from all of these players. So I am hoping that in the final game we're going to see something similar with the statistics and how the teams have been performing. There's just going to be a very hyper competitive final game coming out from all of these people and from all of these teams, all of these players. But that is yet to be seen, on how things end up unfolding towards the final parts of the game. We're going to see that in just a little bit, but what I'm more interested in towards right now are the overall statistics and the overall leaderboard for post game 9. Again, guys, this was our second last game. So after this, we're going to have our final game, and the second last game, the stats really end up mattering, because this has sort of set the stage for the final game, right? Where everything that the teams have been able to do, with how they've been performing and how things have been acting up for them, and everything that is just all going to accumulate over this period. And the last game, we're going to see how things end up shaping up. We're looking at the eliminations and damage graph right now. Team XGen, they got 12 eliminations, 1.9k damage dealt. Team TFT got 4 eliminations, they only did 300 damage. Team HR, 7 eliminations, 1k damage done. Pyro, 1 elimination, 200 damage, and RTG, 2 eliminations, 251. Team Myth Esports, 6 eliminations, 1k damage dealt by them. 52 Esports, 5 eliminations, 800 damage done. Team TMW, 2 eliminations, 413 damage. Tag, they're pretty close by. 69 Esports, 4 eliminations, 700 damage done. R3D, 2 eliminations for 20 damage dealt by them. Team 3X, they were able to deal 2 eliminations, 800 damage. Galaxy, 70 QR, negative, and Hash, they didn't really end up having that huge of an impact on this game as what we usually expect from them. Looking at the overall match leaderboard right now, we had Team Xgeneration securing that chicken dinner, getting 27 total points. Team Faulty Devils, TFD, getting 16 total points in the second position. Team Hellraisers on the third position with 15 total points. Pyro Esports, again, a very consistent, a very persistent team across every single game that we end up see them playing. On the fourth position, RTG, fifth position, 8 points. Myth Esports, sixth position with 8 points. TMW, seventh position, 6 points. And 52 Esports with 6 points on that eighth position.
Definitely really interesting consistency coming in from Hellraiser and the Pyro Esports. They've really been showing their mettle up against these invited teams, and so are Road to Glory and Myth to Esports by taking 8 total points home in the previous game. But the teams to be noted right now are the teams at the very bottom, Team Negatives and Hashtag, both of which are really formidable teams. They're going to be going out with one point scored each from the last game that we just had, and that's really going to be it for the previous games. But now looking at all the games that we've had today, Xgeneration, you can see them winning 2 games in a row on Erangel and Sanhok. But for the first 2 games, we're going to be having RTG as the winner on the first map, which is going to be on Erangel. Match 2, 52 Esports taking the chicken dinner on Miramar, and Erangel, Sanhok, third and the fourth game are both going to be won by Xgeneration. And the last game of the entire grand final of this entire tournament of PMNC that we have remaining is going to be this final Erangel, which is going to mean a lot for a lot of teams. We might just see the same change of pace that we saw in the semifinals, at the teams at the very top were just having fun at the very end, but it will not be the case for the teams that are just stuck and are on the final border of for being qualified for the PMPL, right? So those teams are definitely going to be contending with each other for that spot, and I don't think the teams at the very bottom are going to be having any hopes for qualifying for the PMPLs, but still it is going to be really interesting for the teams that are currently just stuck on that 8th and 9th position, and we're really going to see what will be the final outcome for them, because just like the teams we saw in the semifinals just having fun in the previous in the last game of the whole semifinal, but the teams like GPA and 141, they were still trying their very best to get into the finals, but sadly weren't really able to. But here we are, and this I do expect this to be the case in today's last match as well.
Yeah, and speaking to the fact that the teams, they were playing a bit more relaxed towards the semifinals, towards the final game of the semifinals, but it's definitely not going to be the case within these grand finals, right? Because all of the teams, there's a lot of things on the line, because even the teams that are in the top 8 position right now, and let's assume that the top teams in the top 6 position are comfortably going to stay in those spots, they still have that cash money to be fighting for, right? They still have that prize money, because every single spot has a different amount of prize pool being dedicated towards it. So I'm pretty sure the understanding what is on the line and how important it is for them to be able to secure that, these teams are going to play at a very different level, especially coming into the finals. Things are going to be very intense, and what my predictions are for the game is that on Erangel, again, unless 2 teams end up coming very close to each other, which usually is not the case, especially early on into the game, we're not going to see a lot of intense engagements happening very early on. The teams are going to be a bit more lighter when it comes to that aggression. They're not going to go at each other throats from the beginning. So what we're expecting is just an amazing game. We're going to see some quality PUBG come out. And speaking of amazing games, we do have the playing trajectory live right now. It is going from the top left corner to the bottom right corner. Ahad, the final game of Pubgmobile National Championship Finals is now live.
Yep, we're definitely on the map. We're already seeing the plane trajectory that has formed. It is a focus on the northern side of the map. And we're going to be seeing a lot of teams dropping early on around the Milta Power area as well. Team 69 is going to be taking their leave. Team TFD, they're all just going around. Look at Team Hellraisers. They do not care where the plane trajectory is going. They're going to be making their way to their favorite spot. That is going to be Novo. And they're already going to be there. even before all the teams are done getting off the plane. So we're already seeing a lot of teams being dropped out of the plane. We can see 69 go towards Lipovka, a relatively safer spot for them, and a good spot and a good choice as well, because as you said, a lot of these teams, they're going to be focusing on playing safely, as safe as they can, because of course there's a lot on the line right now for them. So they definitely do want to survive as long as they possibly can. So Team Negatives can be seen once again going towards Jasnaya area. Galaxy Esports is going to be making their way towards, not really the southern island, but towards that farm area, and that is relatively safe as well, because of course, not a lot of teams are close to each other. But there it is, the first circle that has formed right now. It is pretty neutral to the map as of now. It is leaving out a lot of the area on the west, but that isn't really going to matter for a lot of teams, because that they're already inside the circle. Only one team to be taken note of right now is going to be Team TMW. They are going towards the Zerky area. They're way outside of everyone's range. They're also pretty far away from the circle and where it has formed. And by the time they're trying to get inside the circle, I guess it'll be shortened enough. But we are yet to see where exactly it is going to be focusing on, because right now it is engulfing a lot of places, even Saverny and almost Novo at the same time. So yes, it'll really, time will tell how it'll all go out and how these teams will be stacking up against each other. And we will really see what exactly happens in the end.
Yeah, we are looking forward to seeing how things end up playing out for all of these teams, but I'm not exactly sure what's happening right now. The game sort of gone away or from us at the moment, but I think we should be coming back to the game in just a little while. We should be able to see well, the first circle had formed up in a very interesting manner. Ahad, it was towards the center of the entire map. So a lot of these areas are still going to be accessible. A lot of the areas are still going to be accessible for most of the teams, and they can head on over there, make their rotations, and get all of the loot that they're used to getting themselves set up very properly within the beginning. But I think we're going to come back to us, the casters, where we might be having some. Yeah, we might. I think we're just going to have a rematch, because someone didn't really. Well, we don't really have an official reason for that, but we're just getting a rematch for you guys. It's going to be under range just a little bit, so just make sure you guys stick around here. We're going to have the plane trajectory again taking shape in just a little bit. But yeah, speaking in tune to how the entire map was shaping up, Ahad, I think with the circle forming up, I just really like to see a military base finish once again.
Definitely.
Right?
That's actually what I was about to mention as well.
Yeah, and military base finishes are just very exciting. Again, because the circle or the military base circles, they end up putting the teams in very unfamiliar category or territory rather, where they're not exactly sure if they should head on over to the military base, take that gamble very early on, or maybe rotate a bit later on. And we saw if you're a team that's stuck on main island that has to make its way towards military base a bit later on, then that can become pretty difficult. So it'll be interesting to see on where the circle and the forming, is it just going to stay and stick on towards that mainland area towards the northern side, or maybe we're going to end up seeing the circle head on over towards a bit on the southern side, and things are going to get a bit more dicey.
Definitely things are going to get dicey for them. And we just saw the first circle, right? It was pretty neutral around the map, but now we're getting a restart and the circle is going to be completely new for the teams. And I guess we're going to be seeing the same drop spot for a lot of teams, but this time around it's going to be a new circle formed, of course. And me and Azus we're both hoping for a circle that's going to be preferring the southern side of the map, the southern island of the map, going towards that military base area. That definitely is going to be favoring HR a bit, who love to drop around the Novo area, but definitely not favoring the guys who actually went towards Zerky in the just the final or not the final, in the early the glimpse of the map that we just got. They were actually focusing toward the Zerky area. So if the circle actually decides to go toward the very southern side of the map, it is going to be hard for them to come at least closer to them. But rest of the teams, they were pretty neutral around the map. They were pretty centered around the map. All of them were just really close to that school area, Rozhok. They were pretty in the center. So it'll be really easy for them to get to the circle if it were to go down a southern island, but still we have no confirmation. We are just making up hypothetical scenarios if the circle actually goes to the southern island, but that is there is no surety of that actually happening, and we might just see anything happening. And of course then there is the factor of adaptability once again, and it's really going to come down to the teams and how they're going to react to a new circle forming this time around.
Yeah, and it'll be very interesting to see on how the teams end up reacting to the circle and how the teams end up reacting to the plane's trajectory, because something that we don't really keep forgetting that, but a very important factor is on the plane's trajectory, if it's going in a very certain specific area, because sometimes usually the plane trajectory gives the teams a very neutral coverage over the entire map. So any team that wants to head on over or drop down to any of their preferred spots are usually able to do that. But with the new plane, with the plane trajectory, when it sometimes becomes a bit more extreme, maybe it'll head on over towards the lower parts of the map, or a bit more towards the higher parts of the map. That is when things can end up becoming a bit more trickier for the teams. So, but that all of these things are going to be very interesting to see once we actually have the game go live. The plane trajectory comes into focus, and we can see where the teams are going to end up going towards. The majority of the towns are where Georgia Pool area, where Myth Esports likes to land now, and then Team HR, we end up seeing them go towards Novro are just very interesting positions, because because you can get very amazing loot from these areas in the beginning of the game, but then a bit later on, when you're in those later parts of the game, right, these areas can become a bit more difficult to navigate with how the circles are shaping up, and now if other teams have taken much more advantageous positions on the map already.
Yep, definitely that will be the case for a lot of teams, and getting positions right. Talking about that, Hellraisers, they have been seem to be the best to do that, and they already have been gathering. They seem to be predicting the circle so well. They already get there in time. They already have the positions that they need against the teams, and they always have the upper hand against the other teams. And we've been seeing them do that all around this final. And hopefully we'll get to see more of it as well. And that strategy that they have been deploying for so long, that they have been using for so long, definitely has helped them maintain their position on the overall leaderboards as well. They are pretty high up, and we weren't expecting a lot of teams that came out of the semifinal. But still, HR was one of the teams that was invited to the semifinals, if not the finals, right? So yeah, they are still a formidable team, and they have been proving that as well in these finals too, by maintaining their position up against these invited teams, these top teams of Pakistan. And yeah, it has been going really well for them so far.
Yeah, and definitely HR, the way that they've been playing, the sort of quality that they've been able to show up with throughout the finals has just been phenomenal. That's just one word that I was used for HR. They were competing with Team Negatives within the semifinal when it came to the number of chicken dinners, and they were just short of one. Team Negatives was able to edge out HR with just one more chicken dinner, and that really went to show about the quality that HR was able to keep up with. But going on to the finals right now, where the quality of competition is just much more better, it's just much more intense, it's just much more higher, right? Team Negatives has sort of fallen off grace, and I think they haven't really fallen off in the sense that they haven't been dominating the way that we saw them dominating in the semifinals, just getting back-to-back chicken dinners. They had 5 chicken dinners in the semifinals. That was 5 out of 15 total games that were being played. So that was just extremely impressive coming out from that team over there. But Team Negatives, they are still in the top 8 position, so they really have their work cut out for them right now. But we do have the circle live right now. We do have the plane trajectory live right now for the final time in the Pubgmobile National Championships. We have the plane taken off. It is on Erangel, and as I was saying, Ahad, the plane trajectory is a bit more biased this time. I'd rather say a bit more on the lower side. So just looking at how things are shaping up, it's going to be very interesting on how the circle is going to shape up and where the teams end up going. I think the areas like Zerki, Georgiapul, on the northern side of Georgiapul, Severny, these areas are going to be a bit less inaccessible because they're just really far away from the plane. But if some teams elect to head on over to those regions, then that could be a double-edged sword for them, because just certainly going away from the plane so far out can be very time consuming, or you could just end up landing closer to the plane, grabbing a vehicle or two, and then
Nove Pinoy 3x.
and making your way there.
Definitely that would be the case, but looking at where the teams are dropping right now, we can once again see HR preferring that Novo area. But looking at the first circle that is just formed, we can already see that it is going to be preferring not that not the area we were expecting to, or we were at least hoping for. It is definitely towards the very northern side, even engulfing the northern sea that is going to be on the map of Erangel. So yeah, definitely not what we were expecting, and we can see a lot of teams actually still moving towards, or at least being inside the southern side of the map, and hopefully they will be able to get back into the circle. But this means two of the teams that are already in the southern island are gonna have to cross the bridge, and when they do that, there are going to be a lot of teams actually waiting for them to greet them on the bridge. But put that aside for a second, because we already have an engagement going on between Hashtag and 3x Esports. Hashtag Esports up against 3x already. Adi's going to be the one to take the fight, so he doesn't have a lot of stuff to work with. Only level 1 armor and nothing else at the moment. Only a weapon, a UMP. That's all he is dealing with right now up against a team that is probably not really well equipped, just like him as well, because it is the only early stages of the game. But 3x Esports, they're going to take their lead as of now. They're not really committing to it, but on the other side, we can see 69 Esports going up against Myth Esports right now. One of the players already has been knocked down. That is going to be Leo. So it is only 3 players left. The players that was knocked down is going to be finished off right away by Myth right now. 2 Myth with 1 elimination points. Now 69 Esports left with only 3 players. They are going to be in a bit of a trouble. Imran is going to go around the back. He is really close to Reaction. Reaction probably knows about him. There is the weapon advantage definitely here. Imran with only having an SMG. He decides to go for the guy on the roof, but Reaction was already pretty close up to him. Nobix coming back at them is going to try and take down Tornado and actually succeed in doing so. Tornado has been knocked out. Is going to be finished off by Nobix right away as well, but 69 Esports having taking a lot of damage from Myth Esports too. It's only down to Nobix now. 3 players alive on Myth's side. This engagement is going to be hurting both of the teams at the very start of the game, but Myth Esports still having lost a lot of players. But now there's Pyro on the back too. I don't think they're really going to mingle in this engagement as of now, because they probably want to be as safe as possible. But still 69 Nobix, he doesn't want to go out as well. That peak from him was almost perfect. He could have taken down a person in 2, but there it is. Reaction taken down. 1 down. He hasn't lost a lot of HP. 2 down. 1 more. Can he do it? Really, Levi and Nobix, that's all it's going to come down to. On the other hand, we can see Hashtag and 3x going against each other, and Hashtag is actually going to end up winning that engagement and taking 3x down right away. And it's Nobix and Levi, those are the only players left out of this engagement. Myth, Levi is going to decide and just run away from Nobix, because he has been seeing Nobix really strong, but he is cooking a nade that could hurt Nobix a lot. That could be pixel perfect, but Nobix is going to just escape in the pixel perfect time. Of course, well, there's no such thing as pixel perfect time, but of course that just signifies how he manages to escape. That damage done to Levi could be fatal. He's still pushing on to him. He's not sure about his position, but Levi is in a bit of a different position. But Nobix, he could make this work, and he does. Amazing 1v3 clutch coming in from Nobix up against Mr. Esports. He was the only player left
by them.
एग्जैक्टली एक बेहतरीन 1v4 फॉर श्योर यहाँ पे कर दिया जाएगा। एंड टीम मिथ, द टीम जो कि हमें कंफर्टेबल दिखाई दे रही थी, उनको यकीनन इस मैच से एलिमिनेट जरूर कर दिया जाएगा। एक आखिरी प्लेयर टीम 69 Esports का, द प्लेयर इज इनका यहाँ पे
taking out Myth Esports in an actual 1v3. This is just something that we do not end up seeing very often on the PUBG main stage. When it comes to the professional scene, this is just not something that you can pull off that easily. But Nobix, he's proving to us why he's one of those really great players when it comes to his mechanical capabilities as a player, when it comes to his dexterity, when it comes to his aim, and his just general understanding of the game. We just saw Nubix dominate them. But yeah, generally a very aggressive final game that we're seeing here right now. 2 teams have already been eliminated, Team Myth and Team...
And in the last match as well, पहला kill Team 50 Esports को यहाँ पर मिल चुका है।
बट यहाँ पे ऑलमोस्ट 1 किलोमीटर सर्कल से दूर है, बट जहाँ पे हम 69 के मैं दोबारा
finish at least, and that's going to be enough for them to get them to the PUBG Mobile Pro League scene.
Definitely is going to be enough for them, but sadly for the teams that just got eliminated, they are not going to be going out with a lot of points, and we can see the total points have actually been hidden. Right, you got to build that suspense up, and you got to know where the teams are currently stacked on. But Team Myth and Team 3X, both of them are going to be going out of this map with 3 points, and 3X with 1 point only. So I don't know how that's going to help a Team Myth in any way or form, but yeah, that's all they're going to be able to do in this game, in this final game of this tourney. So now we're currently looking at just TMW chilling around, and they actually do spot someone crossing that bridge. Krama not taking any shots right now because, of course, he doesn't want to give out any information on his team. That would be a big mistake on his part. So he just lets the player across right away.
Yeah, and speaking about the two teams that did end up getting eliminated, we have Team 3X and Team Myth. Again, two teams that
मैच एलिमिनेटेड है 6-9 का स्क्वाड डाउन टू 1 मैन टीएमडब्ल्यू पहले खिलाड़ी अपना गवा चुकी है हैशटैग का स्क्वाड भी एक खिलाड़ी गवा चुका है सो दिस इज द लास्ट मैच सिनेरियो जो कि आप डेफिनेटली एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे होते हैं और आपको वो चीज़ें यहाँ पर होते हुए भी दिखाई दे रही है कि अर्ली फाइट्स अर्ली यहाँ पर क्लैशेस और यकीनन आपकी जो टीम्स हैं
PUBG PMNC, they're getting eliminated. And then the second thing is that I don't think that they had enough points to make their way into the finals. Well, not the finals, they're already in the finals, but to make their way into the top 8 finish to qualify for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. While 3X Esports, they are comfortably within the top 3 positions right now, and if we don't end up seeing something very crazy come out from the rest of the teams in this match, then that should relatively remain the same for them. Hashtag, on the other hand, they've already lost one player, Sam67. He's no longer in the server right now. So hashtag down to 3 members at the moment, and 69 Esports, they're also down to 1 member at the moment as well. But we saw all of that folded out in front of us. Adi is taking some shots onto Team HR as they are rotating right in front of them, but now Adi is just not able to finish those players off.
Definitely, he isn't really able to finish them off, and as they escape right away as well. But hashtag esports probably did deal some damage. But the thing is, they got some damage in return as well. Well, not exactly from these players, but they did in the very early on stages from this game as they were clashing around the 3x Esports. Galaxy Esports, Kira trying to spot someone out as he doesn't see really anyone wandering around. He is just going to get onto his vehicle and move on with his teammates further up. The point to be noted, though, Galaxy Esports, a lot of teams, they haven't really suffered any damage in these early stages of the game because teams like Galaxy Esports, we're kind of used to seeing them getting dealt a lot of damage in the very early stages of the game. But this time around,
दे देगा गैलेक्सी ई-स्पोर्ट्स ऑलरेडी जोन के अंदर आ चुकी है टीम बाकी यहाँ पर जो स्क्वाड्स हमारे रहने वाले हैं प्रोबेबली वो भी जोन के अंदर यहाँ पर मौजूद रहेंगे लेकिन टीम आरटीजी का स्क्वाड फाइनली जस्ट लुक एट
but for now, it's only going to be Hash, TMW, and 69 Esports. 69 Esports, of course, well, Nobix is the only one alive, right? But he was able to take down the entire Myth squad. Well, if not squad, 3 players of Myth's team, and that was an amazing feat coming in from Nobix, and that is definitely something to be applauded for. But we'll just see how this game continues because a lot of players are just now moving towards the first circle that has formed. A lot of teams are already inside the circle, but there are some that are pretty far away from it as well. So we're going to see a lot of rotations coming in soon enough, and perhaps some mid-rotation clashes between these teams as well.
Yeah, and as the teams they try to navigate the map and they try to rotate on over to different regions in the map, we might end up seeing the teams fight with each other. We might end up seeing them locked into engagements with each other.
Reaching that 13 minutes mark जो हमने पहले ही बात किया कि वो 13 मिनट्स आगे नहीं जा पाते उनका अभी सर्वाइवल टाइम
as they were trying to make their way into the next circle. I think they are already in the circle. They're just trying to get a more advantageous position for themselves. But Drawlit, he's taking shots onto Anubis at the moment. He's not able to cause any damage onto him, but he has given his positioning away, and the information has been gathered by his squad as well. There's an entire squad right next to them into the set of compounds, and they are very close in that Rozhok region. So 7 EQR and Team R3D, we could end up seeing them lock horns in just a little bit, where they're going to be engaging each other and trying to see who can come out on top.
Definitely, it'll be an interesting outcome to see who will come out successful off of this engagement that is going to be following through very soon or any moment now. Right now, we just have Xrage a bit far out, spread out though, because a lot of their teammates are still in that Rozhok area, and some of their teammates of Xrage have already climbed up that hilltop that on which there is a big tower that is definitely going to give them a positional advantage. But currently, we're looking at Galaxy Esports, who are just zooming past Xgeneration players, and I don't really think that they're going to stop for any engagements. As we have mentioned so many times, that this is the last game. The stakes are high. Most of the teams are going to be going for the safe plays and not really taking any risks. And of course, their top priority is get to survive as long as possible. Of course, the eliminations are going to grant you points, but not as much as survival points are going to grant you positions on the leaderboards. So the teams are definitely focusing on that, and we're seeing a lot of teams still being alive, and the stats are pretty much the same as they were 5 to 10 minutes ago, with Hash, TMW, and 69 being the only teams damaged. But it was quite unfortunate for them, I guess. They inevitably ended in an encounter with each other at the very early stages of the game. But now we have Red Esports really close to 70QXX Rage, and all of the players do have the verticality advantage. They are definitely up above each other, so we'll really see how this encounter between these two teams is going to go out.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Pegasus, he's been able to take out Pyro's Hunter. He makes the car go off as well, so that gets him that elimination onto him. But then HR, they are doing work right now. I think they've taken out one member of Team 52 Esports as well. So just engagements coming out all across the map within the beginning or within the earlier stages of the game, something we usually do not expect in the earlier parts of the game, right? But then the zone, it is closing in within just a few circles, within just a few seconds, sorry. Fofos, he's able to take out hashtag Aqua OG as well. So that's another player being eliminated. Fofo has gotten him down, and he secures another point for his team. Team HR, the more points that they can get, the better position they will have. And Ahmed is it just feels like that he is in a shooting gallery being shot at, and he's the dummy target that Team HR are practicing their aim on. Getting into a vehicle, trying to get out of there as quickly as he can. Ahmed is getting into a vehicle as well, but he might not be just as lucky. Hashtag gets taken out, and I think that is the end of the tournament for Team Hashtag as well, getting eliminated on that 14th position within this.
आगे आखिरी मैच के अंदर 3 किल्स ऑलरेडी टीम एचआर निकाल चुके हैं. मोमेंटम की टीम को यहाँ पे दरकार है, और जैसे ही यहाँ पर टीम जो मजीद कुछ और पॉइंट्स निकालेगी, देन टीम एचआर भी अपना जो स्लॉट है पीएमपीएल का यहाँ पे कंफर्म करते हुए दिखाई दे जाएगी.
I mean, HR.
Sure, at the very end. So, of course, you're going to all have to stay tuned for that. But still, Hashtag is going to be taking their leave from the server as well. And that's now 3 teams eliminated right now, with only 13 teams being alive. HR next, he also is getting some gunfire coming in from Galaxy Esports, I assume, assuming from the bullet direction. But yeah, he's going to get out of that car and actually spot 2 of Galaxy Esports players, and he's actually going to start taking fire on both of them and actually landing some bullets on to Swanky, and that is going to deal some damage. Hellraisers Fofo is right now out in the open. He needs to get himself safe. Romeo is going to try and get into the action as well, trying to land some bullets onto Galaxy. But yes, now HR and Galaxy, they're both engaged in a full-fledged engagement right now. They're not letting each other go that easily. Galaxy Esports, though, do have a bit of a different position. It'll be hard to predict where the players exactly are because they're out in the woods. But
Marwan,
on the other hand, Marwan is going to be taking... Well, Marwan isn't really dealing any damage right now, but Swanky is there as well. But look at this. What exactly is happening between all these teams here? Xgeneration and Negative just completely engaged with each other. Xgeneration Lost Boy is knocked out right beside Negative's players, and they're not looking to let him go. Xgeneration Thugs is the only one alive right now who's in the house. Lost Boy and not really looking to get revived by him as well, because as soon as he does, I think they're not just finally finish him off. Well, they did just now, but I think they were using him as a bait to lure Thug out of where he is hiding in currently. But I think it's only Thug left on Xgeneration. Yep, that would seem to be the case. And now it's the entire Negative squad that is up against Thug, and Thug has to deal with all of them before escaping this house he's in right now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like Thug is going to try to do here, right? Next gen Thug, he's the last survivor for his team, and he has to make sure that he survives, because his performance within this team might be the difference between Team XGen getting that first position and finishing off very strong in the tournament, or then slipping a few positions down right now. With the way the map is shaping up, I think it is heading on over towards that water town. So we're already seeing some teams trying to head on over there, get a bit of an advantageous position into that water town, and then sort of operate from there later on. With and Rozhok, the edges of Rozhok are within the circle as well. So might see some teams trying to favor those compounds because the next few circles could end up going on to anywhere as well. But what a classic final we're having. It's just so nice to see that the final game is heading on over and the final circles are going to be closing in. Rozhok with Team Galaxy Esports, they are up against R3D at the moment, who are cooking some nades for Galaxy Esports as they make their way up. Swanky, he is not afraid to take these players on, gets the first shot onto them, and then Galaxy Esports, the rest of the players, they are making their way up. Anubis is the lone warrior here. He's getting overwhelmed by so many players just pushing upon him, and Anubis just jumps out. The player is not realizing that he has made that jump, but he gets caught out nonetheless.
Will lose another player. Galaxy के Swanky जरूर knock हो जाते इस fight के अंदर, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, बाकी players वहीं पे आपको आराम से
For Team R3D as well.
Yep, R3D taking their lead from the server finally, and a lot as of now because Musa is going to be the one to get eliminated as well. But currently we are.
लेकिन गैलेक्सी का ऑनेस्टी टॉप पर मौजूद रहने वाले हैं। मवन वो भी पे मौजूद है, लेकिन R3D के वॉक विद उज इन द हैंड अंदर ही मौजूद है। मवन अंदर जाएंगे ऑनेस्टी
This game, there are a lot more people present in the venue. Galaxy Esports and Red constantly being they're just engaged. Either Walker is holding on to his position just by a hair. Actually, he is really low on HP, but actually taking down Marwan is going to give them enough time, give him enough time to actually heal himself. Musa was trying to make his way towards Walker or perhaps get a revive, but still that is not going to be the case because Musa just died before he got to Walker right there. But Walker has healed enough. He's going to finish off a player. That is going to be Marwan from Galaxy's side, and he's actually still throwing nades. He's still holding on to his position. He's not letting them all go so easily. There's still a player knocked though, which is going to be Anubis. He might be able to get the revive in, but Anubis is actually really low on HP right now too. But this is going to be really crucial for Walker. He is definitely going to make his way outside or at least downstairs and get the revive in onto Anubis. Anubis reaches him in the nick of time, and so does Swanky to Sam. Both of the teams are going to be having two players alive on both of their sides, and there's actually Pyro approaching them as well, slowly and steadily. Pyro Divine is going to be keeping eyes on two of the teams that are alive right now. Pyro having 3 players alive right now after losing Hunter is now going to be engaging with 52 Esports that have 3 players alive right now, or so it would seem. Joker is going to take some bullets onto them for at least from Pyro Esports players, but Pyro, they really don't know what they're dealing with. It is 52 Esports. They definitely don't know what they're dealing with. On the other hand, we have some nade fights coming in. Sam is going to take one down. Walker is going to come out with the counter nade. So once again, it's going to be 2 players knocked out on both of the teams. And the fun fact, or the ironic fact, is this time around, this is the players that weren't knocked out are the ones who are knocked out right now. And once again, it is another nade that is being cooked with Anubis that is going to really not be close to any of the players. But once again, Pyro, after they were messing with 52 Esports, they're now going to have to deal with TFD and 52 as well, who are really closing up in on them. Tokosaurus is knocked out by one of TFD's players, and the revive is probably going to come in by Divine, but Divine has to care for a lot before he gets the revive in, as both of them are being shot constantly. The flare is going to be finally finished off, and Divine is going to be knocked out as well. 224 EP, the opportunity is coming into the action, just trying to get some shots onto their players. He's going to move on towards Divine, perhaps get a revive in, because it is just as crucial as a revive was to Galaxy Esports and Red Esports, because being the last person alive really reduces your chances of getting into the final stages of the game. So he really needs to get that revive in, but these teams, they are really not looking to let anyone go out of their hands.
Yeah, and 52 Esports, I think they're in a bit of a pickle right now, trying to, just landing onto that shed and eliminating a player that was already in there. But then 7 EQR, they have their eyes on them. They can see that it's 52 Esports.
Team TFD and Negative का squad, जिनके पास
that very small region of that hut with themselves together. Team Negative, Pegasus, He's taking a few shots onto the players of R3D that are right across in the town of Rosok, but not able to land a significant amount of damage. Shooting onto a different car, just making sure that they can blow the tires off so that later on no team can end up using them to rotate out. But Team Negatives is looking in a great position within this game. They are taking some shots onto Anubis. Anubis survives just by a sliver of his HP, and now rotating on over is Team Pyro, who have made their way into the water, and this water is within the circle, so they're just going to, I think they're going to decide to play it for this circle and play it within the water, try to survive for the longest amount of time that they possibly can, applying some bandages. But look at Rice. Rice has two players right in front of him. These are players that are surviving with very low HP. He is able to take out one of them, and he should be able to get the other one as well as soon as he comes up for a breath of air. But Rice, he turns his perspective just a little bit different, and now he's in the water with the players themselves as well. He sees one of the players who is pretty deep down into the water. They're on very little HP, but as soon as Rice gets up, he should be able to shoot him and finish him off. We have Thug here surviving from Xgen Esports, again one of the teams that were fighting for that number one position, that number one finish, and now he has to come up with something big. He has to come up with a miracle of his own, because things do not look good for Team Xgeneration.
PFD being wiped out from the server as well. Oh, Thug is going to be right there to take shots onto Pyro's players. He also knows about the whereabouts of 69 Nobix, and he's definitely going to be not letting them go that easily. With that, RTG is going to be eliminated out of the server as well. 52 Choru is going to be finding negative players as well, as Pegasus just got taken down, or at least knocked out. On the other hand, Nobix is finally going to find tag Rise 2. Negative Shahir backing up on his team is going to find 52 Joker, and X-Rage is going to be pressuring the team as well. Faster making his way towards Tag Hassan as fast as he can. He's just slowly crawling towards him, not really giving any information out. With that, 69 Esports has been eliminated from the server as well, which is just going to be Nobix, as he was the last person alive on his team. Fast Drolin actually has managed to get really close to one of the players on tag side, and Hassan, I don't really know if he knows about his whereabouts, but he is definitely really close to him. Hassan is slowly trying to take the cover of the rock, constantly trying to hide himself with the cover of the smoke, but that's not going to be enough for him, because Drolin is already on his back. He's going to be taken down, but Drolin, right after he tries to take some shots onto Hassan, he is going to take some fire from the teams that are present there already. Tag Sherry, after knowing that one of his teammates has been cleared out, but one of the players from Drolin, with that, the player that was Drolin, he is starting to being a bit cautious about what exactly is going on behind that cover of the smoke. Drolin on the other side has to be really careful about 52 Esports as they're closing in on him, and Chodu making the best use of his utilities, the best use of his throwables that he has right now. They're slowly ascending towards the other teams that are present around this area.
Yeah, they are pushing there, and 7 EQR, a grenade lands all right on top of Joker, is able to take him out and troll him. He is making that aggressive push onto 52 Esports, because he has to get his way into the circle. As this entire squad, it is pushing onto 52 Esports, but that grenade from Hassan could be a menace right now to 7 EQR, but that does not end up doing as much damage as we expected, and they get taken out as well from the server. That spells the end for 52 Esports. 7 EQR making quick work of them. Chodu, he's still alive right now from 52 Esports, but he gets taken out as well. Team 52 Esports, they have been eliminated. We are down to our final 5 teams in the 6th circle as it is closing in for this final. We have Pyro OP getting shot at. He has been down, and he should be getting eliminated from Sherry, but even if he does not, he's going to be able to take out He's going to just get take out to the damage.
से कम टीम 16 पॉइंट अब इस मैच से लेकर जाने वाली, और एक जो अच्छी चीज रहने वाली on top of that will be 4-man stand B team के पास.
The maximum amount of points for his team. Pinkman, he's in a great position right now, hiding behind the car. The circle is favoring him as well. Takes out the player that was right behind him, takes out Divine, but Pinkman, he ends up taking a lot of shots as well. Team NEG is on his left, so those are his teammates, so that should be great for him. Team Pegasus, it's going to be Team Negative versus 7 EQR in this final circle as they go against each other, trying to fight it out for the top 8 position in the PMPL. It's down to the final 2 teams. We have a 4v4 that's going to happen between both of these teams. One has 7, the other has 10 points right now, and as they are going on about it, Team 7 EQR, they are in a great position. Negatives, all of the players are right in front of them. Let's see how
दिया है. It's not going to be easy. Faster right side से push करे, Dolly left side से शायद push करे, बाकी 2 players अभी
teams only being alive, although both of the teams do seem to be really well equipped. Of course, it's the final stage of the game. You probably have time to get all the resources that you need. But look at it, how things are going out. Negative has already lost one player, while Pegasus gets knocked out. Zibion is going to be dropping suppressive fire on to Pegasus and Shahir as well. A lot of these guys are taking a lot of damage from 7EQR. Negative not looking in a really good spot here. 7EQR just being completely dominant, dropping players after players on Negative side. Negative's all down to one player alive right now. They do have a lot of players knocked out. A revive could possibly come in, but I'm not sure how that's going to help Negative in this scenario, because 7EQR, they're constantly moving towards Negatives right now. They do have one player died out. There's only one player still standing on his feet. That's going to be Pinkman, that who's really far away. He's actually using his, I think he's just going to walk inside the blue zone, but there it is. One of the players already using the vehicle is going to come really close to him, and the Pinkman is going to be the one to get taken down at the very end. And the chicken dinner on
पर हमें यहाँ पर जो इस PMNC ग्रैंड फिनाले को फिनिश ऑफ करते हुए दिखाई दे जाएगी एंड अपने आप को सिक्योर करवाते हुए उन टॉप 8 स्पॉट्स में, जहाँ पर टीम एक रिस्की स्पॉट पर जा चुकी है। लग रहा था कि शायद 7XQR रेज का स्क्वाड भी हमें इस रेस में जो पीछे रहता हुआ दिखाई दे जाए, लेकिन देर आए दुरुस्त आए और आखिरी मैच के अंदर टीम ने इस ग्रैंड फिनाले का पहला।
Now let's just focus on the chicken dinner that we had. What do you think about it, Azuz?
Yeah, I think just a legendary chicken dinner.
as well carry इस दिन को हम नंबर 1 के ऊपर इख्तिताम कर सकें.
I think it's just one of those few final circles, final chicken dinners that we've been able to see where we saw an actual 4v4 come out between the two teams, where they were just competing with each other. They were at a level, right? And just Team 7 EQR edging themselves out as the better team in that engagement. So just props to 7 EQR for winning the final chicken dinner of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. It was the last game of the entire tournament, and 7 EQR, they have cemented their name.
आगे जाके chicken dinner लेके जाएं, but it was a wonderful game and a wonderful tournament as well.
For sure. और Team Xgeneration के players, just look at them. Obviously celebrations की जा रही है group.
Give that over to production, who are going to tell us actually who ended up qualifying and not qualifying a bit later on. But props to all of these teams for competing at such a high level and entertaining us so thoroughly.
Definitely amazing games to be seen all around. Such an amazing tournament. And before we get to the all the stats, the final stats that we're going to be seeing, before that we're going to be taking a short break. So stay tuned.
back for what will probably be the last time to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. This was day number 2, and what just exciting games coming out all throughout this tournament, throughout the final days, day number 1, 2, semi-finals, you name it. The teams have been playing at a level that I have personally just not seen before. The level of competition, the level of well, sort of professional competition that we've been seeing from these teams is just phenomenal. These teams have just been, they've just been too good, Ahad. They've just been really, really good at the way that they've been played. And we have to give a shout out to 7EQR that was able to secure that chicken dinner, that final chicken dinner within that last game. And what a game that was for them.
Definitely. It was an amazing game, just pulling out the chicken dinner at the very end, showing their mechanical capability against the team they were. And yeah, it was just really amazing throughout. And even, I mean, we don't have any games left in this tournament to be played. So yeah, it was just amazing talking about all the teams. It was just amazing games overall. We got to see all the teams showing their best to us, maintaining their position, maintaining their performances even. Some of the players just really popping off. Joker just being really consistent throughout all the games. 52 Esports, Xgeneration, these teams were really just at it with their different styles of gameplay, but still they showed up and really put out their best for us to see. And I guess now we do actually have a little surprise for you guys, I'd say, because we're going to be having a show match between some of the players that are present there, some of the influencers, some of the, all the guys are present in that venue. And it's going to be a show match. We don't exactly have the information on who is going to be playing in it, but that is going to be the surprise for you guys. But yeah, it is going to be happening soon and you'll get to see it. And I'm actually really excited to see it as well. And we'll really see how that'll go. But for now, let's just focus on, I guess, the games that we had, or I guess they're all over, right? So, but still, we actually don't have an idea about how the game that we just had is going to be affecting the final ranking. So that is going to matter a lot. And especially for the teams at the final, the bottom threshold of the only the top 8 teams are going to be qualifying, right? So that bottom threshold is going to be meaning a lot for a lot of teams, and we're really gonna see how or who is qualifying or who is not.
Yeah, and that's going to be very interesting to see. Just looking at the teams that ended up qualifying, that ended up going through this gruesome journey, this exhausting, this just I'm pretty sure that every time the teams end up playing at this very high competitive level, it takes a lot out of you. It just has to, because at the level that these teams are competing at, it's just not easy. Whether you're talking about the mental game that comes into play, whether you're talking about the physical strain that the teams are going through, that the players ended up going through this final day across these 5 games that they were able to play. We ended up seeing some of the player cams where we would see one of the players just being a bit angry at the rest of the team. So, some emotional trauma must exist there as well at a certain level. So, the props to these teams for competing at such a high level, for giving us such an entertaining last few games that we were able to see coming out from them. And it'll be just much more interesting to see on how these teams have ended up, or how the overall leaderboards have started to shape up towards the end as well. But with the winner team to focus right now, that is 7EQR X-Ray. 3 eliminations, 3 eliminations coming out from Faster. Drawlin, he got 5 eliminations, 690 damage. Zibian, 5 eliminations for him. And then Finisher with 1 elimination coming out for him.
Yup. So overall stats really amazing coming in from Rage Esports. I mean, total of 14 eliminations. Stack that up on top of the chicken dinner they got, which is going to be granting them 15 points. That is going to be a total of 29 points they're going to be getting in the final overall ranking. So that is really going to bump their position up as compared to the team they're probably against right now. And I'm pretty sure they're actually pretty high up in that ranking right now as well. But it'll all this mysteriousness, everything we are really anxiously waiting to see the final outcome will be unveiled to us very soon. But now, focusing on the specific player stats, Faster and Zibian, all of them had really good damage numbers. So I think it was a really well-coordinated game coming in from 7EQR, because as you can see right now, 2.7 K total damage done, and 15 smoke grenades, 13 frag grenades. So amazing util used by them as well. But the rest of the teams that we have to focus on right now is going to be Team Negatives at the number 2. That are going to be at 1.4k total damage done. Throwables user going to be at 24 smoke grenades, a lot less frag grenades, but still a lot more smoke grenades as well as compared to the rest of the teams that we have here. Team Red Esports are going to be at a total damage of 1.1k. Throwables used 11 smokes, 8 frag grenades. For Team Tag, it's going to be 1k damage done, 19 smoke grenades, 3 frag grenades, and 3 Molotovs as well.
Yeah, just generally a lot of good utility usage coming out from all of the teams with how that they've been playing, especially towards this ending part of the games where how things have been shaping up have been very nice for, and especially the way the teams with these things for the teams to focus, I think it really ends up showing that the teams have been playing at very high competitive level. 7 EQRs, Zibian has 5 eliminations, 4.67 MVP points, 730 damage, and then 35% total contributions coming in from him. The longest elimination that he was able to secure was across 139 meters. So, Zibian, props to you for showing up in such a big way for your team in the final match of the finals is number 2. I think I keep saying final a few more times and still make some sense at some level. But yeah, just generally great gameplay coming out from these teams, great gameplay coming out from all of these players, and Zibian in specific from 7EQR X-Rage was just able to give a stellar performance towards the end of the game. The players to focus, we are looking at Nobix from Team 69. If you recall, Ahad, he was the player that was in that 1v3 with Myth Esports, and he was able to get those very crucial points for his team, 69 Esports. Drolin, just an absolute menace on the server. Whenever he's in there, he's an elimination machine. Top 5, he was able to get 5 total eliminations for himself, and then on the 3rd position comes out Zibian. He was only able to secure 3 assists, but those were 3 very important assists for him. So just generally, overall, all of these players that we've been focusing on, just great gameplay coming out from them. And then again, what a time to show up in such a big way in the finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championship.
Definitely an amazing performances coming out of the players, but now we're going to be looking at the overall statistics of the game number 10 that we just had. It is going to be at 59 total eliminations, 8.5k total healing done, 65 total knockouts, 218 throwables used, 1 airdrop looted, 12 headshots coming in, and 21 total rescues. And the longest shot is going to be at 345 meters coming in from Python. So far, good stats overall. The throwables use is a bit less as what we would expect on Erangel, but still it is good enough. The number is usually around 300, but this time around it is much more closer to the 200 bar. Now we are at the eliminations to damage ratio of the teams, and we are actually seeing a lot of teams here, but for some reason we're back at the overall stats, because I guess you should be focusing on that a bit more as well, because the total healing, I guess, was a bit higher, and I didn't mention that fact, and I guess that's the reason why we went back, and now we're back at the eliminations graph. So focusing on the teams, we have 7 EQR with 14 eliminations and 2.7k damage done. Team Negatives at 7 elimination, 1.4k damage done. Red Esports at 4 elimination, 1.1k damage done, I assume. And Tag Esports are going to be at 4 eliminations, just like Red, at 1,000 damage done. 52 Esports at 6 eliminations, 1.2k damage done. Pyro at 1 elimination, 200 damage done. Really falling short of what they're usually showing us. 69 Esports at 4 elimination and 900 damage done. HR is going to be at 4 eliminations, 800 damage done. Almost pretty much similar to 69 Esports. TFD is going to be at 3 eliminations, 1.1k damage done. Hashtag at 4. And Xgeneration, 1 elimination only, 700 damage done. Once again, a big difference between how much they were able to deal the damage and how much they were able to get themselves the eliminations. Galaxy Esports at 2 elimination, 800 damage. Once again, a big disparity. Met at 3 eliminations, 600 damage. RTG, once again, not being really being able to show up, and the same is going to go for 3x and the other team as well.
Yeah, and the today's matches have come to an end, really. The game number 1 on Erangel went to Team RTG. Game number 2 on Miramar went to 52 Esports. Game number 3 on Erangel again went to Xgen Esports, who won 2 chicken dinners back to back off of that performance on Sanhok again. And then in the 4th game, and then the 5th game went to Team 7 EQR that we just had the pleasure of viewing and casting as well. So just generally it was really an amazing day coming into the finals, day number 2. There was just a lot on the line for all of these teams, but I feel like I have a hunch, Ahad, that Xgen Esports might have won PUBG Mobile National Championships with the 2 chicken dinners that they were able to secure back to back today, and then 1 chicken dinner that they had yesterday. I think that should be the difference maker for them to be able to edge their points out and be the winners of this entire tournament. But only time will tell. We'll end up knowing in just a short while who is going to be our winners. But what exciting games we had today, Ahad.
Definitely, time will tell for sure if Xgeneration is gonna be getting their hands on that trophy and that $10,000 cash prize. So we really are yet to see the difference that we saw between the points. Wasn't really that big. I think it was around 90 and 111 the last time we saw, but this time around things would be really different. And of course, Xgeneration having scored themselves another chicken dinner would give them much better chances of staying in that first position and getting their hands on that trophy and getting that cash prize. But we really really know for sure at the very end. But yeah, I think it is safe to say that Xgeneration is the winner of this series, this tournament, and this final that we just had. So I guess casters should do a little round of applause for them, and I guess I think they deserve it. Yeah,
I think we definitely should wait on the confirmation from the overall leaderboard, right? Because it's going to be
I'm taking my chances here, right?
A little embarrassing. I wouldn't it be if we end up applauding a team, not to favor any of the teams in any manner. That's not something that we do as casters. But generally, yeah, I do believe that Xgeneration's points and the overall performance within these games have sort of cemented their place at the number 1 position. But nonetheless, we will wait for confirmation from the overall leaderboard and for our officials over at the team within the team that are officiating the event to be able to have a confirmation on who the winner is. But it really looks like that it's going to be it's going to be Xgen Esports with the sort of dominant performances that they've been able to showcase over the finals. They were one of the teams that was invited to the finals, and we can now clearly see why they were one of those teams that ended up getting invited. They have secured their place into PMPL as well, and not only that, I think they will end up securing that 22 lakh Pakistan rupees that are going to go to that number 1 team. But we're going to end up getting more info on that in just a little bit, or just a bit later on. But before that, are we going to have the overall leaderboards right now, or I'm not sure if we're going to go to the show match right now. Maybe we're going to go to the show match and then come back to the leaderboard. Only time will tell, or maybe production will. We never know which one does that.
Definitely, time will tell that, and I guess we'll know soon enough. We're going to be seeing which one of the team is actually going to be taking that 10K prize home and that glorious trophy. Honestly, it looks amazing. The first time we saw it yesterday, it looked amazing, and when I saw it today, it looked just as amazing. So I'm pretty sure the team that'll be able to get their hands on it would definitely be really excited for it as well. But talking about the show match, I am really excited to see that which ones of the influencers are going to be playing in it, and I guess it'll be an interesting sight to see as well. I am looking forward to it too, but yeah, there's a while before we get to all of that, and I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, generally, there's just a lot of excitement within the air right now, and there's a lot of excitement within me as well to just reveal our winners, to end up seeing who actually won, who actually ended up making their way into the top 8, into the PMPL qualifiers that they're going to, not the qualifiers, who ended up qualifying for PMPL. All of these questions are left unanswered, and I'm pretty sure that you guys are very anxious, sitting at the edges of your seats, and so are we. We're just waiting to find out what's going to happen and how things are going to be for the rest of the stream. But we should end up finding out in just a little bit. But just generally, just overall very exciting games happening over this series of the tournament. When we recall the moments that we were looking upon very fondly over PMNC, there's just generally very exciting games happening. We ended up seeing some very clutch moments coming out from all of the teams, with how not all of them, from a majority of the team, from majority of the players, from how they were playing, they were just making those very unlikely circumstances look very likely. They were making things happen across the board, across all of the areas. And yeah, but we're going to head on over to the stage because I think we have the celebrity match starting in just a little bit.
के सवालात भी और इसके बाद हम आगे बढ़ेंगे and how much he is excited as well खेलने के लिए. Hey, assalamu alaikum. Anonymous is here with us. तालियां होनी चाहिए everyone. I just want Anonymous के लिए एक माइक दे दिया जाए kindly. I just want from the production कि एक माइक Anonymous के लिए हमारे पास दे दी जाए. कैसे हैं Anonymous, आप ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप बताएं कैसे?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक. बहुत फैंस हैं यार आपके, बहुत प्यार करने वाले लोग हैं. कैसे बनाए इतने सारे फैंस आपने?
बस पता नहीं कैसे बन गए.
आपकी स्किल्स, आपकी गेम्स ने आई गेस कि ये कर दिखाया मैजिक.
गेम से ज़्यादा नेचर पसंद करती है पब्लिक.
वाह जी वाह. तो भाई फैंस की बात करें तो फैंस जो है वो तो बहुत सारे आ चुके हैं और उसी के साथ साथ आपका माइक भी जो है हम लोग ले जा रहे हैं यहाँ पर. एंड लेट मी जस्ट टॉक टू एनोनिमस, उनसे बात भी करते हैं, उसके बाद हम आगे बढ़ते हैं. भाई आपके मैचेस जो है वो लोग देखते हैं, आपकी नेचर को पसंद करते हैं, इसी के साथ साथ आपका शोकेस मैच भी देखना चाहते हैं, तो आप तैयार हैं उसके लिए? ऑल राइट, ठीक है जी. और एनोनिमस जो है बिल्कुल तैयार हैं एंड उसी के साथ साथ हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच एनोनिमस, आप जाके बैठ सकते हैं, उसके बाद आई विल डेफिनेटली इनवाइट यू. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू सो मच. एंड इसी के साथ आई एम जस्ट मूविंग ऑन और उसी के साथ हमारे जो अगले हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर को बुलाने जा रहे हैं, ही इज गोइंग टू बी समवन जो कि हैं क्रिप्टो. क्या बात है, क्रिप्टो के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए एवरीवन. वेल वी हैव मिस्टर क्रिप्टो हियर विद अस और क्रिप्टो को हम स्टेज पे बुलाते हैं. भाई लॉन्ग अवेटेड सीन्स हैं जनाब, सबके सब मोहब्बत करते हैं क्रिप्टो से भी और सबके सब प्यार भी करते हैं क्रिप्टो से. और आज क्योंकि जब मैं इस इवेंट में आया और आने के बाद मैंने यहाँ पे लोगों से बात की तो हर जगह क्रिप्टो क्रिप्टो सुनने को मिला मुझे. और उसके बाद हम लोगों ने कुछ इंटरव्यूज़ भी देखे, कुछ चीज़ें भी देखी, कुछ हाइप्स भी देखी और उनसे प्यार करने वाले यानी क्रिप्टो से मोहब्बत करने वाले बहुत से लोगों को भी यहाँ पे देखा. सो आई मस्ट कॉल मिस्टर क्रिप्टो हियर कि वो आए यहाँ पर और आकर उनसे थोड़ी सी गपशप करते हैं और देखते हैं कि भाई क्रिप्टो क्या सोचते हैं आज के इस इवेंट के बारे में और कितने तैयार हैं वो हमारे इस शो के इस मैच के हवाले से. सो फॉर दैट पर्पस आई एम जस्ट मूविंग ऑन. कैन आई हैव समवन फ्रॉम द मैनेजमेंट राइट हियर? आई जस्ट वांट टू यू टू होल्ड दिस माइक. यहाँ पर कोई भी आ जाए. यस, लेट्स वेलकम क्रिप्टो. ताली होनी चाहिए क्रिप्टो के लिए. क्या बात है जी क्रिप्टो, एंड दिस इज योर माइक. और कैसे हैं आप, ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैं ठीक, आप कैसे हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक. ले जी, हमारे साथ क्रिप्टो आ चुके हैं. बज़ाहिर हम देखें तो ही सो क्यूट एंड इनोसेंट है क्रिप्टो. बड़े बड़े दीवाने हैं लगता है लोग तो. अच्छा मुझे बताएं क्रिप्टो, मुझे बताइएगा कि आपकी जो फ़ैन फॉलोइंग है उसमें ज़्यादा लड़के हैं या लड़कियां हैं? सच बताना है.
लड़के ही होंगे.
अच्छा अच्छा. और गेमिंग से इंस्पायर्ड तो बहुत सारे आप लोगों को बिगनर्स मिलते हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे उन लोगों को
क्या
जो गेमिंग की तरफ आना चाहते हैं? उन लोगों के लिए कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आपके, वो क्या बात किस तरह से करें और किस तरह से गेमिंग को आगे लेके चलें?
मेरे लिहाज से अगर गेमिंग में आना है आपको तो या तो आप फुल टाइम गेम को टाइम दें या तो गेमिंग नहीं करें. बिकॉज पबजी मोबाइल एक ऐसा स्पोर्ट है, या तो आप टॉप पे आओगे और आपको कुछ मिलेगा लाइक अचीवमेंट्स वगैरह और जो आपका दिल है लेने के लिए, और अगर आप मिडल या बॉटम पे हुए तो आपका सिर्फ टाइम वेस्ट होगा. इसलिए मैं सबको ये कहता हूँ कि हमारा अल्लाह सब एक ही है, सबको वो रिवॉर्ड करते हैं, तो जो मेहनत करता है उसको ही मिलता है. हर बंदा फ्री में नहीं आता ऊपर, तो अगर आप मेहनत करेंगे तो आप भी वही चीज़ हासिल करेंगे जो आपका दिल करता है.
यानी कि दिस गेम एक्चुअली रिक्वायर्स डेडिकेशन, प्रॉपर एक प्योर डेडिकेशन चाहिए है इसको जीतने के लिए. अभी शो केस मैच होने जा रहा है, कितने तैयार हैं, कितने एक्साइटेड हैं?
मैं तो 2 दिन से गेम नहीं खेली तो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन ट्राई करूंगा अच्छा खेलूं.
लेकिन 2 दिन से गेम ना खेलने की जो एक्साइटमेंट है, वो जो कहते हैं ना ज्वालामुखी, वो बाहर आने को है तैयार. ऐसा ही है जी?
जी जी बिल्कुल. मैं भी हारिस भाई से बात कर रहा था कि 2 दिन से गेम नहीं खेली तो मुझे बस ये शोकेस खिला दो.
मुझे फोन दे दो बस एक बार, मैं हराना चाहता हूँ सबको. ले जी, इस वक्त जो है मुकाबला सख्त होने वाले. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया क्रिप्टो फॉर बीइंग विद अस. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. अब आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं. लेट मी जस्ट कॉल द बाबा ओपी. एंड वे इज ही द बाबा ओपी हमारे साथ हमें ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं. ले जी, सो मैं भी बड़ा जो कि डेफिनेटली हमारे तमाम जो टॉप 16 टीम्स हैं, जितने प्लेयर्स हैं, ये पाकिस्तान के वो चुने हुए लोग हैं जिन्होंने कितने मुकाबले जीतने के बाद फाइनली आज इस चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई किया और आज ये मैच खेले हैं. लेकिन उसी के साथ साथ हम बात करते हैं हमारे जो ये तमाम तो स्टार्स हैं जिस तरह हम लोगों ने जिक्र किया, एनोनिमस का जिक्र किया, क्रिप्टो का जिक्र किया, बाबा ओपी का जिक्र कर रहे हैं. और ये तमाम तो लोग जो हैं बड़ी मेहनतों से आगे आए हैं और अभी इनका मैच देखना जो है वो बाकी है, लेकिन देखना ये ज़रूरी भी है कि वो कितना बेहतरीन परफॉर्म कर पाते हैं यहाँ पर और कौन किसको हराने वाला है। सबसे पहले हम यहाँ पे बुलाना चाह रहे हैं हमारे साथ बाबा ओपी। इज ही हियर विद अस? जब तक बाबा ओपी यहाँ पर आते हैं, इसी तरह से हम जो है आपको बताते चलें कि पबजी मोबाइल नेशनल चैंपियनशिप पाकिस्तान 2022 जो है वो जारी और सारी है और आज के इस दिन में हम बहुत कुछ और भी करने वाले हैं। और इसी के साथ साथ हम देखें यहाँ पर तो हमारे सामने हमारे जो नेक्स्ट इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं बाबा ओपी, उनका इंतजार किया जा रहा है। जितने भी उनके फैंस हैं, जितने भी उनसे प्यार करने वाले लोग हैं, मोहब्बत करने वाले लोग हैं, दे ऑल आर सुपर एक्साइटेड टू हैव हिम। लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि हमारे लाहौर का जो क्राउड है, जो पीछे लोग बैठे हैं, ये खासकर हमारे लड़के, हमारे लाहौर के वो चीते जो कि हर इवेंट को खूबसूरत बनाते हैं, मैं चाहता हूं कि एक बार अपनी तालियों और शोर से बताएंगे पूरी दुनिया को कि लाहौर की आवाम की इतनी मोहब्बत करने वाली है। एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए एवरीवन। वंडरफुल जी, वंडरफुल। दिस इज द स्पार्क जो कि लाहौरी हमें हर बार दिखाते हैं एंड वी आर जस्ट मूविंग फॉर द वंडरफुल वंडरफुल गेमर। हमारे एक प्लेयर हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू टॉक टू द टीम राइट हियर कि बाबा ओपी यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं और शुड वी मूव ऑन। और एक सरप्राइज भी है आप सबके लिए, जितनी गेमिंग कम्युनिटी यहाँ बैठी है, जितने प्लेयर्स बैठे हैं, उनके लिए एक सरप्राइज भी है क्योंकि बाबा ओपी के बाद मैं जिसको बुलाने जा रहा हूँ, उनका नाम सुनते साथ ही आपकी दिलों की धड़कनें भी तेज होने वाली हैं, चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहटें भी आने वाली हैं और ये इतना बड़ा सरप्राइज होने वाला है आप लोगों के लिए कि आप सब लोग हैरान रह जाएंगे, परेशान हो जाएंगे और लगेगा कि भाई आज यही बंदा गेम जीतने वाला है, लेकिन जीतेगा तो वही जिसमें होने वाला है दम। एंड लेट मी जस्ट मूव ऑन एंड लेट मी जस्ट टॉक अबाउट द टीम कि भाई क्या सीन है हमारे पास। आर वी हैविंग बाबा ओपी हियर? Alright जी, let me just turn it on और अपने रिसीवर को ऑन हम कर चुके हैं। Anyone from the control room can tell me right here. Alright जी, बाबा अभी आ चुके, क्या बात है, ताली होनी चाहिए इनके लिए everyone. Wonderful जी, wonderful। भाई बड़ा इंतजार करवाया आपने, ये लगता है वो वाला सीन कर रहे हैं आप कि जितना इंतजार करेंगे मोहब्बत उतनी बढ़ती जाएगी, ऐसा ही?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, क्या हाल चाल है, ठीक हो सारे?
वाह जी वाह, भाई देख ले, दिस इज द स्टारडम। क्या बात है, कितने लोग प्यार करने वाले भाई बाबा ओपी से प्यार करने वाले लोग जरा तालियां तो बजा दें, कम ऑन।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। मजा आ रहा है आपको? पहला लैन इवेंट हुआ है पाकिस्तान का सबसे बड़ा, और कैसा लगा आपको लैन इवेंट? मजा आया?
ये पता किस तरह बताएंगे मजा आया? ये अपने शोर से बताएंगे, ये मोहब्बत करते हैं आपसे और अपने शोर से बताएंगे। मैं इनका शोर करवाता हूँ जी, बाबा ओपी की
शोर करो यार।
ओहो भाई मान गए, भाई मान गए भाई, गेमिंग के दुनिया के जो है ना बादशाह हैं आप। वो एक लाइन थी ना, हिट थी कि बड़े बादशाह हैं आप, लेकिन ना आपकी मुस्कुराहट के ऊपर ना बहुत सारे लोग बहुत मोहब्बत करने वाले दिल फेंक देते हैं। ले जी, इनकी मुस्कुराहट के लिए मैं एक शेर कहने वाला हूँ, सबके सब जरा तालियां बजाएंगे। ऑलराइट जी, सो आपकी मुस्कुराहट ने इनके होश उड़ा दिए। वाह तो बोले ना, आपकी मुस्कुराहट ने इनके होश उड़ा दिए, ये होश में आने ही वाले थे कि आप फिर मुस्कुरा दिए। देख लें जी, मोहब्बत है। अच्छा, मैच होने वाला है, शोकेस मैच, तैयार हैं आप इस बारे में?
जी जी, हम तैयार हैं, बिल्कुल तैयार हैं।
ऑलराइट जी, सो फिर हम बढ़ते हैं आगे और इसी के साथ हम फाइनली बुलाने जा रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच बाबा ओपी फॉर बीइंग हियर एंड शेयरिंग स्टेज विद अस। बाबा ओपी काइंडली जरा माइक्स का। ऑलराइट जी, इसके बाद अब बारी है सरप्राइज की और वो सरप्राइज आपके सामने रिवील होने जा रहा है जिसका हम सबको बेसब्री से इंतजार है। और इसी के साथ साथ टीम के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन जो है वो हमारा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टाइम होता है। ओके जी, सो इसी के साथ साथ अभी हम लोग जो है वो बुलाने जा रहे हैं आप सबके और हम सबके प्यारे द वन एंड ओनली, यस ही इज द वन एंड ओनली डिक्टेटर। तालियां होनी चाहिए डिक्टेटर के लिए, कम ऑन। ऑलराइट जी, सो लेट्स वेलकम इन अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज डिक्टेटर who gonna share the stage with us and later on he gonna play amazing game and this amazing showcase match with us. एंड डिक्टेटर यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, इसी के साथ साथ हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं। उसके बाद मैं टीम्स को बुलाऊंगा और देखते हैं कि क्या होने जा रहा है, व्हाट्स गोना हैपन अप नेक्स्ट। and I'm super excited to welcome Dictator here. So let's welcome Dictator. He is about to come and gonna share stage with us और उसी के साथ उनसे बात भी होगी, थोड़ी सी प्रोफेशनल चीज़ें भी डिस्कस होने वाली हैं, पाकिस्तान की इस गेम को वो कहाँ देखते हैं और इसी के साथ साथ Dictator आपसे कुछ बात भी करेंगे. Let me just move on. ऑलराइट जी, सो इसी के साथ साथ अभी हम बताते हैं कि डिक्टेटर जो है वो हमारे दरमियान इस वक्त वो मौजूद नहीं है इस हॉल में, बट ही श्योरली गोना जॉइन अस एंड मैं अपनी टीम से जरा कहूंगा कि जस्ट टू यू नो शो मी हु इज कमिंग अप नेक्स्ट. ले जी, सबकी एक्साइटमेंट जो है उसका लेवल भी हम देख रहे हैं, मोहब्बत का लेवल भी देख रहे हैं, प्यार का लेवल भी देख रहे हैं. लेट मी जस्ट मूव ऑन. ऑलराइट जी, अब हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं टीम क्वार्टी को. एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए टीम क्वार्टी के लिए एवरीवन. वंडरफुल जी. सो लाहौर का क्राउड हो और डेड हो ऐसा मुमकिन नहीं हो सकता. इसी तरीके से सबके सब प्यार करते हैं, हमारे इस गेमिंग इवेंट को सपोर्ट भी कर रहे हैं. सो इन द वेरी बिगनिंग आई मस्ट कॉल द टीम क्वार्टी टू प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज. और इसी के साथ हम आगे बढ़ते चले जाएंगे एंड इसी में भी ओ वाह जी वाह जनाब, क्या बात है. तो टीम क्वार्टी इज हियर विद अस. एक बार भरपूर तालियां और शोर होना चाहिए इनके लिए एवरीवन. वेल, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच मिस्टर खान एंड टीम क्वार्टी. आज के आप दोनों टीम क्वार्टी हैं, राइट?
हम दोनों टीम क्वार्टी की और हम दोनों खान हैं.
ओए होए होए, ले जी, खान आ चुके हैं हमारे दरमियान. खानों ने तो मेरे ख्याल में हर जगह पर ही तबाही मचाई हुई है एंड इन दिस गेम एज वेल यू गोना रॉक इट, आई एम श्योर अबाउट इट.
बट वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इट. इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के साथ खेलते हैं, उनके खिलाफ खेलेंगे और बाकी टीम्स भी होंगी, देखते हैं कैसा जाता है मैच.
ले जी, तो मैच बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है क्योंकि इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के साथ, क्योंकि सब के सब हमारे जितने प्यारे भाई, हम बैक स्टेज भी बात कर रहे थे कि सब बड़े बेताब थे खेलने के लिए और अब इनको मौका मिल चुका है. इनकी जो तड़प है वो देखने को मिलने वाली है. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच टीम क्वार्टी फॉर बीइंग विद अस. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. ऑलराइट जी, सो आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं. अब मैं बुलाने जा रहा हूँ टीम टफ को, जो कि एक टफ कंपटीशन देने वाले हैं इन सब लोगों को. सो आइए बुलाते हैं टीम टफ को. एक बार भरपूर तालियों में लेट्स वेलकम टीम टफ ऑन द स्टेज. ऑलराइट, टीम टफ की जानिब से आने वाले हमारे बहुत ही प्यारे प्यारे से इस वक्त हमारे प्लेयर्स जो हैं वो इस वक्त बढ़ रहे हैं. इनकी एक्सपर्टीज की बात की जाए तो पूरी दुनिया इनको मानती है. इनकी गेम्स की बात की जाए तो ये हर मुकाबले में हर किसी को एक टफ टाइम देने के जो है वो मूड में रहते हैं और आज हमारे दरमियान आ चुके हैं. तो जनाब क्या बात है, क्या खूबसूरत से लोग आए हैं. आज तो कमाल मजा आने वाला है. अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम.
कैसे हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, खैर खैरियत.
क्या लगता है बड़ा मुकाबला सकता है, क्या कर पाएंगे, हरा देंगे इनको?
नहीं, सही बात है. इन्फ्लुएंसर्स की गेम भी काफ़ी इम्प्रूव हो चुकी है. अब तो देखते हैं, हमने भी काफ़ी दिन से गेम नहीं खेली, क्या होता है अब डे में डिसाइड करते हैं.
हाँ, तो जनाब ये डरे हुए नहीं है, ये बस ऐसी चीज कर रहे हैं, स्ट्रेटेजी की बात है सारी की सारी. आप मुझे बताएं क्या लगता है आज क्या होने जा रहा है, हराने के लिए तैयार हैं या नहीं?
बिल्कुल हराने के लिए आए हैं, देखते हैं अब क्या होता है.
ये चीज क्या बात है जी. अब आपकी बारी है. आप शाय लग रहे हैं लेकिन लगता है कि गेम में हम शाय नहीं होने वाले. व्हाट यू थिंक?
बस देखेंगे.
ले जी, इनकी मुस्कुराहट बड़ी प्यारी है. ही इज सो नाइस पर्सन. आपकी बात करते. ओ माय गॉड, लुक एट दिस. क्या बात है. पाकिस्तान का ऐसा स्टार हमारे साथ मौजूद है जो कि खूबसूरत आदमी तो है ही, उसकी मुस्कुराहट की बात करें, उसके हेयर स्टाइल, उसकी
थैंक यू.
ऑलराइट जी, उन्होंने कहा थैंक यू करें भाई, आजकल गेम भी शुरू करनी है. अच्छा, क्या लगता है आज हरा दोगे इनको?
हम अपने गन से जवाब देंगे सबको.
गन से जवाब देने वाले हैं भाई, तो बैटल होने वाली है. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. टीम टफ इज हियर विद अस. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. अब आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं और आगे बुलाने जा रहे हैं टीम बबलू. नाम पर मत जाइए, यहां पर बात होगी बंदूकों से. तो टीम बबलू इज हियर विद अस. आपके सामने आने वाले हैं टीम बबलू. क्या बात है जी. ऑलराइट जी, सो वी आर वेलकमिंग ऑल ऑफ द टीम्स राइट हियर. और उसके साथ मुकाबला होने जा रहा है हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के साथ. लेट्स जस्ट सी कि आज क्या होने वाला है. टीम बबलू इज हियर विद अस, एक स्वैग के साथ एंटर होते हुए, और ये तमाम तर लड़के हराने को हैं तैयार. आइए बढ़ते हैं और देखते हैं क्या कर पाएंगे. सो अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
वालेकुम सलाम.
कैसे हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
अब पेशेंस तो आपकी शर्ट पर लिखा है, क्या गेम में पेशेंस दिखाने वाले हैं या फिर हराने वाले हैं?
नहीं, पेशेंस तो नहीं है. कारी साहब हूँ, वैसे होता भी नहीं है इतना.
कारी साहब में उनके पेशेंस नहीं होता है भाई. तो आज हम हराने वाले हैं. अच्छा, कितने पुरज़म है आप सबका? मैं एक कलेक्टिव यहाँ पर जो है रिव्यू लेना चाहता हूँ इसके ऊपर कि कितने पुरज़म है जीत के लिए?
नहीं, हमारा तो अभी नेक्स्ट इवेंट PMPL ही है, तो इंशाल्लाह रिव्यूज़ है, वैसे ही हमने लिया है, पेन है, पिक है, तो सबको इनका पता ही है, इंशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छा जाएगा।
ऑलराइट जी, सो इस वक्त हमारी जो टीम है, टीम बबलू जो है, दे आर सुपर रेडी एंड सुपर एक्साइटेड। आप मुझे बताइए, अरे कोई बात नहीं, चलें ठीक है जी, शर्माते हैं, इनकी शर्माने को हम खत्म करते हैं यहाँ पर। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम।
कैसे हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
शर्माते हैं, अपनी खूबसूरत आवाज सुनाना नहीं चाहते हैं? कितने पुरज़म जीत के लिए? क्या टफ टाइम देने वाले हैं, हाँ या ना? चले इतना बता दें मुझे, हाँ या ना? भाई बहुत ही शर्मीले लोग हैं ये लड़के, बहुत शर्मीले हैं। आपसे बात करते हैं जी, आप बताइए क्या लगता है आज हरा देंगे इनको?
इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं, इजी है।
अरे ओए हो, ताली होनी चाहिए इनके लिए। ले जी, से मुकाबला जो है वो सख्त होने वाला है और आपकी बारी। बस आप, बस पूरा हो गया, गेम में बात करेंगे आप। ले जी ठीक है, क्या बात है जी, गन से बात करेंगे, गेम में बात करेंगे। इट्स गोइंग टू बी अ सुपर 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 रॉकिंग बैटल। देखते हैं क्या होने जा रहा है। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच टीम बबलू फॉर बीइंग विद अस, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच। इसी के साथ हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं उन चमकते दमकते सितारों को जो कि इन्फ्लुएंसर्स से लड़ने वाले हैं, और देखते हैं कि क्या वो लड़ पाएंगे या नहीं लड़ पाएंगे। सो लेट्स वेलकम टीम स्टार। ऑलराइट जी, टीम स्टार हमारे दरमियान हमें ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं, और आइए बढ़ते हैं इनके जाने पर, देखते हैं कि क्या टीम स्टार भी इसी तरीके से इनको हराने वाले हैं या नहीं हराने वाले हैं। इन्फ्लुएंसर्स का नाम तो बहुत है और इन्फ्लुएंसर्स की पहचान भी बहुत है, फैंस भी बहुत हैं, लेकिन टीम स्टार भी हमारे दरमियान है और उन्होंने कहा है कि भाई अब टाइटल सारे छीन लेंगे हम इनसे। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
कैसे हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप बताएं।
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक। मुझे ये बताइए कि टीम स्टार हैं आप, आज भी सितारों की तरह चमकने वाले हैं या नहीं?
इंशाल्लाह जरूर।
क्या बात है।
इतना ही हमको पता चलेगा।
इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? एनीथिंग, एनी पंच लाइन?
इनको अब यही कहना चाहेंगे कि अपने सर जो है ना वो छुपा लें।
ओए
हेडशॉट्स आने वाले हैं,
हेडशॉट्स आने वाले हैं, इन्फ्लुएंसर तैयार हो जाएं। और इसी के साथ हम माइक थ्रो करते हैं आगे। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
कैसे हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
भाई आपकी भी गेम बहुत टफ होने वाली है, लगता है कि बहुत हर तरफ से घिरे होंगे, गोलियां चलती होंगी, किसको हराने की पूरी कोशिश जारी है, तो वो हैं हमारे सामने इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, राइट? उनके लिए क्या पैगाम देना चाहते हैं?
हमारे लिए तो वैसे कंपटीशन है नहीं।
ओहो, ओह माय गॉड भाई। ले जी, सो अब जो है ना, इन्होंने वो भड़कती हुई रग को दबा दिया उन्होंने एक दफा फिर से, और अब आपकी बारी है। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम।
कैसे हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
यू आर लुकिंग सो कॉन्फिडेंट। लगता है कि हरा सकते हैं इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को।
बिल्कुल
पक्की बात है।
इजी पीजी।
देख लेना, ये ना वो हेडशॉट आपको ही बच जाए। हाय 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 हाय, नहीं हमारे जीते हैं भाई, हमारी टीम हमारी जीते हैं, एंड आई एम श्योर कि आप लोग भी जीतने वाले हैं, लेकिन देखा जाएगा मुकाबले में। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच टीम स्टार विद अस, आप लोग का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ज्वाइन करने के लिए। और इसी तरह से टीम स्टार ने हम लोग को बताया है कि भाई आज का जो मैच है, जो आज का मुकाबला होने वाला है, वो इतना आसान नहीं होने वाला, और इसको इतना ईजी ना लें, क्योंकि इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हमारी बंदूकों के निशाने पे होंगे। इन्फ्लुएंसर्स अपने हेड बचा लीजिए, क्योंकि हेड शॉट्स आने वाले हैं, और इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को हराना हमारे लिए कोई बात ही नहीं है। इस किस्म की बातें की गई हैं भाई, तो इन्फ्लुएंसर तैयार हो जाएं, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने ही हराना है। और इसी के साथ साथ हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं, एंड इससे पहले कि हम आगे बढ़ें, मैं चाहूंगा कि भाई मैच शुरू करवा देना चाहिए, एंड मैं अपनी टीम से मुस्तफ़ा से कहूंगा टू प्लीज कोऑर्डिनेट मी। हम मैच की जानिब बढ़ने वाले हैं। ऑलराइट मुस्तफ़ा, आई एम जस्ट हियरिंग यू आउट। जिस तरह मुझे मेरी टीम की तरफ से क्यों मिलता है, राइट आफ्टर दैट हम आपके सामने जो है वो हम करने वाले हैं इस गेम को शुरू, इस बहुत ही बड़े मुकाबले को शुरू करने जा रहे हैं, एंड लेट्स सी व्हाट्स गोना हैपन अप नेक्स्ट। और उसी के बाद हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। हमारा जो इन्फ्लुएंसर का शो केस मैच है वो होने वाला है, और उसी के साथ साथ हमारे दरमियान आगे मैं चाहूंगा मेरी प्रोडक्शन टीम जरा मुझसे कान में जो है मुझे थोड़ा सा फीडबैक देते रहें। साथ ही साथ हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर का जो शो केस मैच है वो भी होने जा रहा है। उसी के साथ साथ हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर यहाँ पर आए और उन्होंने आकर बड़े अच्छे तरीके से हमारे प्यारे प्यारे लोगों से बात की। बट इट इज समथिंग व्हिच इज गोइंग टू बी अ क्रेजी 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 गेम, क्योंकि ना सिर्फ आज हमारे दरमियान हमारे प्लेयर्स आ चुके हैं, बल्कि साथ ही साथ इन्फ्लुएंसर्स और हमारी जो रॉकिंग टीम्स हैं वो भी रॉक करने वाले हैं। अब मैं इस रैंप पर चलता हुआ मैं देखना चाहता हूं कि हमारे लाहौर का जो क्राउड है वो कितना एनर्जेटिक है, और इसी के साथ साथ एक स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट लेकर, बल्कि लाहौरियों तैयार हो जाओ, क्योंकि मैं आपके सामने ना सिर्फ एक अनाउंसमेंट लेकर आ रहा हूं, बल्कि साथ ही साथ मैं आप सबके सामने एक खुशखबरी भी लेकर आ रहा हूं। तो मुझे सिर्फ ये जानना है कि मोबाइल फोन्स किसी को चाहिए है यहाँ पे? यहां से मुझे शोर आने वाला है, हम उस जाने बढ़ने वाले हैं। सो हमारे दरमियान यहां पर आ चुके हैं बहुत सारे लोग। द क्राउड, वेव योर हैंड्स, अपने हाथ उठाएंगे, कम ऑन, क्या बात है जी, आउटस्टैंडिंग, सबके सब हाथ उठाएंगे। ऑलराइट जी, सो इसी के साथ साथ मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं ये देख सकूं, जान सकूं कि मोबाइल फोन्स किसको चाहिए हैं। जिसको मोबाइल फोन चाहिए जरा शोर होना चाहिए। 1 2 and 3। ओह माय गॉड जी, लुक एट दिस, क्या एनर्जी है, क्या वाइब्स हैं। मैं वंस अगेन अपना एयर पीस उतार कर मैं आपकी खूबसूरत आवाजों को सुनना चाहता हूं। तो मुझे चाहिए आपका शोर, आपकी एनर्जी चाहिए है। जितने भी लोग यहां पे मोबाइल फोन जीतना चाहते हैं, सो एक बार जरा शोर करेंगे। शोर होना चाहिए ना। ओह माय गॉड, लो जी, मैंने लड़कों को देख लिया है जिसको मोबाइल फोन चाहिए है, और आप में से बहुत से लड़कों को किस्मत ने भी चुन लिया है। अब ये क्या बात हो गई, क्या ऐसी खास बात है कि किस्मत ने किसको चुन लिया है? बात जनाब ये है कि अब से कुछ देर के बाद पबजी मोबाइल नेशनल चैंपियनशिप 2022 में हम करने जा रहे हैं एक लकी ड्रॉ, और उसी के साथ साथ आपको देने जा रहे हैं बहुत सारे इनामात, और उसी के साथ आप जीतने वाले हैं मोबाइल फोन्स भी। तो सबके सब तैयार हो जाएं, लाहौर की अवाम हमारे दरमियान मौजूद है, और साथ ही साथ पूरा पाकिस्तान क्या पूरी दुनिया में देख रही है इस मैच को, इस कमाल से मुकाबले को। जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि पाकिस्तान की तारीख में होने वाला ये ऐसा मुकाबला जिसने आप सबको हिलाकर रख दिया है, और यकीनी तौर पर पूरी दुनिया इस मैच को देख रही है, क्योंकि ऐसे इवेंट्स पबजी मोबाइल ही कर सकता है। तो पबजी मोबाइल के लिए एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए एवरीवन। I can hear the whistles, आपका शोर, आपका क्राउड, आपकी एनर्जी, और उसी के साथ साथ the current that you have right here, ये सब के सब लोग जो है वो देख भी रहे हैं, और हम बहुत तारीफ करते हैं लाहौर की क्राउड की। इसी के साथ साथ अब हम आगे बढ़ने को हैं तैयार, और आगे बढ़ने से पहले हमारे दरमियान आपको बताते चले कुछ सरप्राइज हैं। हमारे दरमियान में कुछ और इन्फ्लुएंसर्स भी आने वाले हैं। मतीरा आने वाली है लाहौर, आपको पता है। मतीरा के फैन जहां पर भी है जरा शोर से बताएंगे, क्योंकि मतीरा सुन भी रही है, आपको शोर होना चाहिए। ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, लिटरली ये तो गूज बम्स आने वाला सीन हो गया है। अब मुझे बताएं, सब खामोशी के साथ मुझे अब ये बताएंगे, आपको पता है कि हमारे दरमियान पाकिस्तान के टॉप यूट्यूबर्स में से रुमैसा आने वाली है एवरीवन, और उसी के साथ साथ हमें ज्वाइन करने वालों में कौन होने वाला है हमारे साथ? अब से कुछ ही देर में हमें ज्वाइन करेंगे रजा सोमो। ओह माय गॉड, तो सारे के सारे लोग जो है वो देख रहे हैं, हैरान हैं, नजरें हैं टिकी हुई, कहीं ना कहीं तो मिलेगी मतीरा, कहीं मिलेगी आपको रुमैसा, और कहीं आपकी नजर जाने वाली है रजा सोमो पर। तो दिलों की धड़कनों को थाम लीजिए, आपके दरमियान हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं आप सबकी फेवरेट। लेकिन थोड़ा हौसला रखें, मैं जानता हूं देखने के लिए बड़े बेताब हैं, लेकिन मुझे पता चलना चाहिए पीछे तरह काइंडली जितने भी लोग हमारा लाहौर का क्राउड मौजूद है ना, अपने मोबाइल फोन की लाइट्स तो जरा ऑन करेंगे, फ्लैश लाइट्स ऑन करेंगे सबके सब। एवरीवन पुट योर फ्लैश लाइट्स ऑन। क्या बात है जी, इसी तरह से लाइट्स उड़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। पीछे सोफा से बैठे हुए, चेयर से बैठे हुए लोग जो है वो अपनी फ्लैश लाइट्स ऑन करेंगे। उसके लिए हम करते ये हैं कि अभी हम एक लाइट शो यहां पर करेंगे आपके सामने, और देखते हैं कि क्या हमारे लाहौर की आवाम पूरी दुनिया को ये दिखाना चाहती है कि किस तरीके से एंजॉय होने वाला है। और हमारी टीम जरा काइंडली नोटिस करेंगे कि जिसने सबसे अच्छी वेव की है, हम उसको भी यहां पर बुलाने वाले हैं एक इनाम के लिए। सबके सब तैयार हो जाएं, अपने मोबाइल फोन की फ्लैश लाइट्स को ऑन कर ले। मैं आ चुका हूं आपके दरमियान एवरीवन, सबके सब लाइट्स ऑन करेंगे। कम ऑन, क्या बात है जी, आउटस्टैंडिंग एवरीवन, आउटस्टैंडिंग। इस वक्त पूरी दुनिया देखने वाली है आप लोगों को। मोबाइल फोन की फ्लैश लाइट्स ऑन करें। क्या बात है जी, सबके सब ऑन करेंगे, सबके सब। वेरी गुड। मैं बोलूंगा लाइट्स अप तो आप लोगों ने लाइट्स अप करनी है और शोर होगा। मैं बोलूंगा लाइट्स डाउन तो आपने लाइट्स डाउन करनी है और खामोश हो जाना है। सो इसी के साथ साथ हम बढ़ने जा रहे हैं आपकी जानिब। सबसे पहले हम बढ़ते हैं लाइट्स अप। शोर भी होना चाहिए एवरीवन, साथ शोर करेंगे। जब मैं बोलूंगा लाइट डाउन तो आपने खामोश हो जाना है। राइट जी, 1 2 3 लाइट्स अप, लाइट्स डाउन, अप डाउन, up down, up down, up down, up down, up down। look at the galaxy। एक बार शोर होना चाहिए everyone, लाहौर के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए। क्या बात है जी। सो दिस इज द वाइब, ये है एनर्जी लाहौर की, और ये है वो लाहौर की आवाम जो कि जब कभी भी किसी मैदान में उतरते हैं तो इनसे बेहतरीन क्राउड आपको नहीं मिलता है। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि लाहौरिये इतने खूबसूरत क्राउड होने पर अपने लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा के दिखा दे, कम ऑन एवरीवन। ऑलराइट जी, सो इसी के साथ साथ आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। एक फेस्टिविटी है, हर तरफ जो है वो खुशी दिखाई दे रही है, एक एनर्जी दिखाई दे रही है। बहुत से लोग हमारी टीम्स का और हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स का मैच देखने के लिए बेताब हैं, और मैं बेताब हूं हमारी टीम की तरफ से आने वाले एक ऐसे क्यू के लिए कि जिसके लिए हम सब के सब देख रहे हैं कि जैसे हमारी टीम हमें क्यू करती है, वैसे ही हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, हमारी टीम जो है वो जुट जाएंगी और एक जान होकर मैच करने वाली है। तो इंतजार नहीं हो रहा है, बिल्कुल इंतजार नहीं हो रहा है हमसे, और हम चाहते हैं कि आपके साथ मैच भी किया जाए। और इसी के साथ साथ हम चाहते थे कि हमारे दरमियान में जो प्यारी आवाज़ों वाले लोग हैं, मधुर आवाज़ों वाले लोग हैं, उनकी जानें बढ़ें। लेकिन लाहौर के क्राउड ने ये फैसला किया है कि हम वहाँ पर रहकर इतना एंजॉय करने वाले हैं कि मज़ा आने वाला है। सो लेट मी जस्ट टॉक टू माई टीम, और उसके बाद हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं। एंड लेट्स जस्ट सी कि क्या होने जा रहा है। वी हैव मुस्तफ़ा हियर एज वेल, और इसी के साथ साथ हमारी बाकी टीम जो है वो भी मौजूद है। एंड वी आर मूविंग। हाउ मच टाइम इज लेफ्ट इन द गेम? ऑलराइट जी, सो इसी के साथ साथ हम बताया जा रहा है कि हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स भी स्टेज पर आना चाहते हैं, जिनके लिए आप शोर कर रहे थे, तो उसके लिए भी हम आपको थोड़ा टाइम देना चाहते हैं। लेट मी जस्ट टॉक टू द टीम, और इसी के साथ साथ हम अभी इसका एम्बियंस जो है वो देखते हैं कितना खूबसूरत सा सजाया गया है स्टेज को। एंड लेट मी जस्ट मूव ऑन। ऑलराइट जी, सो हमारा क्राउड, वाह 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 वाह, क्या बात है जी। इस वक्त पबजी नेशनल चैंपियनशिप के नारे लग रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच जी, थैंक यू सो मच। और क्या बात है लाहौर आप लोगों की, एंड यू आर अमेजिंग वन। और जितने खूबसूरती के साथ आप जो है इसको चीयर कर रहे हैं, आई लव यू ऑल। और इसी के साथ साथ आगे हम जो है वो बढ़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि मुझे आप लोगों को देखकर जो है ना वो ये फील हो रहा है कि भाई दिल को करार आया, तुझ पे है प्यार आया, पहली पहली बार आया, ओ यारा। तो जनाब अभी हमारे जो लाहौर का क्राउड है, क्या गाना गाते हैं आप लोग? डू यू गाइस सिंग एवरीवन? ऑलराइट जी, सो मेरे साथ मिलकर एक देखते हैं कितने सुरीले लाहौरी, कितने सुरीले हैं। राइट जी, आइए बढ़ते हैं इनके जानिब, एंड हियर वी गो। दुआ भी लगे ना मुझे, दवा भी लगे ना मुझे, जब से दिल को मेरे तू लगा है। नींद रातों की मेरी, चाहत बातों की मेरी, चैन को तूने मेरे यूं ठगा है। जब सांसें भरूं मैं बंद, आंखें करूं मैं, नजर तू यार आया। मेरे साथ मिलके, दिल को करार, तुझ पे है प्यार, पहली पहली बार आया, ओ यारा। क्या बात है जी, ताली होनी चाहिए एवरीवन, वंडरफुल, आउटस्टैंडिंग जी। तो भाई क्या ही बात है लाहौर के क्राउड की, व्हाट अ वंडरफुल वाइब। मैं सिर्फ चेक करना चाहता था कि भाई कितने आप लोग जो हैं वो म्यूजिक लवर हैं, और आपको बताते चले कि अब से कुछ ही देर में हमारे दरमियान में फरहान सईद भी आने वाले हैं। आपके सामने एक फाइनल परफॉर्मेंस लेकर आने वाले हैं फरहान सईद। एंड गेट रेडी एवरीवन, बी रेडी फॉर दिस वंडरफुल परफॉर्मेंस राइट हियर एज वी आर मूविंग ऑन। एंड अब से कुछ ही देर में वी आर जस्ट मूविंग एंड वी गोना टॉक अबाउट दिस वंडरफुल टाइम राइट हियर। एज हमारे जितने भी लोग हैं हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, मैं चाहता था कि आपके दरमियान कुछ गेम भी होनी चाहिए है, लकी ड्रॉ का सेशन भी होना चाहिए, और बहुत कुछ और भी है जो कि होने को है तैयार। सो बी रेडी एवरीवन। ऑलराइट जी, सो अभी हम कुछ थोड़ा सा ओवरव्यू लेते हैं अपने इस टोटल जितना भी हमारा गेम शो हुआ है, जिस तरीके से हम लोगों ने, हमारे प्लेयर्स ने इसको परफॉर्म किया है। एंड बातें तो चलती रहेंगी, मुलाकातें चलती रहेंगी, थोड़ी गपशप भी जारी रहेगी, थोड़ा सा फन भी होने वाला है। मौसम भी अच्छा है लाहौर का, सर्दी आ चुकी है। अपने हाथ में एक चाय का कप लेकर आप लोग मजे मजे गाने सुन सकते हैं, परफॉर्मेंस देख सकते हैं, एंड बहुत कुछ और भी है जो कि होने को है तैयार। और इसी के साथ साथ हम बात करेंगे नेशनल चैंपियनशिप के बारे में भी, कि नेशनल चैंपियनशिप में क्या हुआ, किस तरह से हुआ, और तमाम तर टीम्स को किस तरह से यहाँ पर लाया गया। और मैं पानी पीने के बाद आई एम श्योरली गोना गिव यू समथिंग रियली एक्साइटिंग न्यूज़, और वो न्यूज़ क्या होने वाली है वो जाने पड़ते हैं। ऑलराइट जी, तो शो के इस मैच देखने के लिए मुझ समेत पाकिस्तान की तमाम तर लोग जो हैं, उसी के साथ साथ हमारे साथ आने वाले जितने भी लोग हैं वो भी देखना चाहते हैं, इस एरिना में मौजूद लोग भी देखना चाहते हैं, और इस एरिना से बाहर भी जो लोग हम लोग को देख रहे हैं, अपनी स्क्रीन के ऊपर देख रहे हैं, वो सब लोग बेताब हैं इस शो के इस मैच को देखने के लिए। लेकिन अभी इसके लिए करना ये होगा कि हमें एक छोटी सी ब्रेक लेनी होगी। ब्रेक के फौरी बाद हम आपके सामने दोबारा से आएंगे और इस वंडरफुल से मैच को, एक फायरी से मैच को हम देखने वाले हैं आप लोग के सामने। मैं अभी लेने जा रहा हूँ ब्रेक, राइट बैक।
Drop it. Teach me about fucking stars. Drop it. Teach me about fucking stars.
जैसे वी हैव गॉट लाइक टीम 6, टीम 14, टीम 10, टीम 1 सारे अलग अलग टीम में प्ले करते हैं। जस्ट लुक एट एडगर, चीटिंग तो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे नहीं हो रही है। एडगर बिल्कुल भी यहाँ पे नहीं देख रहे कि जोकर कहाँ पर मौजूद है, और यकीनन फेयर सा कंपटीशन हमें जरूर चलता हुआ दिखाई देगा। लेकिन गॉडफ्री फाइनली वो यहाँ पर जरूर जो है वो कंफर्म कर दिए जा चुके हैं।
टीन वुल्फ को भी उठाते हुए जाओ, टीन वुल्फ के लिए भी गाड़ी रोकी गई, बट टीन वुल्फ के लिए गाड़ी में जगह कोई नहीं है तो कोई बात नहीं, बट टीन वुल्फ के लिए दूसरी गाड़ी अरेंज की जा सकती है। बट हे वी हैव गॉड हमारे सामने बिल्कुल टीम स्टार और टीम स्टार के एनोनिमस खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, एंड दे आर ट्राइंग देयर बेस्ट कि वो शो के
यहाँ पर भी बिल्कुल एक जो है फेयर सा हमें यहाँ पर जो है जरूर ग्रुप दिखाई दे जाएगा। वुल्फ ऑन वन साइड, क्रिप्टो दरमियान में रहने वाले हैं। देन वी हैव गॉट
वो पूछ रहा है कि ये कौन था जिसने एलिमिनेट किया, बट क्रिप्टो यहाँ पे पैन को स्पॉट करते हैं और शॉट अब एग्जैक्टली लैंड नहीं किए उनकी तरफ से, ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन का मुजाहरा किया जा रहा है उनकी।
माय गॉड, बबलू पैन ने अपने ही टीम के आइजल को फाइनली यहाँ पर जब वो एलिमिनेट कर दिया, और अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हम देख रहे थे कि बेशक, और यकीनन जोकर हमें यहाँ पर जो है
And he's laughing as well.
एग्जैक्ट ट्राई किया जा रहा है यकीनन इस मैच को, और इस शो मैच
टीम टफ के एडगार हैं, टीम टफ के जोकर हैं, एंड इट्स गोना बी अ कंपटीशन ऑफ हु इज द बेटर प्लेयर इन टीम टफ।
बेशक अब यहाँ पे बिल्कुल एक फेयर कंपटीशन है। जस्ट लुक एट दिस, जोकर बहुत ज़्यादा दूर है टफ एडगर से, और बज़ाहिर यकीनन थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर जब
in front of you. They're like the big celebrities here, influencers here, the best of the best. Even Aslan Ash is here right now, guys. He's like one of the best people in Pakistan esports. उनके सामने आप थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे like you're having
जो यहाँ पर करेक्टर्स है मजरूर देखने को मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन जोकर एडगर ओके एडगर को
सामने और बहुत एंजॉय भी किया है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ अब टाइम आ चुका है कि आप लोग के सामने मजीद थोड़ी सी एंजॉयमेंट की जाए। जिस तरह के आप मेरे बिल्कुल पीछे देख सकते हैं, बैंड जो है वो रेडी है फॉर द वंडरफुल परफॉर्मेंस जो कि अब से कुछ ही देर के बाद होने वाली है। लेकिन उसी के साथ साथ देख सकते हैं कि हमारी जो टीम्स हैं वो भी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। लेकिन इट्स टाइम टू मूव ऑन, और अभी आपके सामने हम एक अगली परफॉर्मेंस लेकर आने वाले हैं, व्हिच इज गोइंग टू बी अ फायरी रॉकिंग परफॉर्मेंस, एंड दैट्स गोना बी रियली फन। क्योंकि आपके सामने ये परफॉर्मेंस जब होगी तो ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस आपने ना कभी देखी होगी, ना कभी इसके बारे में सुना होगा। लेकिन आज हमारे परफॉर्मेंस आपके सामने इस परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर आने वाले हैं। सो आपकी भरपूर तालियों में हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं। इससे पहले कि हम उनको बुलाएं, आई मस्ट से कि हमें 10 टाइम्स काउंटडाउन करना चाहिए, ताकि उनके लिए थोड़ी हाइप भी होनी चाहिए, थोड़ा मजा भी आना चाहिए, थोड़ी मस्ती और फन भी होना चाहिए। तो जनाब एक डांस परफॉर्मेंस होने वाली है। इट्स गोइंग टू बी अ वंडरफुल परफॉर्मेंस जो कि आप लोग के सामने होगी, और ये होने जा रही है हमारे ऑफिशियल ट्रैक्स ऑफ पबजी पर। एंड क्या होने वाला है, बस बात की चीज़ों को तो थोड़ा सरप्राइज रहने ही देना चाहिए। परफॉर्मेंस जिस तरह ही अलाइन होती है वो श्योरली गोना स्टार्टेड। लेकिन जिस तरह के हम लोगों ने देखा कि हमारे प्लेयर्स ने बेहतरीन गेम का मुजाहिरा किया, आउटस्टैंडिंगली गेम खेली, उसी तरह से हमारे दरमियान आने वाले इन्फ्लुएंसर्स ने इसको बहुत अच्छे से खेला। और उससे हटकर हम लोगों ने देखा, जो कि बड़ी खुशाइन बात थी, वो ये थी कि हमारी जो टीम्स थी और इन्फ्लुएंसर्स थे उनके दरमियान मुकाबला काफ़ी टफ रहा। लेकिन अभी बारी आ चुकी है कि हम अपने अगले परफॉर्मेंस को बुलाने जा रहे हैं। लेकिन बात यह है भाइयों, और जितने भी हमारे व्यूवर्स हम लोग को देख रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पर, ये आपकी प्यार है, आपकी मोहब्बत है कि हर बार पबजी मोबाइल जो आप लोगों के लिए कुछ ना कुछ नया इवेंट लेकर आता है, कुछ ना कुछ नई बातें लेकर आता है, कुछ इस तरह की चाहते और मुलाकातें जारी रहती हैं अपने प्लेयर्स के साथ भी। और हमारे साथ आने वाले जितने प्लेयर्स हैं, हमारे बहुत ही काबिल एहतराम प्लेयर्स, जिनकी वजह से आज हम सब यहाँ पे इकट्ठे हैं, और उन्हीं की बदौलत हम इस गेम्स को भी खेल रहे हैं और इंजॉय कर रहे हैं, विच इज़ गोइंग अ ग्रेट टाइम विद अस। लेकिन अभी हमारे जो कुछ हमारे परफॉर्मर जो हैं वो यहाँ परफॉर्म करने वाले हैं, और ये परफॉर्मर जो हैं वो नो डाउट पाकिस्तान के वो परफॉर्मर्स हैं जिनके बारे में हर जगह पर धूम है, हर जगह पर सुना जाता है कि भाई आज ये परफॉर्मर परफॉर्म करने वाले हैं, टॉप परफॉर्मर्स बैंड जो हमारे साथ यहाँ पे परफॉर्म करने वाले हैं। उसी के साथ साथ अब से कुछ ही देर के बाद वी एक्चुअली हैव अलाइंड सम म्यूजिकल परफॉर्मेंसेस एज वेल। ऑन द अदर हैंड वी हैव सम इन्फ्लुएंसर्स जो कि जिनका ताल्लुक यूट्यूब इंडस्ट्री से भी है, और इसी के साथ आप सब लोग को बहुत मोहब्बत और प्यार भी करते हैं, और आप लोग उनसे मोहब्बत प्यार करते हैं, उनको बुलाएंगे यकीनन। लेकिन इट्स टाइम टू कॉल द परफॉर्मर्स। हमारी अगली परफॉर्मेंस के लिए दिलों को थाम लीजिए, आपके सामने प्रेजेंट करने जा रहे हैं। गिव अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लेट्स कॉल द फ्लैश मॉब।
पहुंचे यहाँ हम हर तरफ, हिल तो सही छुपता किधर। You know my name, not my story. I aim for the win, battleground, that's my glory. कोई नहीं जिससे डरूं, we in the zone now, वक्त से लड़ूं। Walking through, I'm raining bullets, finger always on the trigger, I just pull it. दुनिया को भूल के तेरे आसरे में गिर पड़ा हूँ, सब भूल के यूं फिर खड़ा हूँ। दुश्मन से डर नहीं, मैं तेरी खातिर भिड़ पड़ा हूँ। When I see no help, just surrounded by fire, bruised up, still bleeding, little tired. As I look for some hope of survival, my team falling from the sky, revival. winner chicken dinner we trying to be the one और तुम सारे यहाँ beginners scope जब लगाता बाकी teams करती shiver MVP वाला scene bro boys तेरे filler हाँ पॉचिंकी में बैठे like we freaking run it revive भी मैं देता wins भी 100 camp नहीं मैं करता noob वाला scene नहीं ऊपर से हैं आते boys करते हम नील नहीं medical kit भी team मेरी lit भी घुस के फट जाता फिर होता कुछ निट नहीं होते हम split नहीं ये कोई gimmick नहीं PUBG मोबाइल है ये बेटा कुछ skit नहीं
Enemies ahead.
और बैग मेरा loaded on मेरे हाथ में you can't even afford it ये कहते करते waste हैं हम time we just married to the game अपनी बात पे है कायम समझ ना सके कुछ लोगों के हम plan तू कर कुछ अलग तो साले कर देते हैं ban आसरे में गिर पड़ा हूँ सब भूल के यूं फिर खड़ा हूँ दुश्मन से डर नहीं मैं तेरी खातिर भिड़ पड़ा हूँ When I see no help just surrounded by fire bruised up still bleeding little tired as I look for some hope of survival my team falling from the sky revival
All right, जी, so what a wonderful performance, everyone. एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए इनके लिए. क्या बात है जी. What a vibe, क्या बात है. What an energetic performance, a super fire performance that we were, witnessing here, right here. और अभी आप लोगों ने देखा है कि जिस तरह से ये परफॉर्मेंस हुई है और एक माहौल बना है इस खूबसूरत से एनवायरनमेंट में. अब बारी आ चुकी है थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ने की और मैं जानता हूं कि सब जो है वो बेताब हैं बेसब्री से उस लम्हे का इंतजार कर रहे हैं जब यहाँ पर हमारे टॉप इन्फ्लुएंसर्स आने वाले हैं. सब लोग इस बात का इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि जिस वक्त यहाँ पर हमारे सामने जो है वो हमारी ट्रॉफी रिवील होने वाली है और उसी के साथ साथ मैं इस बात का इंतजार कर रहा हूं कि सबसे पहले कुछ अवार्ड्स दिए जाएं देन हम आगे बढ़ें. और मैं अवार्ड देने के लिए यहाँ पर जो है आपको बताते चलें कि टैलेंट हंट अवार्ड्स हैं जो कि हम लोग देने जा रहे हैं. एंड फॉर दैट पर्पस आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल मुस्तफा खेतरान AKA Batman. Let me just call him. एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए उनके लिए. All right, जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम. कैसे हैं मुस्तफा? ठीक ठाक हैं?
जी जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
मुस्तफा बैटमैन से बहुत से लोग प्यार करते हैं और इसी तरह से एज वी कैन सी कि ये हमारे सामने टैलेंट हंट सेकंड रनर अप का अवार्ड है और ये हम देने वाले हैं पश्तून वाइटी को. और ये मुस्तफा जो है उनके बिहाफ पर पश्तून वाइटी के बिहाफ पर जो है ये रिसीव कर रहे हैं. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच मुस्तफा. एंड सेकंड अवार्ड जो है वो हम देने जा रहे हैं हमारे सामने एज वी कैन सी इट इज द फर्स्ट रनर अप टैलेंट हंट कैंपेन 2022 is Smuck RP. Thank you so very much जी. और ये हम देने जा रहे हैं once again हमारे सामने मौजूद है मुस्तफा और जिनका हम लोग जो है वो दे रहे हैं और ये उनके बिहाफ पर ये अवार्ड ले रहे हैं. एंड फॉर द थर्ड अवार्ड आई मस्ट से कि भाई ये जो अवार्ड होने वाला है इट्स द विनर. यस इट्स द विनर एंड अनडाउटेडली एक ब्रिलियंट प्लेयर हमारे साथ टैलेंट हंट कैंपेन में. और इट्स लाइक कौन है जनाब? ये गेस कीजिए आप सबके सब. And he is, yes, it's donkey placed. तालियां होनी चाहिए everyone. Thank you so very much. और इसी के साथ साथ हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं. And thank you so very much मुस्तफा for coming and joining us. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. All right जी, अब बारी आ चुकी है उस लम्हे की जिसका सबको इंतजार था. As you can see, it's hashtag champions. So champions कहाँ पर है? कहां हैं हमारे चैंपियंस? मैं जानता हूं कि आप भी जानते हैं हमारे कौन से चैंपियंस कहां पे होने वाले हैं, लेकिन बिफोर दैट मैं चाहता हूं कि अभी हम अपने चैंपियंस को बुलाने से पहले हम अपने इन्फ्लुएंसर्स की जाने बढ़ेंगे और सबसे पहले मैं बुलाना चाहता हूं वो पहला नाम कौन सा होने वाला है, दिलों को थाम लीजिए. लेट मी कॉल the one and only, the very gorgeous, the very pretty, and she is no doubt the one and only Matira! Oh my God जी, मतीरा के नाम पर फैंस का एक शोर सुनाई दे रहा है. And let's welcome Matira on stage. And as we can see कि आ रही हैं, सबकी आंखें बेताब हैं, सबकी ख्वाहिश है कि मतीरा आए और उनसे कुछ बात करें. And let's welcome तालियां होनी चाहिए everyone. Hi Matira, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. मतीरा आपको पता है बहुत से लोग प्यार कर रहे हैं तो संभल ही नहीं रहे हैं. ये तो इतनी मोहब्बत करते हैं कि चाहते हैं मतीरा आ ही जाएं बस. मतीरा कुछ कहना चाहेंगी फैंस को?
Well, all I'll say is that सब बड़े अच्छे players हैं. गेम के हद तक प्लेयर बनना, असली लाइफ में नहीं.
हाँ भाई, गेम की हद तक प्लेयर बनना, असली लाइफ में नहीं बनना. भाई मतीरा की जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस है ना उसको फॉलो करेंगे तो आप आगे बढ़ेंगे. मतीरा आप बहुत सारे इवेंट्स जो है वो ज्वाइन करती रहती हैं, बहुत से इवेंट्स का हिस्सा बनती हैं. आपको कैसा लगा हमारा इवेंट पबजी मोबाइल नेशनल चैंपियनशिप 2022?
It's very nice, it's very happening and मेरे साथ बहुत सारे दूसरे प्यारे प्यारे मेहमान हैं और मुझे लगता है अगर वो यहाँ आएंगे तो 4 चांद लग जाएंगे.
बिल्कुल 4 चांद लगने वाले हैं और इस शो को मजीद 4 चांद लगाने के लिए हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं हम सबके प्यारे, जिनकी बातों से तो हम लोग बहुत ही मजा कर रहे होते हैं और जब वो YouTube पर आते हैं तो उनकी वीडियो स्किप करने का भी दिल नहीं करता. लेट मी जस्ट वेलकम द वन एंड ओनली रोजा सोमो. कम ऑन एवरीवन. ऑलराइट जी, रोजा सोमो भी आ रहे हैं हमारे दरमियान. भाई स्वैग है भाई का, तो क्या बात है. ताली होनी चाहिए रोजा के लिए एवरीवन. All right, so Raza is here with us. Thank you so very much, Raza Somu, for coming and joining us. Assalamu alaikum, Raza.
Walaikum assalam, brother.
रज़ा, मैंने आपसे सीखूंगा जरूर ताकि हम आने वाले तमाम जो इवेंट्स हैं उसमें ऐसा करें. रज़ा, बहुत से फैंस आपके, इतने मोहब्बत करने वाले लोगों को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
Let me just confirm पहले. बहुरा मिराज जी. हाँ भाई बैठे हैं, इज्जत बच गई. यस, थैंक यू, लव यू ऑल.
Thank you so very much, Raza, for coming and joining. PUBG Mobile जो है वो आप लोगों के सामने जो है वो नेशनल चैंपियनशिप 2022 लेकर आया है और बहुत सारे गेम्स हम लोगों ने देखे हैं, लेकिन मैंने इससे ज़्यादा एक बड़ी अच्छी बात ये देखी. मतीरा, रज़ा और जितने हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं उनसे लोग बहुत प्यार करते हैं, बहुत मोहब्बत भी करते हैं. एंड सबसे पहले मैं उनके बिहाफ पर आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ. इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं और अब हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं एक ऐसी क्वीन को कि जो आपके दिलों पर भी राज करती हैं, आप उनसे मोहब्बत भी करते हैं, यूट्यूब की क्वीन भी है. लेट मी जस्ट वेलकम the one and only. कौन है? It's रुमैसा. तालियां होनी चाहिए everyone. All right. क्या बात है, रुमैसा आ रही है लेकिन एक गैर रिवायती अंदाज से. क्या बात है, रुमैसा आ चुकी. तालियां होनी चाहिए everyone for रुमैसा. क्या बात है जी. अस्सलाम वालेकुम रुमैसा.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम.
कैसी हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, मैं ठीक हूँ. आप कैसे हैं?
बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक. मुझ समेत हजारों लोगों की ख्वाहिश थी आपको लाइव देखने की. ये सब लोग आपको देख रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहती हैं आप इन्हें?
नहीं, ये तो झूठ है.
नहीं, झूठ नहीं है भाई. रुमैसा के फैंस हैं, तालियां बजा दे. कम ऑन एवरीवन. देख रहे हैं कितनी मोहब्बत करते हैं, कितना प्यार करते हैं आपसे.
गिनती के 4 लोग थे ये.
नहीं, बाकी लोगों का गला खराब हो गया. हम काफी देर से एंजॉय कर रहे हैं. रुमैसा कुछ कहना चाहते हैं फैंस को. आपको पता है, आपको इस तरफ तो ये सब लोग देख ही रहे हैं, लेकिन कैमरास और स्क्रीन्स के उस पार आपको हजारों नहीं लाखों लोग देख रहे हैं. कुछ कहना चाहेंगे उन्हें?
बस यही कहना चाहूँगी, किसी तरीके से प्यार करते रहें और बहुत अच्छे लगते हो मुझे भी आप लोग सब. और टूर्नामेंट के बारे में कहना चाहूँगी कि आई गेस ऐसे टूर्नामेंट्स होने चाहिए पाकिस्तान में. हमारे पास बहुत ही टैलेंटेड नौजवान हैं जो कितने अमेजिंग प्लेयर्स हैं. सो आई फील लाइक ऐसे इनिशिएट्स लेने चाहिए, लाइक PUBG जैसा कर रहा है. सो या
थैंक यू सो वेरी मच रुमैसा, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. इसी के साथ साथ अब मैं आगे बुलाना चाहूंगा हमारे नेक्स्ट इन्फ्लुएंसर को. लेट मी जस्ट वेलकम मिस्टर अरसलान ऐश. एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए अरसलान के लिए एवरीवन. एंड लेट्स वेलकम हिम ऑन द स्टेज. All right, so Arsalan is here with us. Thank you so very much, Arsalan, for coming and joining us. Can you please join us right here? Thank you so much. Arsalan, कैसा लग रहा है आपको? ये बहुत ही अच्छा सा इवेंट आप लोगों के लिए सजाया गया है. कुछ कहना चाहेंगे अपने फैंस को?
हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं खुद भी एक गेमर हूँ, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा रिलेट कर रहा हूँ इस चीज़ से, और मैं हमेशा ये चाहता था कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर इवेंट्स हों और हो रहे हैं. पबजी में भी इंशाल्लाह बाहर लोग जाएं, इंटरनेशनल जीत कर आएँ, तो मेरी ख्वाहिश है. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा रिलेट कर रहा हूँ, इनसे बड़ा अच्छा लगा देख.
All right, thank you so very much, Arsalan. अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. And let me just call Star Anonymous. एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए उनके लिए. Please welcome Star Anonymous on the stage. All right, जी, so Star Anonymous is here with us. Assalamu alaikum. कैसे हैं आप Star Anonymous? कैसे हैं? ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप बताएं.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक. इससे पहले गेम खेलने का एक शोकेस मैच हुआ, उसमें अपने बेहतरीन गेम का मुजाहरा किया. इतने सारे फैंस हैं, उनके लिए कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
जितने भी लोग देखने के लिए आए, सपोर्ट करने के लिए आए, हम सबको उसके लिए थैंक यू सो मच.
All right, thank you so very much जी. इसी के साथ साथ हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं. Let's welcome Baba OP on the stage. Baba OP. ये वही है जिनकी मुस्कुराहट के लिए मैंने कुछ शेर कह दिए थे और हजारों लोग जो है वो ऐसा ही है. कैसे जी, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे अपने फैंस को?
तो यार मजा आ रहा है आप लोगों को, और टेंशन नहीं लेनी, आगे भी पबजी इससे बड़े लैन इवेंट कराएगा इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह.
इंशाल्लाह जी. तो बहुत सारे इवेंट जो है वो आने वाले हैं, इशारा दे चुके हैं पापा ओपी. इसी के साथ साथ लेट मी जस्ट कॉल द एसपी जोकर. एसपी जोकर कहां पर है जी? लेट मी कॉल एसपी जोकर. All right जी, so we have the SP Joker with us. Assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम.
कैसे हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप सुनाएं?
बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक. मेरी आपसे आई गेस इस इवेंट में पहली मुलाकात हो रही है. ये बहुत सारे लोग आए हैं आपके लिए. सबसे पहले मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि पबजी मोबाइल नेशनल चैंपियनशिप पाकिस्तान 2022 कैसा इनिशिएटिव आपके ख्याल में?
बहुत अच्छा इवेंट हुआ है, और जैसा क्राउन इवेंट्स ने मैनेज किया है माशाल्लाह देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा, और पबजी इससे भी अच्छे इवेंट्स लेके आएगी.
थैंक यू सो वेरी मच जी. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. एसपी जोकर वाज हियर और अपने ख्यालात का इजहार कर रहे थे. इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ने का वक्त है. लेट मी जस्ट कॉल राजा एहसन ऑन द स्टेज. राजा एहसन को बुलाना चाहेंगे. तालियां होनी चाहिए राजा एहसन के लिए. कम ऑन एवरीवन, भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए लाहौर. लेट्स वेलकम राजा एहसन हियर. अस्सलाम वालेकुम. कैसे हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
सर बहुत लोग प्यार करते हैं आपसे, हम तो सिर्फ यही जानते हैं, आप क्या जानते हैं?
बिल्कुल ऐसे यही स्नूकर से रिलेटेड जितने लोग हैं बहुत मोहब्बत करते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच.
All right, thank you so very much राजा एहसन. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं. लेट मी वेलकम, अब क्योंकि टाइम भी थोड़ा सा कम है हमारे पास, लेट मी जस्ट वेलकम डिक्टेटर. डिक्टेटर को हजारों आंखें जो है वो देखना चाहती थी, लेकिन डिक्टेटर हमें पहले सेगमेंट में नहीं मिले थे. He was somewhere out. Let's welcome him. एक बार भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए डिक्टेटर के लिए. Come on everyone. अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम.
कैसे हैं आप? ठीक ठाक हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप बताएं?
बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच डिक्टेटर फॉर कमिंग एंड जॉइनिंग. आप सबके सब लोग ही हमारी लाइन टेढ़ी क्यों हो रही है? हम आगे आगे आते हैं ना थोड़ा सा. ऑलराइट जी, सो इसी के साथ साथ हमारे साथ डिक्टेटर ने ज्वाइन किया. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच डिक्टेटर फॉर कमिंग. हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं. लेट मी जस्ट वेलकम मोइज अली. मोइज अली आपको बुलाना चाहते हैं. तालियां होनी चाहिए मोइज अली के लिए एवरीवन. ऑलराइट जी. भाई लाहौर का क्राउड हो और इतना ठंडा हो, ऐसा हो नहीं सकता. मुझे आपने बताना है, पूरी दुनिया ने बताना है, पूरी दुनिया ने देखना है कि लाहौर का क्राउड जब शोर करता है तो सारे के सारे जो पूरी दुनिया है वो देखकर हैरान रह जाती है. तो एक बार शोर होना चाहिए अपने लिए. तालियां और शोर होने चाहिए एवरीवन. वेल थैंक यू सो वेरी मच एवरीवन. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का यहाँ पे आने के लिए. और इसी के साथ साथ आप लोग यहाँ पर जो है आप बैठ सकते हैं एंड विल कंटिन्यू. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच मतीरा, रुमैसा, रजा सोमू एंड एवरीवन जो कि हमारे साथ में ज्वाइन कर रहे थे. थैंक यू एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. इसी के साथ साथ हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं और अभी हम आगे बढ़ के अपने जो चैंपियंस हैं उनको अनाउंस करने जा रहे हैं. लेकिन चैंपियन को अनाउंस करने से पहले मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि क्या आप भी उसी तरह बेताब हैं जिस तरह मैं बेताब हूं? क्या उनको बुला लेना चाहिए? क्या आपकी दिलों की धड़कनें भी तेज हो रही हैं? क्या आपको भी लगता है कि चैंपियन को सामने आना चाहिए? जी हां, तो बगैर किसी इंतजार के हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं. ऑल राइट जी, ऑल राइट. एंड वी जस्ट कमिंग बैक. All right, so let me just call Mr. Haris Demon on the stage. हारिस को बुलाना चाहते हैं ऊपर, उसके बाद ही हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और डेफिनेटली ये जो हमारी सेरेमनी है वो एक चीज के बगैर तो मुमकिन हो ही नहीं सकती, जब हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, हमारे टीम मेंबर्स जहां से हमारे साथ आए हैं वो सब के सब यहां पर ना हो। लेट्स वेलकम मिस्टर हारिस, हमारे एनालिस्ट। तालियां होनी चाहिए उनके लिए एवरीवन। So Mr. Haris is here with us. Thank you so very much Haris for your time. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका यहाँ पर आने के लिए। और इसी के साथ साथ हारिस जो हैं वो वो तो आ चुके हैं, लेकिन अब मैं गुजारिश करूंगा मोस्ट रिस्पेक्टफुली, मोस्ट हम्बली हमारे तमाम तरह इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को जिनको हमने यहाँ पे इनवाइट किया टू प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज वंस अगेन। और अभी क्योंकि फाइनल मोमेंट्स हैं हमारे शो के और उसमें हम आपको चैंपियन जो है वो भी रिवील करने वाले हैं और ट्रॉफी देने जा रहे हैं अपने चैंपियंस को। तो आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल यू ऑल, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच, मतीरा, रजा सोमू, रोमेसा, अरसलान, Star Anonymous, Baba or PSP, Joker, Raja SN and Dictator. Thank you so very much everyone. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों के यहाँ पर आने के लिए, थैंक यू सो मच। और इसी के साथ अब आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं बुलाना चाहता हूँ उन्हें जिनकी वजह से आज इतना खूबसूरत सा जो है वो माहौल बना है, इतना बड़ा इवेंट जो है वो यहाँ पर ऑर्गेनाइज हो चुका है। और उसी के साथ साथ जितनी भी हमारी यहाँ पर काविशें थी, ये उन्हीं की वजह से आज हम सब के सब यहाँ पे इकट्ठे हैं। इतने खूबसूरत इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज किया है क्राउन इवेंट्स ने। और क्राउन इवेंट्स की तो क्या ही बात है, अब हम बुलाते हैं उस शख्स को जो कि क्राउन इवेंट्स के पीछे हैं, और हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं द वन एंड ओनली, द CEO ऑफ क्राउन इवेंट्स, खयाल मिर्जा। तालियां होनी चाहिए एवरीवन। क्या बात है जी। और खयाल भाई हमारे दरमियान आ चुके हैं, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच खयाल भाई इतना खूबसूरत इवेंट बनाने के लिए। इसी के साथ हम खयाल भाई का जिक्र करें और हम क्राउन इवेंट्स के MD का जिक्र ना करें तो ये बहुत गलत बात होगी भाई। हम बुलाने जा रहे हैं रेहान खान साहब को। रेहान खान साहब के लिए भी तालियां होनी चाहिए एवरीवन। लेट्स वेलकम रेहान खान साहब ऑन द स्टेज। और इसी तरह से हमारे तमाम इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, द टॉप इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, हमारे गेमर्स, हमारे प्लेयर्स, हमारे CEOs की मौजूदगी में हम जो है वो बढ़ने जा रहे हैं अपनी ट्रॉफीज की जाने। व्हाट यू से?
बिल्कुल, और ये ट्रॉफी नॉर्मल ट्रॉफी नहीं है, PUBG की पहली दफा इतनी खूबसूरत ट्रॉफी मैंने देखी है PMNC के अंदर। लेट्स सी, लुक एट दिस, ए ब्यूटी पीस।
All right जी, so the trophy is right there, हमारे बिल्कुल सामने हम देख सकते हैं इस ट्रॉफी को। और ये ट्रॉफी लाई जा रही है with the glory, किस तरीके से इस ट्रॉफी को लाया जा रहा है, and let's just see। और अभी हम रिजल्ट्स की जाने बढ़ने वाले हैं as per the current instructions।
As usual, जो कि सबकी नजरें जिस रिजल्ट के ऊपर है हम उसको भी डिस्कस करते हैं। अभी रिवील नहीं किया हुआ who is the champion। एवरीवन जस्ट दिल थाम के बाहर बैठ जाएं, मेरे ख्याल से आपकी फेवरेट टीम भी हो सकती है। और नो डाउट मेरे ख्याल से काफ़ी हमारे कंपेटिटिव के बॉयज़ है नंबर गिन चुके होंगे, हमारी जो ऑडियंस बैठी हुई है वो भी कैलकुलेट कर चुकी होगी आफ्टर द मैच। लेट्स सी कि कौन होने वाला है आज के चैंपियन। व्हाट यू थिंक हमजा?
ऑलराइट जी, मैं तो बिल्कुल ठीक, मैं तो बड़ा एक्साइटेड हूं जनाब। रिजल्ट्स आ चुके हैं। On the stage, आपकी भरपूर ताली और शोर में प्लीज वेलकम Xgeneration। Look at the final moments, डांस करते हुए, टहलते हुए, खूबसूरती के साथ आगे बढ़ते आ रहे हैं। What a lovely moment it is। क्या बात है जी, look at the celebration। और मैं चाहूंगा हमारे CEO मिस्टर खयार को कि वो यहाँ पर आए और आकर हमारी जो हमारे प्लेयर्स हैं उनको ये ट्रॉफी दी जाए और चेक दिया जाए। Thank you so very much Xgeneration। There is no doubt that you are the brilliant players above। All right, so we can see the team is here, the Xgeneration की team हमारे साथ मौजूद है। Along with that, we can see हमारे जो MD of the Crown Events और साथ the CEO of the Crown Events is here with us, and they are giving this wonderful trophy, very beautiful trophy to the team and the winners of this Pubgmobile National Championship 2022, everyone. So stand up everyone for the champions. Look at the final moments. Pubgmobile National Championship Pakistan 2022. All right, thank you so very much. आप सब लोग का बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you so much. You may have a seat there. Thank you so very much, everyone. बहुत शुक्रिया. हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर जो हैं उन्होंने यहाँ पर आए और आकर हमारी इस खूबसूरत इवेंट को मजीद 4 चांद लगा दी हैं. Thank you so much. So these are the winning moments. इसके बाद हमारे जो विनर्स हैं, आप लोग का बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ पर आने के लिए और जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने खेला है, जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने जीता है. हजारों लोगों की ख्वाहिश है कि वो भी आने वाले कल में PUBG मोबाइल नेशनल चैंपियनशिप पाकिस्तान को जो है वो खेल सकें और इसी तरह से हजारों इनामात जीत सकें. आपके बहुत सारे जो लोग यहाँ पर आए, जितने भी हमारे पाकिस्तानी आए हैं, उन सब लोग का बेहद शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया. और इसी के साथ हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं और हमारी टीम अपने फाइनल मोमेंट को एंजॉय करते हुए. Alright, thank you so very much Xgeneration for coming and joining us. बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का. और फाइनल मोमेंट हम लोगों ने देखे कि जिस तरीके से हमारे जो सेलिब्रिटीज हैं, हमारे यूट्यूबर्स हैं, हमारे पाकिस्तान के वो लोग जिनको हम सब लोग देखना चाहते थे, मोहब्बत करते हैं, मोहब्बत प्यार करते हैं उन लोगों के साथ और वो भी आपसे बहुत प्यार करते हैं, जैसा कि हमारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स ने आपको बताया. और उसी के साथ साथ अब हम आगे बढ़ने का वक्त आ चुका है. और अभी आगे बढ़ने से पहले आई मस्ट से कि अभी बारी है हमारे एक ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस की कि जिसके बारे में मैं तो बड़ा एक्साइटेड हूं. आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड. सुपरस्टार फरहान सईद की टीम को कि वो आए और आकर अपना जो जितना साउंड चेक है वो कर लें, ताकि उस आखिरी घड़ी जिसका हम लोग को इंतजार है, परफॉर्मेंस का इंतजार है, हम उनके लिए फरहान सईद को भी यहाँ पे बुलाएंगे. आपकी एनर्जी चाहिए है, आपकी तालियां चाहिए है, शोर चाहिए है, स्पार्क चाहिए है, करंट चाहिए है, एक थ्रिलिंग मोमेंट मुझे देखने को मिलना चाहिए यहाँ पर. उनके लिए बुलाएंगे आप लोगों को. बट राइट नाउ इट्स ऑल ओवर टू यू, द टीम ऑफ फरहान सईद. Thank you so very much. I'm going to take a break. We'll be right back. Till then, enjoy this sound check.
भुलाऊं कैसे वो पल जो मेरे बिन है तू बिता चुका, लौटाऊं कैसे जो आंसू मेरी याद में बहा चुका। मर मैं जाऊं फना हो जाऊं कहीं मैं जाके डूब जाऊं, नजर मिलाऊं तो ये चाहूं कि तेरी आंखों से हो ओ ओ बुझाऊं कैसे ये आग तेरे दिल में जो लगा चुका, सुनाऊं कैसे वो सिसकियां जो दिल में हूँ दबा चुका। मर मैं जाऊं फना हो जाऊं कहीं मैं जाके डूब जाऊं, नजर मिलाऊं तो ये चाहूं कि तेरी आंखों से पी जाऊं ये गम, पी जाऊं ये नम, पी जाऊं ये गम, पी जाऊं ये नम। लाहौर ये किस तरह की सेटिंग है? वो सब मेरे साथ वो पी जाऊं ये गम, पी जाऊं ये नम, पी जाऊं ये गम, पी जाऊं ये नम। लाहौर इतना ठंडा ग्राउंड शोर मचा के बताए लाहौर आए में ये बात। अगला गाना मेरे साथ गाएंगे सब। आर यू रेडी लाहौर? आर यू रेडी? हियर वी गो। सब लोग मेरे साथ हाथ ऊपर। रातें कोई ना जाने थी कैसी बातें वो बरसातें, वो भीगी भीगी यादें, वो भीगी भीगी यादें। न मैं जानू ना तू जाने कैसा है ये आलम, कोई न जाने फिर क्यों है ये तन्हाई, कैसी है ये रुसवाई, हो गुम हो गए क्यों, खो गए हम, हो लम्हे। सागर की इन लहरों से गहरा है मेरा प्यार, सहराओं की हवाओं में कैसे आएगी बहार। फिर क्यों है ये तन्हाई, कैसी है ये रुसवाई, हो गुम हो गए क्यों, खो गए हम, ओ लम्हे कोई ना जाने थी कैसी बातें वो बरसाते। साथ गाएंगे वो भीगी भी वो भीगी भीगी यादें। एवरीबॉडी हैंड्स अप इन द एयर। अरे कुछ नहीं होता भाई, कुछ नहीं होता, सब लोग हाथ ऊपर। आंधी हो तूफान हो मेरे मन में रहे तू सदा, कोई अपना हो पराया हो उसे ढूंढूं मैं कहाँ। फिर क्यों है ये तन्हाई, कैसी है ये रुसवाई, हो गुम हो गए क्यों, खो गए हम, ओ लम्हे कोई ना जाने थी कैसी बातें वो बरसाते, वो भीगी भीगी यादें, वो भीगी भीगी यादें। वो लाहौर मेरे साथ गाएंगे। वो लम्हे कोई ना जाने थी कैसी बातें वो ऊंचा, वो भीगी भीगी, वो भीगी भीगी। सब लोग हाथ ऊपर। न मैं जानू ना तू जाने कैसा है ये आलम, कोई न जाने फिर क्यों है ये तन्हाई, कैसी है ये रुसवाई, हो गुम हो गए क्यों, खो गए हम, ओ लम्हे रातें कोई न जाने। सब मेरे साथ। वो थैंक यू, क्या बात है लाहौर। अगला गाना मेरे साथ गाएंगे सब, उससे पहले नुसरत अली खान साहब के लिए बहुत सारी तालियां। थैंक यू, सब मेरे साथ गाएंगे, ओके? जीता कौन है आज पबजी? कौन क्या कौन ये बोता है मेरे सामने? हो 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 तुझे किस बात का गुरूर है, तुझे किस बात का गुरूर है, ये सब तेरी नजर का कसूर है, ये सब तेरी नजर का कसूर है। सब मेरे साथ गाएंगे। ये जो हल्का हल्का सुरूर है,